Hello everyone, welcome back to Laurence Plays, and it's a Monday, so we're going to be playing some more Factorio Planetary Pioneers, and where last week we got Igrys to what I'm going to call finished, and I'm using the scare quotes because planets are never finished. There's always something new that needs to be done on them, but we've done pretty well. Now the problem is, or the thing is, for this stream we're not going to go off to another planet despite having finished this one, because there are a couple of things that need fixing. The first one is that we've updated all of the mods for Muluna, so Muluna is now going to be in a position of absolute crisis. For example, these things, all these greenhouses are now producing trees. Which well, I don't know.
You spotted it already.
They look seem to be different. They look like they're a bit different anyway. So good. So something has happened over here. There's going to be various.
That recipe's been removed.
Right, the recipes. There have been recipes that have been removed. So shenanigans are going to occur, and is basically the long and short of it. So we're going to need to head over to Muluna and get that one fixed up. As well as that, there are various other things on other planets that we want to go out and do a little bit of maintenance to here and there. So there's always stuff to do on Norvis. On Lignumis, I would like to, expand significantly and start making blue circuits a lot more quickly. There may be some things to do on Vulcanus. We'll find out as we get started and Sophia reports in. And basically, there's a lot of little bits and pieces that are going to need to be upgraded before we can say that we've got that our planets are sort of up and finished. Well, refinished and ready for us to go off to somewhere new. So we will sooner or later be going out there. So anyway, hello Riddler, hello hello Regular, hello Sophia, and I guess Tristan and Mike as well. So yeah, welcome everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
So yeah, the major mod updates, some things going to need to change. The schedule update was due to the going over to back onto GMT off British summertime last weekend. So technically there sort of hasn't been an hour change, but if you're outside Europe, then it will appear. Sorry, technically there hasn't been a schedule change, but if you're outside Europe, then there will effectively have been one, yada yada yada. Yes, so yeah, but we're here now, and that's what matters. Hopefully it won't make any difference to my viewership numbers.
Mark,
looks really okay for now.
Do we really need the extra chests on the two sides of the those three that we already had?
Nope, but it looks nicer.
I like it.
I wonder where they're looking.
Is good.
Probably Norvis.
Yeah, over here. He added. He
I
added
see.
More
and more yellow
right.
chests for reasons of symmetry. Jeez, that is a big bot frenzy going on over here.
That was Sophia, not me.
I'm sure I'm sure we'll get some UPS back in about 3 days. We'll see how that goes.
UPS is for losers.
So,
At all reasonable requests for that chest.
Well, I mean, this is for you guys. Whenever someone builds something on Novice, you should add the things that are requested. So I will add the roboports and I guess some pipes.
Yeah, and the level 3 inserters.
And probably rails.
All the basic stuff, please.
Level 3 bulk inserters are basic stuff now, are they?
All the basic stuff.
No, but they are requested.
So you're telling me to just put everything?
Yes.
There.
Brief. Oh, is there mass deconstruction
right.
happening somewhere?
Also,
you know what? I don't actually want to know what's going on here. No, I don't want to know what's going on. This is an absolute mess and utter carnage. I'm going to go and look at a different planet.
Sophia, when you add the
hello, Hohenheim. Welcome.
Would you want to add 2 stacks of that?
Ooh, there's some science leaving. Excellent. Let's
Okay.
assume it's science.
Because everything
science and
that
magic
has
fluid.
a stack size of less than 16 won't work with your system. So either fix
No,
the
it
system
will work.
or-
You just have to put in multiple stacks of it. But yeah, it'd be better if it was divide by 16 rounding up rather than divide by 16 rounding down. If that's something we can do, I'm not sure.
I don't know. Something for
Yes,
security.
Radagast, we have indeed. We've done mod updates, which is going to break all kinds of Muluna-based stuff, and Mike has been looking into that, and will probably report in and let us know what's changed, what's different, because it's kind of hard
So-
to tell at this stage because all the belts are still full.
I've done a bit of looking into it,
Okay.
but fun fact that was going to. So, what I would like us to do is to all go over there, not necessarily this exact second, but in the not too distant future. Sophia, if you could bring a lot of cliff explosives with you from Volcanos, that'd be much appreciated. The first thing is then to have people look at their little sectors. I've divided up the current square or rectangle into sectors, and just make a note of which recipes are broken. This is more for your own personal understanding of the situation. And then we're going to declare this the starter base, because you can get away with anything as long as it's a starter base. And then starting from where the current mall is, we're going to head east. And create a
Okay.
new, better factory with blackjack and, well, can't say the rest because streaming.
More blackjack.
Yep, blackjack and more blackjack.
Blackjack and fruit salads. Those are the two little sweet things, weren't they? That were sort of kind of gross, but
I'm going to say yes. Do you not remember your Futurama references?
yes, I do remember my Futurama references. I was also trying to come up with a family-friendly equivalent.
Yeah, I can't. Got no idea.
Mike.
Hello, Kartoffel.
I can add a stop on Richard Dean Anderson to stop by Muluna, since it's a moon of Novice. I can bring cliff explosives, but those are being brought from Novice in that case.
Oh, what? Those are coming from... Okay, fine. I mean, if that's how it is, that's how it is. It's not the end of the world.
Cool.
Next
I'll
question.
add a
Before
stop.
we all clear off, is there anything else that Tristan would like to be done on Igrys before we go, or is it genuinely reckoned to be finished for now?
I've swapped the rocket over that I wanted to swap over, but I can probably basically head off at this point.
Okay. Well, in that case, I shall hop in here. The plan. Oh wait, I need to put do I have anything? I have stuff in my inventory.
I have a quite urgent task for Saphir and Tristan. With the separation of the mall, the system requesting the machines and stuff, the belts in the landing pad doesn't work anymore. So,
Isn't it purple chest?
no, but it looks at the logistic network, which is now basically all the belts,
Ah.
etc., are in the mall. So, Tristan, I'd like to do a quick fix for it.
Why is this not working?
So we don't request like endless amounts from Volcanos.
It appears to be at the
Hop.
moment.
Yeah, it is at the moment. Yep.
Just singe Mark a
That's-
little bit on the way out from here by the looks of it, but never mind. I'm sure he can cope.
And then
Hello,
we
Doobie
just
Surf. Hello,
need,
Tomato. Hello, Hohenheim. Hello, there's someone else, wasn't there?
Saphir and
Saracen. Hello,
Tristan
welcome one and
think
all.
of a permanent solution for that.
Yep.
And here we are on Muluna in a tiny planet hopper capsule.
So what
I think
was I
I just-
supposed to do?
That planet
Uh,
hopper capsule was smaller
Put
than
the
my mech
contents of
armor.
the logistics system on the green network running around the rail network.
Why does that
Right.
involve me?
So yes, Saracen, we will probably at some point be building Spidertrons, but they are not currently a thing we can. Oh no, they are a thing we can make. I take it back. We do now actually have all the bits and pieces we need to make them, so we'll probably make some at a point when we have an actual use for them, and also once we have enough rich magic tesseracts to start realistically shipping them off Igrys. Because at the moment, actually, I think we do have a rocket full, so we could start making. We could make our first batch of Spidertrons, but at the moment we don't
We
really have an
shouldn't.
enormous need for them, so I think it's probably going to wait a little bit.
Because our rule is we're not making any of that stuff until we've been to the next planet.
Right, okay, so yeah, we will eventually be making Spidertrons, I'm sure. I'm not sure what we're going to use them for, but we probably will at least make some.
That green wire, Sophia, I think there's a separation somewhere, but otherwise it should have if you have the report contents on that,
Ugh. Griff.
the mall contents,
You want the mall contents on that green
Uh,
wire?
What's
Yes, but
going on?
there's a break somewhere in it. I don't know where or why.
Why?
Because over by the landing pad, it's got different
Oh, I
signals on it.
see. We've got construction bots coming from the main network, coming out
Oh,
over
no.
here to rip up whatever it is that
Oh,
that Sophia is ripping up around here. So they're then dumping into the main network, the yellow chests, which are all along here, and then that's getting passed through into the purple chests, and then passed over to up here. Right. Okay. So we're doing it in about 12 different
I'm
steps.
not entirely sure what you're asking of me, Mark and
Grief.
Tristan.
So I want the signal of what's in the mall area
Yeah. Okay.
on one of the signals,
Mm-hmm.
so that by the landing pad I can look at what's there and send it the stuff that it's missing. The machine
Ridiculous
wise.
quantity of pots. Where are these all going? Are they just
So if
looking
it's
for somewhere
missing
to
green
live?
belts, for example, I can unload some green belts to send over.
Oh, I see. We're dismantling a stone flooring area over here for reasons.
Okay.
Don't look there.
We're dismantling the stone flooring over here because Mark thought the game was running too smoothly.
In fact, that is a perfectly legitimate reason to dismantle all the stone flooring.
Right, so
So,
Radagast is telling us
Tristan,
that the US has to
can I
wait to
add it
change
here?
over to daylight saving time due to the candy lobby. That's an interesting one. The funny thing is, though, why is daylight saving time the way round it is? In
Yes.
that you have we switch off away from the what it sort of should be, as in as in GMT in this country, over to something
Don't mind
else in the
red or
summer
green.
when there's plenty of light. That seems, but oh well, never mind. Well, let's not have the daylight saving time argument again because it's a bit nonsense. Yes, you're quite right, Radagast. YouTube will generally leave you a little bit behind. Although I'm also been a little bit slow about responding to messages because other people have been talking, and there's only so much I can interrupt them before I start to feel a little bit guilty.
So Tristan, here on the green signal, I have everything. Can I connect it to the main pole here now?
As far as I'm concerned, yes.
All right, it's connected.
Pre-skin for the planet hopper to turn it into a catapult. That would be amazing and absolutely ridiculous, but I don't see that as a bad thing. It'd be very entertaining. So okay, I can see. Would it? So can I suppose the Spidertron presumably can wade over the deep oil sea or the shallow oil seas, since the engineer can wade through them. So yeah, I guess that makes sense. So the next planet, well, at the moment we're going over to Muluna because we've had a mod update, which means a lot of Muluna is broken. And we're sort of waiting for Mark and Sophia to work out and Tristan to work out what on earth is going on Norvis before we really get started over here. But the main plan for this stream is to get Muluna up and working again after the mod updates, and then go out and do little bits of fixing for planets like Lignumis and Vulcanus if they need it. Norvis always needs extra fixing and things doing to it, so we'll maybe potentially do some stuff there as well. And then I think we're probably going to go to Cubium next, so we should at some point research that planet. But I don't think we're going to get there today. You never know. Things might be more productive than expected, but I'm not expecting us to get out there today because everything always seems to take longer than we expect.
Mike,
Hi.
there's a tiny issue with the cliff explosives. The rocket capacity for those are tiny. It's like 20 explosives. However,
Okay.
they're fairly easy to make if I can just ship you some calcite.
You can ship me some calcite, yes.
That makes
I'll do
sense.
that.
Is it? What
Thank
goes into cliff explosives? Is it just calcite that's weird? Then let's have a look. In fact,
It's just calcite which is not present on.
okay,
Look
cool.
at
Yeah, that does look pretty easy. Okay, right. So, Mike, I am now on Muluna.
Okay.
So I might as well
So in
start
that
poking
case-
things.
If I could encourage everyone to have a look at their maps of Muluna, I'm just jetting over there now. You can see there's this big rectangle.
Mm-hmm.
Laurence, could you start from there up to there and round to there? So that's all the rocketry components and the circuits.
So the bits
Have
on
a
the
look at
inside
those.
of the inside
Yep,
of
so-
the square rectangle.
That is correct. So at the moment,
Okay.
this is just about looking at the recipes. Those are going to effectively be the things that I ask you to rebuild.
Okay.
So have a look now at how it's done, and therefore you will see, for example, this here has a missing ingredient because the recipe's changed.
Oh, over there as well. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, so it's that entire
Yep, that entire
segment.
side. Yeah.
Then next, where's my paper?
Yes, we don't have crushed aluminium over
Sophia!
here. We have.
Well,
This
I'm
one.
busy on novice actually.
Okay. It will be from here to here. Wood, oxygen. Because you've
Sophia is
what
the
chat may
expert
not be
on.
aware of is Sophia keeps telling me that this has all been done wrong, so he has an opportunity here to do it right.
Well,
and
I
there is
mean,
absolutely no way, shape, or form that we're all going to criticise intensely. So don't feel any pressure, young fellow, me lad. It will be fine. Yeah. Mark, you get to
Yes,
play
sir.
with one of the fun new mechanics, South Side. From there along to where it's here and then up a little bit, please.
Okay.
So it's the crushing raw materials production.
Yes.
And
Just to see what's
if,
broken and fix that. Right.
well, so what we're going to do is we're going to start off to the side in a second. It's just that those are where those bits are currently being created. And then
And
Tristan.
presumably we're going to want to upgrade to the large crushers for this, for the productivity bonus.
Yes. So yes, we're taking the opportunity to redo and make it better.
Oh, thanks for the subscription, Kartoffel. Much appreciated. Good to have you around.
And then
on my
Tristan,
way.
if I could ask you to do the mall and then things like engine units. Apologies, because you had a good round of Muluna before. I'm afraid you get the dregs. Sorry.
All right.
The engine units don't actually need to go onto the bus because they're not actually used. They're not actually used anywhere.
Yeah,
Correct.
they were built like that because they were going to be. It was going to be a bus type thing, but then
They're also, you can tell this is a Mike planet because they are spectacularly overbuilt for anything.
Oh,
we
the
asked me
engine
to build a
units.
red belt of engine units, so I did.
Yes, that's what I would call overbuilt.
The original idea behind Muluna is because it's microgravity, the rocket launchers cost half as much, and so I had this idea of, well, we could produce the basic parts of spaceships, if nothing else, quite happily. And then you've got your basic kitted out spaceship, and then you send it off to someone else to get specialist kit on it if necessary. And then we just sort of never really did that. Which, I mean, it is what it is.
It was because we didn't have enough water to keep regular launches going at the time.
Yes, we're going to solve that one because of one of the fun new mechanics.
Oh, thank you for the sub, Mitten. Thank you very much.
I'm just going to cause
Gosh.
chaos here.
It's going well at the moment.
Have a look at this.
That
So you
is,
see I've just put 4 regular inserters.
Mm-hmm.
And when they get placed, any second now, come on, bots.
Here come the bots.
This bit's the exciting bit. Wait
Oh,
for it.
yes, I think I've heard about this.
They're going to float away or something.
Well, either they're going to dramatically launch themselves across the planet and take somebody out, or
Oh, no.
they're going to bury excess material in the ground.
That really does look like they're burying it. I mean, I know it's just because of the way the stuff is disappearing out of the bulk inserters, but it does look like they're just shoving it down into the ground.
Yeah, but now think about this the other way round. If you have excess byproducts, and I remember having a bit of a thing, and I feel a little bad, only a little bit, about what was I saying? I was saying
That is
it's
new.
sort of by game design to have a mechanic where you end up with byproducts and the entire thing gets and the full potential of the planet can't be realized. So now you can bury stuff. I don't know if that's a direct response to the wind or if it's something else. But also, you can mine any part of the moon and get regolith.
Oh,
Ah,
Interesting.
Slowly,
Okay.
but you can get it.
So what do you turn regolith into? Oh, I suppose I should just look it up,
Stone.
shouldn't I? Sorry?
Stone.
Okay.
And
so basically
uranium.
they're just always stone.
And uranium.
What happens when a mining patch runs out? Does it switch to regolith?
I don't know. And we're going to find
Oh,
out by the end of this
that's an
run.
interesting one, yeah.
Which means that all of us, and I do mean all of us, are going to have to think about making sure there are guards, not necessarily everywhere, but certainly at the entrances to the areas. So this is one more for Mark to think
After
about.
mines,
I suspect.
basically, yeah.
I didn't pay attention.
In fairness,
You should have led with
I
that.
approve. I approve. That's been my entire way of dealing with anything you've said to me to do.
Oh, it's fine.
Because when
It's
a
a
mine
newly
runs
placed
out,
one.
This is basically where Fulgora came from, isn't it? It was people just started burying stuff.
well, either that or it's a civilization that's been dug up, or there's a few things it could be.
Well, yeah,
But
yeah. I meant a previous civilization was just using this mechanic on Fulgora and burying stuff, and that's where all the scrap came from.
yeah.
I accept that some of you haven't been to Fulgora yet, and therefore won't know what I'm talking about.
I remember a Friday Facts video about it.
Ah, okay.
So yes, Mark, when the mining patron, this miner here is mining up regolith.
Yes.
When that patch runs out, or when a regular miner runs out, or the mining patch runs out, the question is the miner going to convert to picking
No,
up regolith?
It's not.
It's not.
No.
Okay.
Ah, you found one that has done so.
Existing ones aren't necessarily the same.
So that's not
Because-
a newly placed one, but that is one that was had a yellow dot. I turned belts so that it would pull the resources in, and it changed to
I
red.
see. What you mean. Okay, fine. So it's not going to. Okay, that's something at least.
We're probably not. Yeah.
Yeah, that is probably representative of.
What's notable is if you mouse over the miner that's on digging up from nothing, just digging rock out of the ground, it doesn't have an expected results on it because it's got an infinite supply of stuff under it, presumably.
Yeah.
So Madman will be very, very happy because there is now infinite mining in Factorio again.
Yes. I mean, it is regolith and crushed stone. Crushed stone
Okay,
you
it's
can
not
turn into.
Most useful stuff, but
Yeah. I can't remember what you can do with crushed stone now.
And glass.
so
Sand and glass, is it? Thank
you
you.
crush stone
Oh,
again and it turns into glass, does it? Sand, does it?
I assume so.
So crushed stone, you can
You turn it into bricks.
dig it up and you can crush stone. Wow. Ha!
So yeah, you can turn it into concrete landfill, or you can turn it into bricks. It doesn't seem to go into anything
Yeah.
else.
Yeah.
So I think we might be putting quite a lot of this back, should we say?
Yes, that is my expectation, which
Because
could
it
make it
doesn't
more
appear that you
entertaining.
it doesn't appear that you can turn it into anything useful. Well, I don't know how many stone bricks we need on this planet, but I'm guessing it's not very many.
Not vast amounts, but not zero either.
Okay.
So the idea then is to effectively start the boss from here, and then when we get to that point, which will be a little while off, I accept.
When you say start the bus from there, are you thinking we're going to set up entirely new feeds
Yes.
from mines and new crushing and smelting
Yes.
and everything from there? Okay.
If you have a look through, and I have just had a little nosy round, there's too many things where the recipes are broken. It's going to be a nightmare to finagle more belts in.
Okay.
But all
No,
the
that's
crushing
fair
is-
enough. It's more sort of thinking about things like the mining patches and getting the asteroid chunks out over that way, and also whether I'm going to actually be able to get started on this, or whether I'm going to have to wait for Mark to set up all of the crushing and smelting first.
But all the
And
crushing is still working, isn't it?
yeah, but we want to, at the very least, we want to upgrade that to
So,
large
yeah,
crushers.
It needs tearing out and redoing realistically. You can go large crushers, space crushers have got this whole quality thing. At the moment, this did start to work, and then we researched advanced crushing recipes, and so suddenly, it's not that it doesn't work, but like here, that shouldn't be happening. Like, that should not be a deadlock that occurs, but it's because it's been kind of hacked in.
Yeah.
Right.
Which I did. It was a filthy hack. I acknowledge that completely. Like that entire system is horrible.
It's kind of working, but also I do see what you mean.
But
There
then
is an
there's
output.
also-
There is an output of the resource from there, but I can also see what you mean about it being that there's a lot of the machines not running.
But there are also there's a third aluminium product, not counting silicon, which isn't represented.
Right. Oh, when we get to advanced crushing, you mean? Which we have.
So we've got
And we've got-
aluminium. We've got alumina, or aluminia as it should be, which goes to aluminium plate. We've got crushed alumina or crushed aluminium, as it should be, and then there is a third one which is missing from over here somewhere. Which one is it? Yeah, the Alice propellant here, which is crushed aluminium, which is different again. It's crushed aluminium as opposed to crushed alumina.
Right. Okay.
So
Right,
there's an
well,
entire extra
yeah.
crushed product that's missing.
Okay. Well, we'll. I guess we'll find out once the crushing system gets up and running. So I think my feeling on this is that I can't realistically start doing much other than just thinking about things a little bit until we have a flow of at least of the crushing and the smelting happening.
Potentially, yeah. So this
Potentially, I'm
is
going
where
to
it
then
gets-
also need. So yeah, I'm going to need all of the. I'm going to. Oh, and the plastic production is going to need to be up and running as well before I can start making the low density structures. So
You can start to put together the outline of it.
Yeah.
And potentially, if
I feel like the outline is going to be just a copy of what we've already got over here. I just need to go in and tweak the one of the inputs for the Alice propellant to get in crushed aluminium instead of crushed alumina or whatever it was. So
I mean,
this
in
is
fairness, that is
crushed
true of pretty
aluminium.
much all the Factorio, in that you have a assembler in the middle. With a
Yeah,
couple
but
of
also no,
servers
it's simpler than that. Is in it the system is basically already almost right. It's all the belts and all the right types of machines are there and so on. But no, I take your point. But the point is, this is basically okay. But I need to wait for all of the different resources to be placed before I can and produce before I can really start on that. But that's fine. I'll find something else to work on.
Yeah, okay, no worries. I mean, that's the nominal plan. You may wish to make sure that Tristan knows what needs to be in the mall if it isn't already, and so on. But that's my high level vision of how I think it ought to go, and I'm very much leaning on a tear down the starter base and build a new one. Because as good as this was,
Can I suggest that we do that the other way round? Build a
okay,
new
you
one
build
and
a
then
new one,
tear
then
down
tear
stuff.
down. Yeah, absolutely.
Because then we've got
and then
the old one as notes, and we can go around and go, oh yes, so we needed this and then that, and even if it doesn't work, we can at least look along and go, oh yes, we're making blue circuits in mumble machines and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm just deleting the helium markers on the map.
Okay. Hello, Quago. It is going well. It is gradually starting. We've gone out to Muluna, and because we've updated the mods, and lots of things are broken. So for the one I'm looking at the moment is the propellant over here. We now take crushed aluminium, whereas this belt carries crushed alumina, and those are different, and therefore this has stopped working. So Mike has decided it's going to be easier to nuke it all from orbit and restart. So we're going to be building a whole new world going over this way and into this area. Oh, and there's a nice convenient patch of stone over there as well, which we can pick up on the way through if we decide we need it. We've got a bit of getting going to do over there.
Oh, the other thing is I don't want to end up with 400 tons of junk in yellow chests, which I can already see a little bit of. So insert is fair enough here. That's just storage, but there shouldn't be crushed alumina and just random alumina in chests.
So you'd like a lot of blue chests to pull it all back out again, basically, while we're building.
Yes, ideally, either that or
if you put in a belt that's producing something, make sure there's a blue chest at the beginning of it to pull any of that out of the network.
Essentially, yes, that'd be the easiest way of doing it.
Yep.
It's going to get a little bit more complicated for things which are necessary to have in the logistics network, which, given that we've got a bot mall, so that's a fun little challenge.
Yeah. I was thinking raw resources mostly, but actually that said raw resources. If you include metals and stuff like that in there, then that still counts. But then if they need things that are needed by the mall, then they count as
they're already being pulled out of the system. Exactly,
they're already being pulled out of the system. Yes,
it's not too bad from that perspective.
Absolutely regular. Yes, step one should be making the cliff explosives. In fact, that should be a thing we're doing in the old mall, I think. So unless you say otherwise, I think I might as well drop that in, get it started, because we're going to need a quantity of those. So put in one of these, and then you are to make cliff explosives.
The other generic thing
you are to call for cliff explosive parts.
Yeah, the other generic thing that'd be good to do would be to start to hook up a few more mines. Although it has suddenly occurred to me. You remember I made these little things just as a proof of concept?
Oh yeah.
Well, they now output trees, not wood.
Yes, that was one of the things I noticed when I was in one of the videos because I updated the mods because I'd had a sort of a weirdness, should we say, and everything broke, but it also started and it started putting trees onto the outputs of all the greenhouses, and that was a little bit strange. So that's good. Yeah, so Sophia is going to have to do a little bit of thinking about what on earth causes that. Oh, we need grenades.
Oh
as well.
dear. Oh no. Sophia's going to have to. Oh no. Yeah. Can't just copy a working build.
Mike.
Hi.
For the new crushing system with big crushers, we don't need a lot of space for that. Can I just replace it here, or do you want to move somewhere like where the boss is? So where do you want to start, and where are the input belts?
Boss here. I've just sort of put up a nominal area. Hang on. I did do a count earlier. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Need 19 lanes on the bus at most, I reckon.
Doing more stack.
That's 12, 18. Wait, no, 12. Yeah, 18.
What else do you need? Barrels. We've got barrels being made down here.
We will need less space than I've marked out there. It obviously won't quite start that far back. What I can do is to just grab a few bits of whatever
Barrel?
and start to mark out what items go on what lane, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I fully expect this to come in a little bit further along, and because we know how wide the bus needs to be for now from the start, we can build both sides of it for a little bit. I know that's cursed. Horrible. I love it.
I'm glad I wasn't listening. Is this outside the robot network? Surely not.
The robot network is not that extensive.
No, it is in it. It's just being slow then, I guess. Either that or we don't have any assembly machine 2s.
You can
We've got
just
assembly
use,
machine 2s over here. Why? Oh, we don't have any assembly machine 3s, which is what we're trying to use on this in the mall blueprint thing. Right, that's why.
You can just use constant combinators to mark it. It's probably easier.
What? I mean, I could.
Yeah.
Are we producing? We are producing.
Yeah, I've just stopped the concrete barrels being made because I don't want those. Well spotted, regular though. Absolutely.
We are keeping,
No, you've just started concrete barrels being made.
No,
for red
I've
belts.
stopped it
Oh,
by
well, you've done
rotating
that
the
one.
inserter.
Yeah, I rotated
Red
that
belts
inserter, and then you rotated it back.
Well, I was stopping it in a different way to the way you were stopping it, clearly.
Red belts are made locally, which makes it easier to deal with rather than shipping them in. From memory, blue belts require lubricant as well, which we don't make locally.
Yes, that's quite right, Craigo. You can indeed mine Muluna's surface to get rid of regolith, and a load of crushed stone, which is basically useless, as far as we can tell at this point. We may or may not use that. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how useful it ends up being, and whether it's something we want to make more of, or whether it's just a thing that whether it's a curiosity. At this point, I think we can get uranium out of it, which will be kind of handy, actually. Well, no, there's a uranium mine up here. At the moment, it seems a little bit unnecessary because we've got the other resources we need. However, we may well find it's a good source for stone bricks and sand in the future.
We could use coal, calcite, and sulfuric acid to make heavy oil to make lubricant. That sounds horrible. Solid fuel, heavy oil, and steam to make more heavy oil. Ooh, excuse me. That also sounds horrible.
We need somewhere to get the solid fuel from for those. I guess we have. Do we
We
have?
can make petroleum.
Oh yes, of course we can. Yes, and we've got we've got a little bit of solid fuel being made over here from the byproducts of the tree growing or the plastic making. One of those.
Petroleum gas cracking to heavy oil recipe. What the heck is this?
What?
Petroleum gas and water to make heavy oil. Somebody failed chemistry.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like I object to that. It sounds a bit backwards.
It's also... Oh, okay, no, I get it. It's a Morexis one.
Oh, okay. If
So
Moraxis does weird things, then I guess I can sort of accept it.
If you said petroleum gas combining to heavy oil, then I'd go, it's a bit weird, but you know what? It's a
You
game.
do need,
Yeah.
I mean, you need a small enough amount of radiation.
Oh, we're not making explosives either. There's nothing on this planet.
Oh, no, you can use crushed alumina and cellulose to get heavy oil. Never mind. So, having done the looking
That's
through
the
from the
chemical
hard to
plant.
the easy, it turns out that it's trivial. So yes, actually, in that case, we could make blue belts on site.
What goes into explosives? I've forgotten. It is crushed coal, sulfur, and water. Oh, we have small amounts of coal on this planet because it comes out as a byproduct of the crushing. Okay, so we can claim some of that and put it into a chest. Okay, so if I take one of these sort of things and put it up. Let's put it in here because it's a decent way along. And then we can say, oop, no. I've forgotten how to deselect things. I've been playing too much Foundry, and a lot of the controls are very, very similar, but they're not quite the same, and that throws me off a little bit. In both ways, in both
What I'm
games, I
hearing
start
is
to struggle with that
excuses.
sort of thing. So over here, we're going to need a pylon as well, and then this is going to need to be set to enable when we want to do that, but with coal. So pull the coal out and put it into the system. There we go. And now we are... Well, okay, we have a demand for coal, apparently, so the bots are taking that away. Where are they taking it to? Is there something that's already... Oh, that'll be for grenades. Okay, that's a good start. We still need explosives, though. So that means I need to put in a chemical plant. I'm going to need a supply of water from somewhere, so where's a good place to get water from? I mean, there's water over here. Oh, it's actually sort of being brought onto the sort of bus. So if I tack it in... It sort of doesn't matter. Let's put it up. Let's put this in up another level up. So that'd be there, and then I can.
Mike, all of the bus stuff are valid recipes. All the mall stuff.
Excellent, thank you.
Right, and
That's-
I've ripped out
explosives here.
most of the engine ones. I've just got one running off those belts to drain them.
Yeah.
And then
water.
there's a machine in the bot mall to run once that's finished.
Fantastic,
draining.
thank you. That's good. Thank you kindly.
Are you happy? No.
So,
Oh, I need to crush the coal as well. Do we have large crushers? No, never mind. I'll use a small crusher for the time being.
We have big crushers here.
Okay, I'll use a big crusher then for efficiency. Especially as coal is something we don't have a great deal of on this planet, so I'm not
coal
be efficient with it.
Coal is a byproduct, and a byproduct with very little else to support it. So we can get it, but it's quite a lot of pain.
Yeah, we don't need enormous amounts of it, but we do need coal for the cliff explosives.
Yes. Obviously, feel free to pass requests to Tristan for please can I have such a machine added into the system, which is not currently in the system.
Yes.
You can just request most of them from my Planet's ship, which is currently fully loaded in orbit.
I think Mike wants to have a fairly complete and main mall system on the planet. So
Yeah.
I like the idea of that. In fairness, I'm not going to be absolutely strict
all
about
the
it
coal is gone.
this time. The other fun idea I've got is to have just a harvester ship in orbit, just a gigantic thing. Basically, one great long list of grabbers that will happily drop chunks down to the ground.
You mean rather than mining them on this planet?
Well, I'm sort of thinking, if you look at your map, you've got quite a long way to... I mean, you've got oxide, metallic, and anorthite relatively near, quite a lot of them.
Oxide, anorthite, metallic
But
down here.
Your
We've got carbonic up here.
We've already got a line bringing them down, which isn't too bad.
And there's 7.7 million there, apparently, which is, again, not
so
too bad.
It's going to, in fact, it's probably going to last the entire thing. But in your next nearest ones that we currently know of are probably all the way down to the southwest.
Yeah, or to the southeast in the unexplored area. We almost need to have some sort of... We always need to put down a load of radars to do some scanning. Because I think there aren't any radars on this planet, are there?
There are... not that I can remember.
So we've not been scanning, which is why we only know about a relatively small area. So if we stick in a couple of radars, then we can get, which probably means we have to make them because we aren't. But then we can get scanning going, and that'll mean we'll then know a little bit more about the area we're playing in. I shall set up a system to produce some radars as well.
Okay. Yep. So then,
And that needs to actually be a 10
Mark?
There we go. Oh,
Yes.
stop pressing M. I mean escape.
Right, I solved the
Sorry.
16 issue.
Okay.
But,
We have very limited explosives and crushed coal production because we don't have any coal. So little bits of
you've
coal are
added a bunch
occasionally
of stuff.
produced as a
Would you like me to
byproduct
do
from producing the
that,
carbon, but that's not enough
chat,
to keep the
sure.
system happy. As you can see, there's there's none in there now because it's always getting taken away. So I think I'm going to rotate that belt for now. It
second.
doesn't make any difference really because we're not getting it through fast enough for it to.
You want to hop over to the other channel?
Sure.
Oh, and there's no power over here.
there we go. So there should be. That is a horrible and annoying noise that Discord's put in for Halloween.
Discord has been muted and it doesn't make noises for me. So I think
fair enough.
I think this happened because someone, and it was I think it was Mike, but it might have been Pete, was using the Discord soundboard noises, so I just muted it all.
Oh yeah, both of us did a bit of that.
I think I only noticed it the first time because I fairly quickly just got rid of it because it was annoying. And
Yeah. Which, given we're using it for a very subtle, yeah, it's fine. If you don't want proper content, here you go. Okay, that's the bus.
stick one of these in here. In fact, I should probably see if I stick a whole row of radars in, then we'll scan a little bit more quickly.
You mean like the column of radars there?
Oh yeah. Did you set those up before I from the ones I've been building,
No,
or did you bring some
they
more
were
in?
placed before you placed the machine to make them.
Oh, but could have said when I said okay, I'll make some radars then.
You kept talking.
Okay, so
We could just chuck some carbon away. That's true. Or I could change the number on this inserter. That would grab some more. That'll grab a bit more through. And it feels wasted. I know that resources are basically infinite, and that sometimes there's byproducts you kind of want to get rid of and so on. But it still somehow feels wrong to just throw stuff away. And I know it doesn't matter and all that sort of thing, but it still feels wrong.
yeah, I know what you're saying, and it comes down to, yes, you're digging up these asteroid chunks which last for ages, and having 7 million is probably more than you're going to need in the entire game on this planet. But at the same time, you have still dug it up, and that means there's one less in the ground to deal with. And
Also, the carbon is something that we actually use, and therefore will potentially may want at some point in the future because it's a useful resource.
yeah.
It's not like we're chucking away a waste product that we've got too much of and don't use up. The carbon burns fantastically in here to make the carbon dioxide to grow the trees. So I feel bad about throwing it away. Still, that has quite effectively got some coal running now, so that was definitely a good shout. And now we've got a small quantity in the chest over there that can be brought over, and we'll have some grenades, and hopefully we'll get some crushed coal at some point. But I don't think any of it's made it over quite this far yet, because it's all been going to here, all been going to here instead to make grenades. And then all of those have been going into here to make the cliff explosives. So it may be sometime. Oh no, we've made some explosives. I take it back. So it is gradually getting there. Is the coal? Yeah, coal synthesis might be worth looking into. So in theory, it shouldn't be necessary because we should have quite a lot of coal coming through as a byproduct from when we're making all of the carbon. The problem is the whole system is asleep at the moment because the tree growing is broken due to the mod updates. And
Yes,
we're
this
not actually
needs
making,
fair to-
and we're not making the science packs at the moment because we've got enough. So at the moment, we're in a sort of it's a weird sort of limbo where we need the cliff explosives to free up more space so that we can expand the production or rebuild the production over here, and with the correct recipes. But also we need it to be running in order to make the cliff explosives. So
Mike.
it's awkward.
Hi.
Are you aware that you can make the next science pack?
When you say, am I aware I can make the next science pack?
What?
Exploration science packs on this planet.
I
There's
knew
no-
it was possible to make those science packs eventually. Are we ready now?
Well, there's no planet unlocks needed to get to that point. You need
Is
to
this-
make microcellular plastic bars, and then low density space platform foundation, and then
Was not aware.
I triggered the telescope research and rocket buggy research, or no,
Ooh,
something
rocket
buggy.
Sounds fun. Is that a car but faster?
Rocket buggy research, glass productivity, rocket buggy, and telescope. I can see. So rocket, and there was a
Steel mini circuits, electric engines, and aluminium plates.
okay.
I
So
assume it's just a faster car. Oh, it's got a
Wait,
turret on
let's
it.
go
No,
rocket-
it's got a turret on it. Rocket turret on the top of it.
Yeah.
telescope and rocket.
Ooh.
Hang on.
That sounds quite handy.
So telescope. What does that do? You can now make a telescope. Whoa!
Hooray!
And there's a whole bunch of observation things.
Tristan and Mike.
Hi. Go and speak on, yeah.
I think you guys will have to fight over me. So do I work on Igrys or Muluna?
What are you doing on Igrys?
You can do Muluna first.
Okay. I will then hop in the planet hopper and jump over.
Yeah, maybe we should look into coal synthesis. I mean, at the moment, with the coal has stopped again, so we are going to see problems there. So, all right, let's have a look at coal synthesis. I'm sure there's going to be lots of exciting ways to make
Mike,
it.
side channel?
Yeah, sure.
Gathered from burnt used in made it. So is that one? That's what we're doing. Well, no, it's not. Coal synthesis is sulfur, carbon, and water. Do we have decent quantities of sulfur over here? And we're making bits of it over here in these machines to make the sulfuric acid. So we have at least some. That will pull wood in, which isn't necessarily a problem in the eventually. So let's set. Hang on, isn't sulfur required for explosives? Yes, it is. So we're going to need that anyway. Okay, so let's shove in on here that, and then we'll need red or a yellow chest. We seem to mostly be using yellow chests for some reason as providers. So we'll do that. Filter that to sulfur. That's not that sulfur ore. Where's actual sulfur? There's sulfur. And then we want you to run until no, not logistics. Yeah, logistics connect, and run until we have. I've lost it again. There it is. Whenever there's less than 300 sulfur in the network. So there we go. We can keep pulling sulfur out here. The bots can come and get it. They can then should be well if we've got enough coverage, which I don't know if we have. Yeah, we have. So we've got orange from there all the way down to here. So we should be bringing over sulfur to here. Is that not requesting what it needs? No, it is. It is. Oh, it's on its way over now. Okay, fine. So that'll allow us to make explosives. This should be filtered to cliff explosives, and then so that constant combination should not be in there. Let's take that away. So this system should now work, and that will allow us to also do the coal synthesis that we're just looking at. Let's check the recipe again because I've forgotten how that was made. Sulfur, carbon, and water, and there are other ways as well, but that's metal and stars. That's no bone fragments. That sounds awful. Yeah, that looks like the only one we can do at the moment. So that's in a chemical plant. Nope, looking at the wrong one. That's in a chemical plant. Sulfur, carbon, and water. Okay, so put in one of these here. I want you to do coal synthesis. And you can be filtered to just coal, so we don't get that sort of weird filling things up with the wrong things again. You're also going to need a pylon. Pull in all of that stuff. And, oh yeah, you need to be limited. So we want to link to the logistics network and only run when there's less than 500 coal available. There we go. And we're going to need some more, I said water here as well, like that. Okay, so we can make coal on site here, pass it over to be crushed, and then pass the crushed into here to make explosives. Explosives come down here to make cliff explosives, and boom. That should work quite nicely. May need to increase some numbers over here, or maybe not. We'll see how it holds up for the moment. So we've got. Yeah, I feel like the resources are coming in about as quickly as we might need them to. So that means I think I can then come back over here and drop this number back down to 100. Because we are now because we don't need to have the coal being fed from here over to there anymore, and we can keep the carbon. We can pull the carbon out of here. We now actually have a use for that. So it'll other than lube for electric engines, admittedly.
Are we
So this-
making bots on Muluna, or
I
Don't think so.
can't remember, is the honest truth.
I don't see anywhere making bots, and the Muluna Mall is quite a lot smaller than the Norvis Mall, so I can fit the entire thing on screening and look at it fairly quickly and go, nope, I don't think so.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
can't see
getting I'm not getting enough of my personal requests.
Oh, Tristan, would you mind awfully?
All right.
Thank you. Excuse me. I have slapped down a bunch more yellow chests because as things are getting torn up, I do, in fairness, expect there to be quite a bit that just ends up in the system temporarily.
Yeah, makes sense.
With a hope and a reminder that I don't want to be, I'm allergic to this idea of, we'll just dump 4,000 iron ore into chests and don't care.
So it's as I was saying earlier. You don't. It's not the dumping it in there that's the problem. It's the not having anything that pulls it back out again that's the problem.
Correct.
So every source should also have a blue chest to pull stuff out for it.
Exactly. Every source should have a sync element. I acknowledged.
It's gone dark.
Power out. That's because a wire has been cut somewhere.
Oh dear.
Yes. The main nuclear power plant mark is south of the current crushing setup, and it's only one route through.
Lovely.
All right, Mike. Tell me, what did you want me to do?
So, you get one of the fun bits.
Ooh.
Yay! Fun
Hooray! So you remember how you were complaining that the wood production wasn't good enough?
No, I don't remember that at all.
That's okay. It's been
about
recorded.
a completely different thing I complain about, but sure.
So what I need from you is plastic. This is on the boss, which is currently just it's not going to be. It's going to start a bit further over here. The plastic lane, please. The H2SO and H2O lanes, please. That's water and sulfuric acid. So it's the bottom three, please. Now you will also, to do that, need to make wood, oxygen, carbon dioxide, cellulose, seeds, all those fun things.
No pressure.
All right, so you're expecting water,
From
sulfuric acid, and plastic on the bus from me.
Yep, from there to there, that segment of the current system essentially is doing everything, or before the update was doing everything that I would like you to do now, please. So you can look at it and sort of go, oh, that's how that system works. So the advantage you've got is that mostly Tristan, but also a little bit me, and then Laurence as well, kind of went through and untangled the genuinely quite entertaining pain and suffering of all of the different loops and feedbacks and circuits and so on. By circuits, I don't mean circuitry, I mean,
Loops.
systemic circuits, loops.
The other
make
fun
this
thing,
thing
or
work.
nice thing, is there's already going to be significant stockpiles of a lot of the things you're going to require. So when you go, I need a massive quantity of carbon dioxide, you don't have to make it. When you go, I need loads of seeds or loads of trees or loads of greenhouses, again, you don't have to make them. They're all already here, and you can just nick them.
I mean, there's not actually that much stockpiled. I don't know if that's an update thing or if it's all just sort of sat. Yeah, no, it's all sat in machines. Never mind. You're not getting that back out. Nah.
Okay, what's
Each
the
one of
stuff?
these greenhouses has 20k carbon dioxide in it, which is not coming back out.
Actually, if you demolish the machines, I think it gets squirted back out with the way it went in again. So as long as you've got the tanks to take it, you might get it back.
I'm just going to take this one away up here in the top corner for science. Oh, yes, we're in.
Where's the carbon dioxide tanks? We don't have carbon dioxide tanks.
We have a carbon dioxide tank there.
No, left of it.
Sorry, there.
Which is already full. So if you take it out, then it'll overflow.
I just flushed that tank alone.
Okay.
And
Well, it sounds like you're
it filled right back up again.
Yeah. So, we are producing it. There's a lot of burning going on over here. However, I suspect that the machine you just pulled out dumped its carbon dioxide back into there, and that's what filled the tank up, because it filled up a bit too quickly for anything else. Because it is full now.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I mean that's the good news is that you get a lot of the slightly weird setups around oxygen and carbon dioxide production laid out for you. But then if you look at this one here, it requires crushed alumina, which it never did before. and
Oh.
has a chance of outputs crystal lumen again in a way that it never did before. And it's slightly lossy. In fact, you can't guarantee any of the ratios. Previously, they're exactly lossless, whereas now these might be slightly lossy, which means that you've got to have a think about that potentiality as well.
Do you want me to build these where these things are, or should I just start from scratch somewhere?
Start over here. So this is the starter base. The starter base is going to be... I mean, we'll tear it down eventually, but for now it can be
trying to actually look at this time.
just kind of working, if that makes sense. Starting from... I'm going to put a marker on the map.
Oh, I see. So once you've grown a tree in a greenhouse, you now feed that into a crusher, and it'll probably turn into 4 wood, or it might turn into a tree.
Yes.
Okay. So
I've
trees
put
are now
an arrow.
treated like a metal ore, essentially.
I've put arrows at the start of the boss. There we go. It doesn't have to come all the way back there. In reality, I suspect it'll be more around where I'm standing. Wait for it. Now, before we get everything properly on it. I suspect. I might be wrong on that. These rocks, unlike previous rocks, are not magical and therefore do not reproduce.
Sulfuric acid is needed at the left-hand end. We're not going to get any bots until that is provided.
There's your incentive to start producing sulfuric acid, Sophia.
Yep. There may well be a lot of manual build to start with. Oh, I'm going to enjoy this.
And I can point out to you, Tristan, there is sulfuric acid available over here if you really want it. But you may think that's no fun.
Yeah.
Fair.
May well chuck some of that in barrels or something.
Yeah, go for it.
Dave is suggesting that we should shove some carbon into the ground to stimulate coal production, which is sort of. I mean, literally, it is correct. If you chuck it into the ground, then it will. Then yes, we will get more coal coming through. But also, it sounds like you're trying to bury it and then dig it up again to find out if it's turned into coal. So.
I like it.
Follow-up question there, Mike. Why do we have 2 different wood production areas? One over there, and one over there.
So you've got the one here, which Laurence produced, which is a big long tower, and everything's in towers. And then you've got the one near where your character is standing, which as they're going, I think you can do that in a little self-contained unit, which when it was a perfectly lossless, and I think it still is in fairness, looking at the numbers, oxygen carbon dioxide ratio, I filled up the oxygen tank for each of these. I filled up one of the tanks for each of these and then just let it run as a perfect circuit. So you only put water and seeds, water in, wood came out. Yeah, and a bit of carbon in fairness, so a bit of fuel for the boiler, and wood came out.
Yeah.
And it was glorious. And it's just a different way of doing it.
It's functionally identical, but it's just they're arranged in little modules rather than in tall towers.
Yeah.
And to be fair, Mike's way would make it sort of a little bit easier to expand and remember the numbers for it. Whereas mine, it was getting a bit too tall, so I looped it back round, and it's a little bit silly because of that. But yeah, they're functionally equivalent. They're both a machine making CO2, a machine making wood, and perhaps some storage between the two.
But the whole that they're producing trees is not how it's supposed to be. They're supposed to be producing wood.
Yes and no. So the recipe has changed now. So instead of there is no longer a recipe that produces wood in a greenhouse, because greenhouses don't produce wood; they produce trees, which almost makes sense. So now you have to feed them off into a crusher in order to get the wood out of them. The good news is that means you can feed them into a big crusher and get the productivity bonus. The bad news is you need to put in an extra stage and everything's broken.
Right. And where you said, Mike, over here, I can build over here instead of
Yes.
there, or okay.
Yep.
Cool.
I actively encourage you to do so.
All right, cool.
With the slight note that the Oxide asteroid chunk to your north is something that we may wish to mine.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe go a bit to the right of that.
Yeah.
We
If
do now
anyone
have
doesn't
cliff
have anything
explosives.
to
There
do-
aren't enormous numbers of them. We've got 21 of them so far, but they are being produced steadily. And so, yeah, you can use them conservatively.
Use
at the moment,
sparingly,
so,
yeah.
yes.
Use only as required rather than going, this entire cliff here that stretches for 500 miles. I might want it out of the way one day.
Basically, yes.
Also, this £4 million 4 million patch of stone we can quite happily just go over. I don't care. Because stone has gone from being a really awkward commodity where you're like, do I need it, do I not? I don't want to not mine it when I'm going to slap a thing down, get some regolith. Done.
Yeah, we can certainly get some out of that, I think.
There is. The Potato of Doom is asking about spaceship wood production. I have had a sneaky look. No, that is okay, because that uses a different wood production recipe, which has not changed. That uses the liquid fertilizer recipe to produce wood and bioslurry.
Yeah.
And that is unchanged.
So these are using space gardens as opposed to sealed greenhouses, which are, functionally, I don't think there's a difference, but gameologically, there is indeed a difference.
I do also like the idea of having quality wood, which reminds me,
Mahogany,
in the
perhaps.
chat, because I was away last week, chaps, my fellow players, I was going to say my respected colleagues, but I think that'd be a little bit stretching the point.
The dishonourable gentleman.
I wasn't the dishonourable gentleman. I wasn't here last week. The whole thing happened.
That is pretty dishonourable.
And yet
That's a
I
rather
made a
large car,
comment.
Tristan. Is that the rocket one?
Yeah, it's a bit bigger.
It's huge. Have you made yourself a Range Rover?
Apparently.
That's a Cybertruck, that is. But
No, it's purple. You can't get purple Cybertrucks.
give me a tin of paint and I'll beg to differ.
So
So
Kartoffel
is
is
that
saying
in
we think we'll enjoy Cubium if we like Gleba. Well, I'm sure Chloe will be very, very glad that there's some similarities between the two. No, I did quite enjoy Gleba once I got sort of properly into it. So that's promising.
Mark, I've just seen your ship.
Yep.
We don't talk about Mark's ship.
I have. Oh no! I have more fundamentally questions about your space platform hub. Did you know that the inserters only interact with the hub and not with the cargo bays?
I know.
All right.
So you're just straight up not using the not loading anything in or out of the hub by the looks of it.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, if everything was 4 tiles up, then you could access the hub if you felt so inclined. That's fine. We can have a little chat, you and me, lad.
I think he just had something on his mind while he was making it.
Moving on.
Now,
Meanwhile,
to be fair, Quagor, part of the reason we're going back and going, what does this thing do? Or part of the reason Saphir's doing that is because he never actually made it out to this planet earlier. So it's sort of fair enough for him to not understand what's where and how things work and so on because he hasn't been here before. So it is quite literally, I have no memory of this place because he's never been here. Although he might have seen the videos, but I guess that's a little bit harder to concentrate on. Yeah, the quality wood is going to be is an interesting idea. As I say, I guess it's just we're upgrading it from pine, which grows quickly, into oak or mahogany or something like, or chestnut or something like that. Not chestnut. What's walnut? That's the one that everyone's obsessed with on YouTube. So yeah, we'll just upgrade it into slightly nicer types of wood. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? So you get to a certain point. I find even with my absolutely terrible memory, if I've built a factory myself, I tend to have I have a reasonable idea of where a lot of the things are happening. I might occasionally have to use search and struggle to find things, but most of the time I've got a vague idea and can usually find things with a little bit of effort. But in multiplayer, you just haven't got a chance. On Norvis, we have many, many city blocks, and there's one or two. I can remember that I think I was producing yellow science somewhere down towards the bottom left, and yep, there it is. But then when I was recording a video earlier, I knew I'd put in a system that was cooking up lots of molten copper from crushed copper, and I had to do a search to find it. It's probably up around
The problem
here.
is the bottom left moves.
That is true, but it sort of towards generally in the direction of the bottom left. But yes, as Tristan points out, the block is steadily getting bigger because Mark keeps adding to it because the pollution gets out a little bit closer to the biters, so he needs to move it out a bit so we can get the artillery trains within range of them. So it does gradually expand. Oh, there's molten. No, that's not molten copper. That's copper plates and molten copper as a byproduct. So yeah, there's just stuff everywhere. So even the bits I've built on this planet, I have no idea where they are. Because when you zoom in, every square looks more or less the same.
Yeah.
Right, I'm not really doing anything at the moment because I'm waiting for other people to produce all the resources on this planet.
Can you put a mine down on that, please?
Okay.
You'll need to liaise with Mark to work out exactly where you want to bring in that input.
Mark, where would you like oxide to be stuck?
Bearing in mind that this current input system here was a nice idea when I put it together. It didn't
No, it
work,
wasn't.
and so
No.
it's now a mess. It was a lovely idea. It was elegant. It was sleek. It was gorgeous.
It just never worked properly.
Listen, that's a technicality, all right?
Mark is not paying any attention to us because he's probably gone off to another.
I am, but
sorry.
What, where, when, why?
Right, I'm about to set up a new oxide asteroid chunk mining area. Where would you like the additional oxide asteroid chunks to be brought in?
Do we need a new mine? I mean,
We will eventually, and so therefore let's put it in now once he's got nothing else to do.
And also because that way, if I put it in now, then we can run the belts, and we know that we won't sort of end up building ourselves into a corner.
yeah, just the general area.
Okay.
Basically where the other one goes in.
Yeah, no problem. And then we can prioritise that one and.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, don't give me the bioluminescent big mining drills, this stupid game.
I'm basically finished until there are other requests for stuff on the mall. We have a slow supply of sulfuric acid.
No worries.
Oh, actually, no. We need copper for the batteries.
Could I encourage you then to arrange for a supply of copper, please?
Not sure.
All right, I'm going to do some science. Please bring me some some copper. And if it turns up, I'll know that was a reasonable request.
When you
So
say
that's
please
a
bring me
transport copper thing rather than. At which point, it may be transport batteries instead.
Yeah. So if that works better, then go for it. The thing I'm thinking there is there is a possibility that other recipes will use copper, and that will be convenient.
Most of them use copper cable, which we've got from
the alumina equivalency.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So it's not a guarantee that it would be useful, but at the same time, you also can't. At this time, I'd say guaranteed not, if that makes sense.
Agreed. Yes.
I suspect it's basically going to be batteries have been the only thing that have needed it, I think.
But is any of that because we've just not been building those things on this planet and bringing them over because it was too awkward to get the resources we needed?
Yeah, could be. I mean, it's the original reason we didn't do blue belts is because we weren't expecting, or I didn't. I can't remember if there was in the end or not, but certainly I don't recall there being a way of getting effectively oil in sustainable quantities.
We've got. Well, we've got carbon. Can we do carbon liquefaction?
Now there's a aluminium recipe
Oh, okay.
that just does it, TM.
That sounds
So you
like
need
both
some oil
hacks and
refineries.
shenanigans.
It is massive, filthy hacks and shenanigans. You can, with an oil refinery from memory, use crushed alumina and cellulose or something like that. Which, as I say, filthy hacks and shenanigans. But
I'm not quite sure how alumina goes into making oil. That's the worst part.
There are many things we are not questioning.
Yeah, and this isn't supposed to be the magic planet. This planet is supposed to make some form of sense.
Yeah.
Some, only a little bit apparently, but some nonetheless.
Yes. I'm just enjoying putting a little sample of each thing out, a bit like a shopkeeper over here.
My sadistic side wants to just run down across there and grab everything and then chuck it back into the.
It'd be very annoying. What's interesting is that crushed aluminium is not currently something we actually produce a think. I might be completely off on that.
Crushed alumina?
Aluminium.
Ah, no.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
are
so
slightly
it's-
different. I want to say because of the
Yeah,
spelling,
so
but that's just unnecessary snarky,
that's
even by my standards.
alumina to crushed alumina, as opposed to crushed aluminium, which is that is genuinely a different thing. If you look at the constant combinators, there are 3 separate things, all of which are required in different builds.
I believe alumina is actually a thing IRL,
Only if you're
and
an
is different
American.
and is distinct from aluminium, and not just because of not just a silly Americanism or anything like that.
Right. Okay, so I do want to.
Fine.
Are you still setting in mind, Laurence?
Yes, well, I'm running the belt
Right.
from it, but yeah.
Cool. When you're done, do you want to have a look at telescope production?
Ooh, okay.
The short answer is don't actually know anything about it other than we just researched it.
And therefore, we're probably going to want it at some point.
So it feeds into the next science pack.
Oh, I see. Oh, we're at a point where we can start potentially making the next Malunian science pack now.
Yeah, it appears
No.
to be available from the start now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it seems
Or
to
we've
move around.
unlocked it because we've been to 2 planets and they've changed how they're detecting it, and so we've instantly unlocked that.
Maybe.
Yeah, there's a production science utility silicon. Yeah, I don't know.
No, not
yes.
aluminum versus aluminium HPTD. Alumina versus aluminium. Or potentially if you're an American, alumina versus aluminum. They are, I believe, different things. So down here, we are taking in alumina and turning it into crushed alumina, and then over here somewhere here we are taking in crushed alumina and turning it into aluminium. So those are distinct. Those are different things. Alumina and aluminium are, I believe, are, and I think even in real life, I believe those are different things. It's not just Americans not giving metals their proper names.
So it's the nanoformed polymers.
Oh, it's apparently
research.
alumina is aluminium oxide. Apparently. Oh, so regular
okay.
and HPTD are agreeing on that. So that's a good thing. Oh, and right. Okay. Yes.
No, it's
Kartoffel is saying something slightly different. Well, actually, something slightly more. They're not technically different, but they are different levels, I suppose. That alumina and aluminium is that alumina is an aluminium-containing compound, apparently. So that seems reasonable. Specifically aluminium oxide, apparently, by the sounds of it. So Quagor, I believe we have updated the planets we haven't been to yet. I think we did a full update. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. We did a full update of everything?
No, we did a mostly update of stuff. But it might have been a full update as of Saturday, but then I did the update on Sunday and there were a few that Mark hadn't listed.
Right, okay.
So maybe they were new, and I was looking through it quickly, so I didn't add them at that point.
Okay.
Sophia, please can you add CO2 to your output? Carbon dioxide. That's another thing for the belt. I'm just going to quickly...
Question: crushed alumina. I can expect that on the belts, right?
Yes.
All right.
If you look at the bus over here, you'll see all of the things that I'm expecting to go on the bus, and I've just realised there's an extra thing. And I'm now frantically looking to try and work out where it is in the list.
What do you want me to output? CO2?
It's also carbon dioxide, please. There it is. It's in a different menu from all the other gases.
That's because it's an organic part of the organic shenaniganery rather than the fluids shenaniganery.
Oh, the whole thing is a shenanigan.
No arguments there.
So I'm now questioning everything. It's the nanoformed polymers research, which is unlock any 2 planetary science packs from the following list. And it's basically got a list of the majority, as far as I am aware, if not all, of the non-Norvian science packs, and also not Lignans.
Okay.
I'm now seeing why we needed
now
to have
included.
the space exploration graphics.
Yes, I too was confused about why that suddenly became a prerequisite, but It makes
That
sense.
is indeed a space exploration telescope.
Yep. I mean, it's a good telescope and it's got animations. Why wouldn't you use it? Yeah. Right. Oh, good grief.
Data
Mike,
cable. Silicon carbide.
what
Severe.
sort of output are you expecting?
Big, please.
Should I aim for one red belt of plastic or
One blue belt, please. It's all red at the
One-
moment, but when you produce oil, which you'll need to be able to get your plastic out, it would be good to be producing some heavy we can use to make lube to make blue belts as well, please.
Right.
Sure, but yeah. So you want me to aim for 45 plastic a second?
Mhm.
All right.
But the general key I go for is scalability. In theory, I would like to be able to basically copy and paste the bus below itself and just happily extend everything to double up. Now, in reality, I never actually do that, and I know that's not a reasonable thing.
But
But-
we have
Sure. I
basically
mean,
done that with a lot of the things.
I'll aim to build everything so you can just expand it, but I
Yeah.
do need something to aim for so I can know
One
how
blue belt,
much I should
please.
build the other stuff.
One blue belt, please.
Yeah, and the fluids. Do you want them in specific numbers or just a surplus from the whatever the plastic is doing?
Surplus for now, please, because I don't actually know how much is going to be required, especially for CO2, which completely caught me off guard. As far as I'm aware, that wasn't previously needed outside wood production.
Next
Or
question.
at least that production train. Yes.
Telescopes. Do you want me to wait until the bus is at a point where I can make them neatly off the bus, or do you want me to cobble something ugly together with in the bot mall?
Let's start with cobbling,
Okay.
and we will acknowledge that that's going to be a temporary build. You will.
Why do telescopes not need to be? Why do telescopes need to be more than a temporary build or a bot mall build?
It's a good point, well made. Let's go with the bottle build for that.
Okay.
Electrical data cable. Silicon. Oh.
Yeah, so making that, and then
Yeah.
I'm working my way backwards along the list essentially. So we need that, and then the next stage was we need to make electrical
Okay. Oh, blimey.
data cables.
Tristan, have you seen the nanoformed polymers?
No.
Have a look at the recipe for it.
Okay.
For the diffused plastic bar.
That one. Right, so that's going to have.
Oh no.
There we go. That's everything it needs except for the data cables. And the data cable needs to have. We've got electric
lovely.
cables coming in. Silicon
Yeah.
ore we've got.
Oh no, that's
Bring a little bit of it over.
That's
And then
completely
silicon
fine.
carbide.
No, I know. I know. But at the same time,
I like that. It's a whole looking recipe, but it's
A whole
Actually-
looking recipe.
for stream's benefit and everybody else's benefit, Laurence, would you mind awfully pulling up the diffused plastic bar recipe?
So this is a plastic bar and a load of carbon dioxide. Is this some sort of balloon? Oh, and then
Look
it
at the
produces and it
outlets.
spoils into what? Okay, weird. Oh, it's a balloon that eventually pops in 7 seconds. Crikey!
But look at the. But you can't guarantee that you've got 7 seconds to wait
No.
because it's a 5% chance for every 5% interval of spoilage.
Yeah.
so you
that's-
might get 1/20th of 7 seconds.
No. You'll get
Yeah.
7 seconds, or you might get a lot more than 7 seconds.
No, because if it outputs at 95% spoiled,
Oh, sorry, no, that's the recipe. Oh, yes, that's the recipe. Sorry, I thought that was the spoil result. Yes, you're quite right. You may get almost no time, or you may get up. You'll get up to 7
Literally.
seconds. So the question is this going to be one of those that that only doesn't start decaying until it's unloaded? And
it better be, because otherwise it's going to be really painful. It's 0.35 of a second. Is
that's worst case.
that's worst case.
I think you have to try and use it as quickly as you can, and just assume that there's a sort of a 25% chance that it'll just functionally fail, even if it technically produces it at 75%
what's something
spoiled.
that does reset on something that does start spoiling when it comes out of the machine.
The plastic bacteria from Lignumis, the Cupravidus, that's the one. Yes.
Cupravidus, that's one. So your diffused plastic bar. Oh, that is going to be so horrible.
Does a reset freshness on beginning craft? That's irrelevant, I think.
Yeah. And it's no on completing craft for Cupravidus.
Yeah, I think those bits of information are not relevant to whether it starts spoiling as soon as you take it out of the machine or not. Or sorry, it waits to stop spoiling until you take it out of the machine, rather.
So hang on, because I'd never thought about this one before, and frankly, it was always very much a corner case. 1 second crafting time, which means that you've got something like a 20% chance. I'm talking big handfuls here. 20% chance that your freshly produced and immediately put diffused plastic bar immediately put into the microcellular plastic bar recipe. You've got a 20% chance that it will decay or spoil rather in that time. Does that mean
in the time that it's actually being crafted, it probably can't spoil. I'm not sure about that, but I feel like while it's being crafted, the spoiling is probably not happening, just for sort of, I guess, game balance reasons. But when it's sitting in the input or the output of the machine, then it can spoil.
So I'm with you on that bit, but then I'm questioning why it resets freshness on beginning craft and completing craft is separate. If it was just one of them, I'd say, yeah, fair enough. You know that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the difference between those is.
So that's all it is, and I'm sitting there going, does that mean there's a 20% chance that you will suddenly find yourself with a stray? It's a plastic bar, yeah, spoils back to plastic. Yeah, balloon that pops. Yeah, okay. So
Which just means you send it back to the starch.
yeah, but it means that if, in simple terms, 20% of your crafts abandon partway through.
Yeah.
Which is not just you complete a craft and it doesn't do anything. It's you abandon part. That's going to make rate calculation absolutely.
Well, no, that's what I was just saying. We don't know about, and I was guessing that it probably didn't do that. I don't know, but I'm guessing.
Based on what? I mean, the only reason that I'm asking the question is because of those two things there, which I mean might just be me reading way too much into it. I grant you that.
Yeah, I have to admit, I don't know, and it will be interesting to find out.
Yeah, with the Cupravidus stuff, I'd never remotely thought about it the other way because the spoil time was so long, relatively speaking, that it was always such a corner case of it decaying mid-craft. Like, if it did happen, I wouldn't have noticed it because I wasn't looking.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
You say it was long. It's no 5-hour spoil time.
Well, relatively speaking, it's what, 4 minutes?
It's the opposite extreme. So we've had on Igrys, we had the ludicrously long spoil time to work to find our way to coax our way through, and now on this planet we've got the ludicrously short spoil time. So yeah, it's balanced.
Do we have atmosphere on Muluna?
No.
I think I'm ready for something else, Mike.
Perfect. Thank you. So let's have a think. How's our anorthite chunks? Yes. Could you hook up that anorthite chunk patch, please? And I suspect unless Mark says something different, your best bet is just to bring it over to the existing one to the more or less due east, which has only got 431k left.
Okay, yep.
Part of me is genuinely a little sad about my crushing stacks being torn down and replaced with basically just 2 big crushers. Four big crushers. It's like, bosh, done.
That's kind of how it felt when we swapped out the stacks of science production for two science enhancement machines over on Igrys.
Yeah.
By the way, Mike, once you get to the point of someone making the science packs, you probably want them to design with putting those science enhancement machines in mind.
Yes, so
You shouldn't be building with them yet, but building with them in mind. would be
Can
sent.
they be placed on this surface?
I assume so.
Could you double check that for me, please? I'm also trying to keep my notes up to date.
Yes, they can be.
Excellent. All right. Okay. So, could you double check for me, please, Tristan, that I've not missed anything off the bus? Anything obvious?
I'm building mine. Did you not? Do you not want the mine built?
Sorry, beg pardon. Yes. There, that first. Sorry, that's me being tired. I'm clever, really. I promise.
That's true. We do only need half of these pylons, but in a way, it's easier to put them all in. But it's true, it is slightly wasteful. Let's remove a couple. It improves visibility if we remove a couple of them as well. Right. So there's a telescope scoping, and well, let's put it down and see what it looks like.
In my mind, the sad thing, the sad thing about the diffused plastic stuff is that you can probably get around it by just doing direct insertion.
Yeah, until it turns out it needs to be cool before you can use it.
oh my goodness! If hot metals interacts with that, that is going to be.
That's
it won't do because it's plastic. But...
Why is that coming out as
there
if
is
it's a
an option
fluid?
in the mod settings, hot plastic.
Oh no! That's glorious.
Maybe it doesn't come out as a fluid. I don't know. I haven't actually looked into how this works. Let's try and take it out as a put it into a yellow chest.
I don't know.
Traditional for everything else.
It is definitely. I mean, it's got a temperature which only happens to fluids. I think you're right. I think that is a fluid.
I think it might need it's not being brought out by that either. So I think it needs a special type of pipe. But so let's investigate this.
Is that the data cable pipe stuff?
I don't know.
That'd be really neat if it is. If it genuinely.
We've got green data here, but we're looking for red. It's producing red data. Where is red data? Here's red data. Astronomic data. It is consumed by an assembly machine, or consumed in an assembly machine, used for making data cells. You put disks and, well, it sort of looks like a disk, but also not quite, which is a little bit weird. Also used for exploration science packs and data tapes, which is a cassette and some data. Okay. Maybe it is a data cable. Let's find out, because we have some of that. Well, we're trying to have some of that. It keeps getting used up. Yes, I think so. Having placed some down on the ground, it looks vaguely sensible. So I think this is I think you're quite right. It is a. Okay, we're trying to make a stack of these, aren't we? How many is a stack? 50? What? Okay, you can stop for now.
I'm just going to change that to make no more than one. I might make. I'll keep that to one. It feels sensible.
Yeah.
Because that's generating at a respectable rate. I mean, we can work it out in a moment. I don't actually know what that tree does. I've sort of had a quick skim through it, but
we are making red data, and we can put it into. We might be able to put it into this cable if we ever have enough that we can try it. We're just hoofing massive quantities of it into this.
Okay.
Into this assembler
right
over here. But,
so the exploration science pack requires that astronomical data.
Yes.
Directly. So in fairness, the telescope might be in a bad place.
Oh yeah, I just put it down because I wanted to see what it looked like and what it did.
No, that's absolutely fair. Yeah,
expecting to move it at some point in the not too distant future.
Is that just essentially a fluid produced out of thin air?
I think so.
Mechanic.
That is the impression that I've got so far, but I am currently not sure. We haven't, mostly because I haven't got any spare data cables yet, because they're still being chucked into the machine to make the telescopes, because it's still making them to fill up its internal buffers.
That's one that would make sense to only work at night.
You mean magic doesn't make sense?
Yeah, that would be quite interesting, wouldn't it? Why is my phone vibrating at me? I don't think it's anything important. Right. Okay, there we go. Now we've got a cable here, and yes, it is filled up with astronomical data. So yeah, data is a fluid, and it is carried in a cable. No, in a cable, which is functionally a pipe from a Factorio's mechanics point of view. That is quite a neat way of transporting stuff around. It's slightly odd, but I quite like it.
I like it, and in fairness, what I like the most is it's another thing.
Yes.
In that it's not, just slap another pipe down, call it good.
Yeah, it's a special, different sort of pipe. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's not a criticism. It is merely an observation. There's only about 5 mechanics in the entirety of Factorio.
Yeah, so you've said about 100 times already.
No, I know it's a not in this series, but yeah, this adds. I mean, it's a twist on an existing mechanic rather than. But
yeah, but that's but if you're writing mods, a twist on an existing mechanic is pretty much the best you can do, I think. Quagor is enforcing spoilers on us by telling us that we can only put one telescope per surface. I guess I can find out by trying to put another one down here, and poof, it just vanishes. Ooh, it just vanished.
There is a message in the thing saying you are not currently.
Yeah,
you cannot currently build more than one telescope.
But even so, it just vanished. It wasn't that the bot came out and couldn't place it and took it back again. It placed it and it vanished in a puff of dust. So as far as I can tell, I think it might have been destroyed. Yeah, just like that.
I like it.
Let's stop doing that because we've only got 2 more.
Did that just terraform the ground underneath it as well? Sorry, science.
Yes, I think it did. Oh, no, it didn't. No. Now we only have 1 telescope left.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, they're not that expensive. It's just
we've got three more in the machine's output.
True. Oh, fair enough, Quago. If it's in the item description, we didn't read it, then that's sort of acceptable. Do they say yes? They do take modules, but not productivity modules. Apparently, only speed and efficiency and quality. So we can produce quality data, but because data is a fluid, I assume that the quality modules won't have any effect on it. So
does this mean then that there's no way? So it says you cannot currently put more telescopes. Does that
Riddler also observes that 1 telescope per surface could also mean you can put 1 on each spaceship if you need more of them. Maybe. We'll find out. We don't know.
Potentially, yeah.
Mike.
Hello. Yes.
I'm having one issue.
Oh dear. Have you spoken to your GP?
I'm looking through all the recipes and chains, and what I can't figure out is where I would get either oxygen or carbon dioxide from.
Okay, so oxygen is produced by electrolyzing water.
Hang on, let him finish the sentence.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, go on.
That isn't an exchange of the two.
Right. Would you like me to answer the question?
Go on.
So oxygen is produced by electrolyzing water. So you turn water into oxygen and hydrogen and then blow off the hydrogen into the not atmosphere. Carbon dioxide is produced by burning carbon in an oxygen environment. So you feed in, like as it's done over here, these machines are making carbon dioxide by taking in oxygen and burning carbon. So that's probably the recipe you've spotted. Over here, we had a couple of these machines were, assuming they still can actually, and we haven't.
So it's that's
the thing. I'm looking through the recipes, and I cannot find a way to produce either oxygen or carbon.
There is also the thruster oxidizer separation recipe, but yeah, maybe it's possible that the electrolysis has been removed. Let me check.
No, there is ice melting. Oh no, that's ice melting.
Yeah, so the only way that I have found is by in a foundry crushing or melting alumina that produces oxygen. That is the only outside source of it besides it being a loop.
There is another one.
Okay.
The thruster oxidizer can be turned into oxygen and water in a chemical plant. That'll be where you get your starter from now.
Right.
Sorry, yeah. Previously, the water electrolysis was a thing, but it doesn't seem to be anymore. So I apologize for that one. That is not a thing.
In fairness, that's one of the ones that we hadn't noticed.
There is electrolysis, but it's locked behind something else at the moment.
Okay.
Oh no, sorry, that's
no, there isn't.
No, it's the other way around.
That's just burning hydrogen. So yeah,
you might find it easiest to ask Mark very nicely to use crushed alumina and calcite to make molten aluminium.
Yeah, because that's the only one that I found. Where's the? I can't seem to find the.
If you search for oxygen
Thruster.
and then click on oxygen and then alternative recipes, one of them is the
Oh,
second
I
one
found
in
it,
is
yeah, yeah.
thruster oxidizer separation. But yeah, since we're going to be making a load of oxygen from making aluminium, yeah, we're going to have
how
more.
you would actually. You have to make thruster oxidizer from iron and water first, then. Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Hmm.
I'm not quite sure
I
where
can
the
make
oxygen comes from in there. I guess there's some oxygen in the iron ore, maybe that's it. But it's a little
I
bit
mean,
dubious.
I can probably make that down.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
Yeah, that's...
The good news
Yeah.
is you don't need a steady stream of oxygen, assuming the recipes haven't changed completely.
Oh no, yeah, that's the thing. It only needs to kickstart it. However, Mike did add this for me, so I do need to have produced some at least.
Oh, right,
Yes.
yes. If you've got an output of carbon dioxide, then yes, you're quite right. That's going to
Yeah,
make
and
oxygen.
that's where I've been
Chemically
spending
speaking.
basically most of the time here going through the tech tree, just looking for other things that we're going to need that I
Yeah.
wasn't previously expecting.
The thruster oxidizer recipe I completely overlooked because I was like, oh, thruster oxidizer, we don't need that, you know.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, you think of it as being how it's made or something like that, making oxidizer rather than liberating oxidizer.
That mine's in place now, Mike. What was it you were wanting me to look into?
Double check. If you could do a quick sanity check to make sure that I got the right things on the belt. Obviously, things like low density structures I haven't included at this time, nor Alice propellant. Because I feel they're a bit more
He's got-
localized.
Oh yeah, or iron.
Do you need iron plates?
I don't know, but they're not on the bus.
Yes, you
That's
do.
true.
They go into space science.
In that case, yes, iron plates as well, please.
So, answering Dave and Riddler, if you can barrel the data. It's called putting it onto a tape, I believe. So you can make a data tape, and apparently I think you can make discs later, but at the moment we can't. I think we can make data tapes, and then we can put data onto them like that, and then presumably they are then. Do you need it in? And here we go. Here's the disk format. Data cell it's called over here, but that's a floppy. That's almost a floppy disk, and you can put data onto it. And then I believe to make the there is another recipe. So there is a recipe somewhere that we haven't got yet for making the for using the data, and I believe that's going. Well, maybe that requires other thing. Let's try and find out. Let's look into this. So data.
You're going to point out like 50 things now that I've just forgotten, like glass.
Probably. So data is generated. Is generated in a telescope and then used in a data cell, or in our case, it's actually needed in this straight up data format for the exploration science. However, I wouldn't be surprised if you make one of these data tapes, you can then so you load a data tape into tape, and then if you've got one, yes, then you can then pull the data off it. So a data tape can be turned into a tape and the data. So this is essentially the tape is essentially a barrel for astronomical data.
Mike.
Hi.
Oh no, hang. No, never mind. Now we need to go to Gleba and Fulgora first. But then we'll be able, once we've been to them, and we're also making exploration science, we'll be able to make space science in space.
That'll be fun.
Ereo is asking what's changed with the update. So let's see, there are the few obvious things. The first one is that these greenhouses now no longer produce wood; they only produce trees. So you can see we've got trees coming out on here instead of as well as wood, but somewhat instead of, which is mildly problematic. However, you can convert. Excuse me. You can convert a tree into wood with a crusher, so we should be doing that. Additionally, the science pack recipe over here for making space science has no longer takes no, sorry, not that one. The recipe up here for making rocket fuel using the Alice method no longer takes in crushed alumina. It now takes in crushed aluminium, which is different, and therefore we're going to have to put something different on this belt, or rather we're going to rebuild it, but it has to be a different input in order to get that out. And therefore there is another recipe now to make crushed aluminium, so that's another new thing. we've lost the water electrolysis recipe from over here, so now we're going to have to bring in thruster propellant and liberate make thruster propellant and then liberate the oxygen from that to keep the to get a supply of oxygen initially. So there's been a few little changes like that. Generally, I think it's not changed an enormous amount, but there definitely have been some tweaks here and there.
Yeah, it's lots of things have just had stuff moved around. Helium is completely gone, although we didn't use that at all.
That's sort of a thing removed from somewhere we haven't got to yet, as you say.
Yeah. A surprisingly large number of these builds now have something changed or missing. There's also a lot of ratios have changed.
Okay. That's more subtle, and I remember that when that one bit us with the K2SE, when we looked at it, okay, the ratio has been changed for our hydrogen chloride production. That's fine. Well, it's probably going to be okay, and it wasn't. It wasn't remotely okay because the ratios had changed enormously. So we had to do a lot of rebuilding from that one, and a lot of rebuilding in a lot of different places as well, because we were making HCl in many places, and every single one of those had to then be updated. You've done iron plates down the bottom. Okay.
Just having a quick skim through to see if there's anything else. Obviously,
just astronomical data after the ones you've added. I'm making assumptions as to stuff that will be produced with.
In the short term, I think we're just going to whack a telescope right next to the machines that are making astronomic data, and it'll just work. Yeah. In the long term, yes, we're going to start bringing in data cards or data tapes from somewhere, and then unloading those on site and shipping them back out again. So that'll be being dropped in by into the landing pad, and then also shipped back out again from by rocket to send the empty tapes back or discs back up to be reused.
Yeah. Yeah, it's excuse me.
So we're producing 5 exploration science every 6 seconds with a single telescope.
So about 1 a second, or just slightly less than.
Yeah, okay. So that's not.
We can speed module the telescope. Which could help a little bit, but yes, I think once we start needing significant amounts of it, yes, we're going to be wanting to import data by the sounds of it.
Let's just stick one spaceship up in orbit.
Well, that'll double it, yes.
No, you can put unlimited on a spaceship.
Oh, can you? Okay.
Can you? Only one telescope.
Only one telescope you can place per planet, but there is no limit on space platforms.
Oh, right, okay.
Yep.
Well, that'll make that a bit easier then. Yeah, okay, it's just going to be something that's slightly disappointing, actually.
I like that.
I was thinking yes and no. I mean, from a logical point of view and a sort of real-worldian point of view, kind of yes. But also from a gameplay point of view, I feel it'd be nicer if you had to just import them from all of your planets or with all of your spaceships.
But it would just mean you'd have 10 spaceships in orbit around the planet.
True. Yeah. You'd have to then, you'd end up then having to limit it to only 1 per planetary orbit or something like that, and then you go, well, we'll just have them travelling out to somewhere and back again. Yeah, true. That wouldn't be very interesting. Fair enough.
Although, looking at this, different sky observations on different surfaces they've all got 6-second crafting time, but they do all produce different quantities of data. So you might actually find that it's more efficient to. I'm just trying to find the Muluna one.
Muluna is 10.
10. So Novice is 10 as well, so that's boring. Where's Luminous?
Tiber is 20. Volcanus is 20.
So there might be a world where you fight.
Shattered Planets takes 10 Promethium asteroid chunks, but produces 100 data each time.
Yes, but that's also a separate research.
Okay.
To get to it.
Cubium is 40, and since we're going to be going there relatively soon, that could be interesting.
Yeah. So Lignumis is 11.3, so it's 13% faster than Muluna or Novice. I can't just see a space platform.
No, I was going to say I don't see a space platform one.
Maybe that's for the Promethean one. If you're bringing in Promethean asteroid chunks, you can get the 100
Oh yes, it's crafted on. That looks like a space platform. So it is. So
Yeah.
right. So until we get Promethium, we are going to have to put them on other planets and ship it in.
Yeah.
Okay, That's sort of nice.
Okay.
I think
Yeah.
because it means we're going to have to start thinking about bringing it in from many other places.
I mean, at our science rate, I'm not sure that means anywhere but Norvis.
Our science rate. I don't know what our science rate is these days. Some of the things are being produced at 20 a
Really?
second. Others, I have no idea.
I thought it was supposed to be 1.5 or something. per
It's
second.
all over. It keeps changing based on when we've just overbuilt something. So one thing is also notable is that in order to do anything with the data, you need an assembly machine 3. So we're going to need to start making assembly machine 3s on this planet, which means we're going to need to start making speed module 1s.
Okay,
Mike-
Laurence, are you doing anything? Tristan, are you doing anything?
No, not really. No.
Laurence, can you make speed module? Can you make all of the tier 1 modules? There's a start over here. Tristan, can you do the other thing, which is I've already forgotten the tier 3 assemblers?
Yep.
Thank you.
Mike,
Yes.
do we need light oil for anything?
I have not yet encountered anything which obviously screams out that we have to have it. Just having a quick skim through the recipes and the used-ins. Nothing's jumping out at me. You mean you could potentially calcium sulfate? Yeah, I'm not seeing anything obvious.
Would you like tier 2 modules as well while I'm at it?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Once we have tier 1 speeds, we'll have tier 3 assembly machines.
Yeah, so you might as well either crack the light oil to petroleum, or that uses water. You could just make solid fuel with it. And then use solid fuel and light oil to make rocket fuel in place, but then as propellant's just more efficient. Yeah, there's not really a lot we use it for, so you might as well just crack it down to petroleum.
Yep.
Yeah. You could combine it with sulfuric acid to make heavy oil if there's not enough heavy oil coming through. So that's it would yes, so let's do that. Could you make a setup, please, Sophia, that primarily puts it to petroleum, but if there's a shortage of heavy oil, converts to heavy oil instead?
Sure.
I'm just then trying to think, is there going to be a weird world where we end up?
The thing is, I'm trying to find the ratios for what's needed for plastic, and if I can count on the light oil being cracked into petroleum or not. That's my reasoning.
You
for
can.
why
I'm trying to work out how much lubricant we're likely to need, and actually I'm thinking probably not very much. So actually, yes, let's just crack it down to petroleum. Don't worry about going the other way. It's. I'd like to be able to do it for completeness, but it doesn't feel reasonable. I don't think we're going to need any more heavy oil.
No,
I think.
I mean the heavy oil isn't a constant, so I'm gonna be adding some cracking for that as well, basically.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be used for lube first.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, thank you very much.
Right, tier 1, all tier 1 modules and tier 2 modules are now being made in inverted commas. So they will eventually be made. It's not going to be particularly quick, but then I don't think it probably doesn't need to be.
Thank you. Yeah, it doesn't. That's the truth. I like that someone has marked this rock here for deconstruction. It's like, yeah, that's not going to happen.
Laurence,
It
you
will
missed out
Probably will
core
eventually.
modules.
Sorry?
Overclock modules.
Oh yeah, you're right. Let's put overclock modules in as well.
Thank you. And that's basically just local provision. in simple terms.
Overclock 1, overclock 2, overclock 1,
Right. Okay.
and
So,
overclock 2.
how's it going, Mark?
Just waiting for ice to disappear.
No
so I can
worries.
clean up.
Right.
Don't want to flood it into the Robo network.
Oh wait,
Yeah,
I'm sure I
okay.
reprogrammed you with that.
Tell you what, I'm gonna do some helping there by lifting stuff off you, just off the ice belt.
Okay.
Just because other things are being disconnected, the drain rate has gone through the floor,
Okay. Gotcha.
so I can
Okay,
hold it
I'll
and bleed it in later.
Put a little bit of load on the red circuit production. Why not? Oh, this is why not, because we don't have any plastic coming through anymore.
That should do it.
So yeah, the module production will stop in the not too distant future because we're going to run out of because we will run out of plastic. In fact, we already have run out of plastic, so it's just churning through the existing red circuits. So if you need modules, grab them while you can. What I'm saying.
Okay.
Mike, could you hop over here for a second?
Yeah, sure.
If you drag your rate calculator over these machines,
Just that tower. Yep.
yeah,
You're down by push the lever. Yeah.
it's producing 48 petroleum, and the light oil will add, maybe 20 to it or 18 or whatever.
An amount. Yeah.
We need 480.
Yep.
So 10 times that.
This is going to be a massive, massive, massive thing.
Welcome to Muluna. Hey.
What you actually mean?
So the reason I'm mentioning
Welcome to
this
Mike
is
being a
only so
lunatic.
that you'll confirm that this is the amount you want.
Yeah. So start with one tower. Yeah. And then,
No. I mean, either we go for the full amount or we don't.
in that case, yes. Let's go for the full amount.
Then
Let's
we
do
go
it.
for the full amount. Let's do it. Yeah. Right. No problem. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. Lawrence face
we're just waiting-
There's a bit of stream delay there, but I heard the slap and then watched the stream, and a good few seconds later he face palmed.
Oh yeah. Somebody designed put together a quality module production system that was dropping quality modules on the ground to be then picked up by another inserter and put into a box. But because of the Muluna update, that meant they were just getting buried.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, jeez. Wow.
That's
all expensive.
that's it.
Well
Is
spotted,
very-
regular. Yeah. I object to that being a Laurence being silly alarm because I didn't build that bit, or at least if I did, I built it before the update happened. No, Mike built that.
No,
So it's his fault.
that was me. So that's pre-update. That's brilliant.
So we've buried some construction, some quality modules there for a future civilization to dig up.
There were some
Listen,
pipes
you've-
having the same thing.
You've heard
done.
of time capsules, right?
Is that when this planet becomes Fulgora?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
That was my suggestion earlier. Anyway.
The genuinely, it's not
that's-
impossible. There's going to be more of that around.
Yeah. It's a good thing we're
only
rebuilding the
24.
entire factory, isn't it? Then.
24 quality modules.
Yeah, at most. Yeah.
No, exactly.
Hmm?
They were consumed.
Oh.
Ah.
Oh no! Oh, we are also doing quality module 2. I know, so they probably aren't in the statistic.
But
Yeah, no.
the machine will tell you how many it's made.
Oh yeah.
Have any been used anywhere else on the planet, though?
6.
Okay.
And it's unlikely to use elsewhere, so in that case, 18 lost, which is not horrendous.
Why are we trying to make an entire chest of quality of these modules?
Presumably because the belt is... not the belt, the inserter is stopping them before it gets to a full chest worth.
No, it's not. We have a full chest of quality modules.
Oh.
And in
Yeah.
fact, you clearly wanted a lot of them because you've got 2 machines making them. And we've used 6.
Oh, because this one... that's... Oh, 2 machines... It's been a long time. Those 2 machines... They wouldn't be making fast enough, so the second one will be putting their speed up.
Yeah, but you've made 2,500 of them and used 6.
Yeah, so this one here is got it on one stack. This is confusing, but the top one says it's only made. Oh no, products finished 2,636. Oh no!
Basically,
Well,
to
six from
configure
previous.
the top inserter, I assume. Is
Well,
the issue.
yeah.
Yeah, forgot. Yeah, I think you're right, Tristan. I think yes, he just forgot to configure the top inserter. Okay, that's actually, as reasons go, that's reasonably rational and makes a sort of sense. So I'm sort of okay with that. I'm gonna mock Mike for making 2,500 when he wanted 6, but I can see how the mistake was made, and it's a sort of relatively normal mistake. All right, I'm slightly less miffed. Most of the 2,000 modules went into this chest. There's only a few that went in. It's only the ones that have been made during this stream that got buried in the ground, because we've only just updated to the version of Muluna where you can chuck stuff on the ground and they get buried.
Yes.
So it's actually not too bad.
And for a lot of the time, the red circuits have been broken because plastic's broken because.
Well, no, red circuits are only just breaking now because of the plastic changes.
No, are they?
Yes, because if you look, the machines, the red circuits are flowing steadily into the module production.
Yeah, no, I get you.
And they're only just running out. So I believe red circuit production was working fine at the beginning of the stream, because was working at the end of last week's stream, and it's only just broken because of the updates.
It has broken because of the updates, and its plastic's no longer being produced because
cellulose, because it needs because petroleum gas is no longer being produced. Because
petroleum, yes, because
there's no crushed alumina being fed in to the
which is a change to the recipe, which you can tell because there's no belt or anything like that.
Yeah,
to even try.
Yeah. So there was last week there was a nice steady stream of plastic coming in there. It's only this week that stopped. So we've had a belt of plastic to work our way through, and a belt of red circuits to work our way through, and we've very nearly reached the end of that. Yes.
No worries.
Can anybody do an update fix thing on Novus?
Okay, I'm not doing that at the moment.
I'm also not doing anything, but
this city block used crushed wood as a
fuel source.
Source, which isn't working anymore.
Ah.
So I suggest to add this station for, I don't know, coal or liquid rocket fuel or something.
Some kind of fuel.
You can burn entire trees if you want. A tree is a valid fuel type.
I mean, it makes a level of sense.
Yeah, but wood isn't.
Yeah. Actually, genuinely and slightly more awkwardly, there does need to be someone, Laurence, who goes across the entirety of all of the surfaces that use the wood production tech and just double checks that it has. Actually, in fairness, it's just Muluna, so actually, never mind. I don't think we're using
Igrys.
that tree growing.
And Igrys.
Do we use that tree growing system on Igrys?
We do, but we don't really use very much wood, so it's not exactly a priority. We use so little wood that we haven't actually unloaded any trees from the machines that are turning trees into that are growing trees.
So because they're filtered to do wood only.
Oh, I see. Okay, but all right. I'll rephrase that. There is still a belt full of wood along there, so we have a plentiful supply of it. Although that might be because we're crushing trees. I don't know. That's been a very temporary. So yeah, Igrys is the only other place I believe that we are using this recipe, and it is not a serious problem because we don't have serious demands on the wood production.
If Tristan has no objection, I would direct you in the direction of fixing that.
It's got a patch on it at the moment, so that it will continue to function, but a proper fix would be sensible.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So once we're still letting a few things get done. In fact, it's the downside of my system of, people things. Your options are either blind build, and then have the resources plumbed in afterwards, which I do think could be hilarious, or it's kind of wait and everyone's a little bit behind each other. The
biggest problem I think with it's not just that it's blind building. It's also that you don't even know where to blind build yet because nobody else has put down the other systems.
Well, yeah. So I mean, you can start off with green circuits. Can go pretty close. I mean, Sphere's going to use a bit of space for the words for the wood production. But if he goes north side and you go south side,
then you're building on both sides of the bus, which is naughty.
Yeah, but it's fine. Because at this point, we've done enough. So the usual reason you don't want to do that is because you're going to expand the bus. In this case, we're just replicating what's already built, and therefore the bus should theoretically no wider than its widest point.
Until we want to also add in the other science,
which will come further down the line. So you build on both sides at the start, and then you stop after a while.
Until something unexpected happens and you realise that your assumptions were wrong.
Yeah, it's a risk.
Yeah.
What's life without a little risk?
Peaceful.
You're not wrong. Boring.
Also possible.
Mike, side channel?
Yeah, sure.
Why is that not a blue chest? Do we have blue chests on this planet? I don't know. So I can now come along here, I can remove all of these, because we don't need to unload wood out of this machine anymore. Get rid of all of those. And then down here we've got that. I don't like that. The amount of... Actually, that said, I don't know how much wood we're making or using. Probably fairly small amounts, but even so, doing it with long inserters feels wrong. I don't think we necessarily have to do it with bulk inserters, but I'm going to anyway. Oop. Which that's going to have to be a splitter there, isn't it? Well, we're never going to need this much wood production, I don't think, but still. Right. Oh, and that's not in the logistics range network. Of course it's not. That'd be far too easy. All right, let's put you down here instead, and then this can request trees as well in arbitrarily large quantities. Pull those over. We can dump them in here as well from that. Let's turn you back into a steel chest, because then we won't have the complaint about logistics-ness floating there for forevermore. One of you needs to be a near side now that you've been built. There we go. And now it means I can remove those two. Trees are just compressed wood. Yeah, you're not far off. They are basically yes. They're not very compressed though. You only produce 4 wood per tree, and I'm pretty sure the old recipe, when the trees finish growing in the greenhouses, produced quite a lot of wood. That said, these also feel like maybe they're running a bit faster. Actually, maybe not. 300 seconds sounds about right. 5 minutes to, and then a 10 times speed in the green because of the greenhouse. But yeah, maybe it is about the same. And
when
I
it
don't know
ran
whether
the
that's
first
more or less
time,
wood.
it looked like it produced quite a lot.
My feeling was, yeah, the greenhouses produce quite a lot, I think, but the crushing only turns it into 4 wood, a 5% chance of getting your tree back. But then there is also a 50% productivity bonus from using a big crusher, so that helps.
You do get 10 trees.
Oh, 10 trees at a time coming out. Okay, that's not so bad then.
Yeah, so it's 40 wood.
Okay,
That fits with the numbers I saw then.
that feels more reasonable. Does the tree recipe produce... I would hope the tree recipe reduces pollution. But it doesn't actually... I don't see anything on there about pollution. No, it doesn't seem to do anything at all. Oh, it could be that there's no pollution on Muluna, so it just doesn't worry about it, because that would be unhelpful.
Yeah, I don't see any pollution indicator on the crusher.
This isn't Muluna, but never mind. Yeah, or on an assembly machine, which would normally have pollution. So yeah, I think because we're looking at Igrys, there's no pollution on this planet, so it's just not mentioned.
-4 per minute from the sealed greenhouses by default.
Oh, okay.
if
they're
there was
sealed.
somewhere that. Yeah.
The whole
There's
point
a-
of
there's a
hang on. The
fan
whole
at
point
the
of these
bottom.
things is they don't release anything into the atmosphere.
Why is there a fan at the bottom on the outside?
I was just
then?
thinking that as well. Yeah, what is this? It's not a very sealed greenhouse if it has a massive extractor fan on the bottom or an intake fan on the bottom. No, that's an intake fan at the bottom. But even so, it's not very sealed if there's an intake fan on the bottom. Oh, we're just going to get coppery wood out at this rate. Because it's going to be pulling in that coppery air from the Igrian atmosphere. Why are you guys not running? You're full of wood. Okay, well, let's get rid of that. Oh, that's why those inserters were on there, to take the wood away. Fine, well, we'll do it by bot, because... Basically, because we're never going to get through all of the wood down here. I suppose I could have left the inserters on there, and then if we ever had a sudden demand for it, it would sort itself out, but... yeah. You've still got 480 in there. Okay, well, we'll leave that, and eventually that'll drain into here and into here and into here, if we use any wood up, which I think, until we actually start using wood, then, which means basically making wooden belts, because that's the only thing here that uses it. I think it's all kind of irrelevant. So, but, anyway, I've done that. Greenhouse sealed, so it won't... The greenhouse is sealed, so it shouldn't... Don't forget full pills, but oh yeah, you're quite right. Thank you. Yes, these do need filters. Oh, I can't copy paste it because they're using different, outputting different sides. Yes, you're quite right. I did need that. Thank you very much. Make some art out of wood belts. Yeah. Yes, the greenhouses would need a heater to function. I guess that's where the 525 kilowatts they consume goes to. That's mostly maybe mostly heating. It's either heating or lamps, and lamps are sort of could be considered to be heating in a kind of mildly inefficient way. But they're made of glass, so they're open to the outside. They're open to letting light in from outside. So maybe the power used goes into heating. I don't know what all this machinery down the side is. Maybe that's something for for uprooting and planting more trees. It's kind of hard to say. Oh yeah, there is there is an arm moving up and down inside here, and they're pumping, presumably, the gases around. So maybe that's all related. I don't know. Okay, I think I'm out of stuff to do again. I could go and look at Lignumis and think about what we want to do over here. So I've looked at this a little bit before. The basic plan is going to be extend this wall down to this lake, probably put in another wall across down here, clean out all these little wriggly guys, which is going to be very, very easy because they're very, very soft. Another wall across here and probably across here. Then massive amounts of gold production. Whether that's done entirely through growing it like this, or whether we want to start tapping these patches as well, we can decide. Then we'll do a bit more gold smelting, because apparently we do. Why are these the yellow? These belts need upgrading, especially that one. Oh, not that one. Don't upgrade that one. There we go. I suppose I can upgrade this one as well. Yeah, so we're going to need a bit more gold production, and we're also going to need, I think, probably more steam science production, because we are currently doing science at more than the whatever speed Tristan said last time he said a science speed of about 2 a second or whatever it was. We're definitely doing science faster than that. And if we look over on Norvis, we see that where's science? Here's science. We see that space science steam science was the one that we were low on. We're not currently. We've obviously just dropped a load in, but it's the one that we have the least of. So we could do with steam science being made a bit faster to compensate for everything else.
I upgraded the machines to assembler 3s earlier.
Oh, okay. Without asking, how dare you?
Yeah, well.
Fair.
You know, sometimes it's better to ask for forgiveness than.
Yeah, it was sort of.
Your Honour.
Updating that was somewhere on the to-do list. I will certainly admit. We do seem to have just about enough steam still, and the gold is more or less keeping up. It's the blue circuit production that is going to require a lot of improvement. By which I mean more plastic, more everything. But I don't really want to go in and just sort of fiddle with it. I want to go in and sort it out properly, build it to a much larger scale and make sure it's got absolutely everything it needs, rather than going in and fiddling with it a little bit at a time. So that would all then go in down here somewhere, be fed into the rockets, and then we can start shipping out the blue circuits and the steam science packs at a significantly higher speed.
That's done on Norris, by the way, Mark.
Second?
That's done.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, moduling the science is certainly a possibility. We'd need to have red and green modules on this red and green circuits on this planet to make the modules, or alternatively, we'd need to ship the modules in. These are all possibilities, but there's not very much power on the planet either at the moment. I think sometimes we're using quite a lot of it. At the moment, it seems to be okay actually, but when everything kicks in, we are kind of borderline on the power. So we need a lot more solar as well. Just a lot more general everything. The whole planet needs to be upgraded because it's had sort of piecemeal minor upgrades to sort of keep things chugging along. But it needs a couple of people to go in and just upgrade it properly to full level. Importing magic liquid, I feel, would be... Firstly, we're not allowed to yet because we haven't completed the planet after Igrys yet. And secondly, these science packs are so cheap in that they are just steam and gold, both of which we have in suitably large quantities, that it feels like a bit of a waste to use it there. Or rather, it's not so much that it's a waste to use it here, it's a low priority compared to all of the other places where we might want to use the magic fluids. So I think this will be quite low on the list of things to upgrade, but eventually we'll probably start using this one.
The question we will have is, does Muluna count as a planet?
That's the
Oh, so you mean if we finish Muluna again, does that count as having finished off and we can start using Igrys and stuff? Maybe. It depends how long it takes us to actually get it sorted. And since it's quite serial at the moment, it's probably going to take quite a long time.
I think I'm going to start encouraging blind building.
I was going to say, shall Tristan and I go over to Lignumis and get that and start doing fighting and stuff over there, while we wait for things to be ready on Muluna for us to get started and do the things over here. Because to be honest, I don't think I need to be on Muluna to rebuild the stuff that we're talking about. It might be quite useful to have somebody there in case anything does need to be done by hand, but I'm pretty sure that most of it is going to just be done by bot.
Yeah, I mean, I could work that way. I believe we're building roboports here.
If we're not, I think we could be. Roboports aren't particularly difficult to make, are they? No, they're just steel, iron, and red circuits, all of which we'll have once we get plastic production up and running again.
Yeah. So in that case, yeah, that's kind of hanging behind plastic production.
But then you could sort of borrow some of the roboports from elsewhere in the factory. Like there's a few down here that aren't vital. That could be.
You can just request them from.
Or you could request them from Norvis. Yes, this is also true.
Yeah, true.
Okay, well I'm going to planet hopper out then and go and start killing some wrigglers.
Have fun.
And then I suppose do we have a planet hopper launcher on this planet?
I don't.
I think we do. Yes, found it.
Yes, there it is. Found it.
I thought after I started talking about it, I remembered it being over with the with the other rocket things. Right, so let's go to Lignumis, and I'll unless anyone else is particularly desperate to go out and fight some wrigglers, then I'll just import some ammunition and go and do some.
I'll head over with you because
okay.
I seem to be out of stuff to do as well.
I think the wrigglers are pretty weak, so I'm thinking I'll just drop yellow ammunition down from whatever. Oh no, the ships won't have it in a convenient place for dropping down. Never mind. I'll have to bring a ship over and just drop something appropriate onto the planet.
Okay, thank you for putting stuff in. Appreciate it.
It was very dark. Tiny little landing pod. Zoom. There we go. Energy armor and personal defense. Yeah, I don't have any PLDs. I don't think. No. But yeah, that's true. This armor. I suspect. I'm going to do an experiment here. So I don't have any shields in my armor, as you just saw. But I have strongly suspect if I just come and stand over here, I don't know if these guys are going to actually be able to significantly hurt me. Okay, they're doing a little bit of damage. but only a very little bit. Yeah, you might be right. Maybe if I just import some PLDs or one or two PLDs, that will just rip through absolutely everything down here. All right, let's try that because it'll be kind of funny. Does the lime shaft have any PLDs on it? Probably not, because why would it? But it does have lasers, and making a PLD.
Nope, personal stuff. Nope.
Yeah, is just
So fair.
is things
Can
that I already
encourage
have.
you
So
to
if you
start
send this over
putting
and drop
some of
them,
this into the real world rather than the designer.
Well, yeah, maybe. The problem is,
I hear excuses.
the problem is that I don't know how much space I'll need, right? And I'm building backwards, so I will be needing more space to the left.
Yeah, I get you.
Do we have any ammo in here? No. Okay, fair enough. Are we there?
Yeah, I get you.
No, it's all fine.
Could I perhaps
we are.
encourage?
Give it 5-10 more minutes.
Lignumus has changed a lot, I think.
Could you repeat that, Mike?
Give it 5-10 more minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Recipe-wise, or what do you mean?
No appearance.
Appearance-wise, I've just got here and it looks completely different from how.
Oh, the planet GIF. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if it's possible. It's just because I've not been here since we installed the high-res things, but this I think still looks different from the way it looks on the.
I thought I noted that the other day.
on
Yeah.
cards and things. So yeah, that's quite cool. Do we have any iron on here that I can drop down? No. Okay. Might have a little bit. Oh, no, actually, it doesn't matter. I can't. Right, so I can come over here now. I can grab out those lasers, and then I can go and get some blue circuits and some.
How many are you making?
Probably one or two, because that's about all I've got room for in my armor. Well, unless I let myself go a little bit slower, and we need some low density structures as well, and that should mean I can now make one. What am I still short of? More blue circuits. Two. I'll give you the extra spare bits I've got left over now, so you can hopefully make some. Right, and now my armour. I have space where I can put one PLD, certainly, like that. And when the second one finishes building, I guess I probably don't need a personal roboport at the moment, so let's put a second PLD in. Right, let's go and see how this deals with the deals with the natives. The lime shaft is an interesting shape. And has a thing at the bottom for the engines, should we say?
The inspiration came from our K2SE ships.
I was slightly worried about what you were going to say then. Oh, Tristan's turned up with a car. I think there might be a tank somewhere on this planet, actually, which might be a bit easier than just popping these guys like this. I'm going to go and see if I can find the tank. Yep, there's one. It's in purple as well, which is a bit odd, because I'm pretty sure I was the last person on this planet doing planet stuff.
I don't remember driving a tank around on here.
It's a peat-powered tank, which is utterly ridiculous.
I blame Pete.
If I get stuck and killed on this planet, I will feel very silly. In fact, the tank is taking a not insignificant amount of damage. The tank clearly needs some sort of... The tank is taking more damage than I was. That's ridiculous. I might just sort of circle them.
Yeah, I'm not going to vehicle helps.
Tristan, do you need a whole load? If I were to drop 10,000 iron plates onto Igrys, would that be annoying?
You'd need to set something up to pull them out of the landing pad. But to be honest, it wouldn't matter either way, really.
No worries.
I don't need them.
My ship has been happily collecting stuff.
If you want to dump some, a bit of it on Lignumus could potentially be useful.
Sure.
I don't know what I'd need them for at the moment, but I could see it potentially being useful.
No worries. Yeah, my ship is now fully functional. Wow.
I think I'm going to take this tank back before I break it. Because as observed, it's not actually any better than just using the
Yeah, I've just decided to stand here
jet suit.
and wait and assume my PLDs will
Have you got
eventually deal
shields?
with it. I'm not sure they will actually.
Because I
think there's
found
a
my
lot of
health
them,
was
but-
slowly dropping, but I didn't have shields.
I don't have shields, but also the
I have
PLDs aren't
dropped a
killing
bunch of-
local ones fast enough to actually damage the nests.
I've dropped a bunch of iron onto Lignumis. I don't know where your landing pad is, so I can't watch. Oh, there it is. just randomly half into the wall. Ooh, I might have slightly overloaded your landing pad.
Thanks. Have
You're
you made a
welcome.
mess, or is it just sort of now nothing else is getting dropped?
No, it's overflowed.
It's spilled
Oh.
on the floor.
Goodness sake. Can't get the staff. Oh well,
It's not
we'll
like
turn it
having
into
a
something at some
small
point, I'm
landing
sure.
pad.
This is a little bit ridiculous. I think I need some. I think I might go and get some of that and turn it into yellow ammunition. Some of that iron that Mike has dropped in everywhere and turn it into yellow ammunition because
Yeah, could you bring a bunch of iron down as well, please, and wood? Necessary.
I'm actually having. Hang on, I'm just.
Do you
Yeah,
want- do you
yeah,
want wood as well?
No, we've got wood down here.
wood we have. Wood is a luxury we have.
I mean, I'm in the middle of a forest.
Oh, that too.
Yeah, and wood doesn't grow on trees. Come on.
Maybe a shotgun would be better. That's an interesting idea. Is wood still? You still dropping iron in, Mike?
No,
I just saw a landing capsule coming in.
That sounds like
they
a
didn't. They didn't.
guilty yes.
Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. I'm just keeping your bots active. They look like they needed exercise.
Right, there is some
Hey,
iron.
look how skinny their legs are. They've skipped leg day.
Who let Mike into this game?
You did.
I can remove them from the whitelist if needed.
Aww.
When I take off, I can't pick up the wooden ammunition. All right, let's. Oh, I need to make a gun of some sort. So it was pointed out that maybe a shotgun would be the way to go. Shotgun. I need copper for that though, so I can't make a shotgun. And shotgun shells take copper, and we don't have copper. So I think I'm just going to make. Oh, hang on. Oh, I need copper for making it to make a submachine gun as well. Do you have any copper on that ship? No, you won't have any copper on that ship. That's
I'm
annoying.
afraid not. No, sorry. It's only stuff in the atmosphere, in space.
Yeah, there isn't going to be any copper here. I'm not going to be able to request.
I
didn't- and
like
oh,
the idea of sticking one of the corundum copper plate makers on.
I
Just kidding. Corundum's orbit.
assume that wouldn't work, but
You mean Igrys?
you mean Igrys
Yes.
as well, yeah.
I
And
do
they
mean
can
Igrys.
only be made on Igrys. Only be used on Igrys, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh,
Which
yeah,
I
the
get,
reason-
but-
And the reason I don't have a submachine gun is because I confiscated Sapphire's and then tucked them all in a chest so that he wouldn't be able to, because he was being a tit and shooting me with them. So it's entirely Sapphire's fault that I don't have a submachine gun. Tristan,
Why do I not have a submachine gun then?
probably because
Is that
Saphir
also-
stole yours to start shooting me with it.
I'm
Probably,
not
yeah.
sure we can, but
I did steal someone's from someone, yeah.
So basically, we've come over here without submachine guns because Saphir is a tit.
Well, I mean, listen, you brought this on yourself.
I dispute this quite strongly.
I want to hear the logic of that proves this statement to be true.
So, step one, Saphir was being a tit.
I'm
so we don't have submachine guns.
Step.
all meant Saphir's statement that it's you brought it on yourself.
Oh, I see.
I mean, I think he is technically correct.
You were just standing there, I had to shoot.
This sounds like somebody who wants to have unfortunate things happen to them at every possible opportunity. Like nuclear bomb traps or something. There's something a bit bizarre about yellow ammo being really, really effective. It seems wrong somehow. But yeah, using the yellow ammunition is absolutely annihilating these spawners. And I'm not doing a very good job of actually targeting them and finishing them off, but That's because I'm trying to keep moving, so the wrigglers don't come and wriggle all over my tank. Oh, I've used up all of that ammunition already. Okay, so it's effective, but it doesn't last very long. Oh, and I missed one over here. Let's just go and ram that one. There we go. And yes, the PLDs are quite effective against the wrigglers, because they're not very tough. But ammunition production is incredibly slow.
Mike,
Import artillery.
before the update, it seemed like this system we had a lot of silicon ore and we're not producing enough alumina. I don't know if the ratios changed, but it does seem the other way around now.
Yeah, so it's about consumption rates, really.
Yeah, so where do we
Oh, we've run out again.
we use the alumina? It's the copper.
Nukes. I think nukes might be a little bit overkill for this
You
planet.
just make
Just a little bit.
sorry,
But I
like,
appreciate your attention
Yeah.
to overkill. Your suggestions for overkill.
Then basically, yeah, use that to make copper wire. Don't ask how. Magic.
So
Yes,
is
going
there-
over to Norvis and building a submachine gun, or maybe a shotgun or something like that would probably be a good idea, really. And I think, given the ineffectiveness of this general, I say ineffectiveness. We've wiped out several nests already. But yeah,
How far
okay,
down
let's-
are we going?
to below the there were some peat patches. 1 second while I park. Right. So there's some. Yeah, I think roughly where you are. So let's go across to about here, underneath that stone patch, just because. So across there,
Okay.
because that's going to get us. It's going to get us all the peat patches that are scattered around there, which are the important things. It's also going to get us that stone patch, which you never know might be useful, and then come up about here, and
Bearing
then
in mind, Mark, that
cross
Laurence
into
will
there.
happily make the circuits again.
Mhm.
He'll need
Yeah,
to, just for
I
quantities.
think I have an idea. Let me.
You're going to reverse the entire belt.
No.
I'll bring you an SMG when I come back, Tristan.
Sure, I'm not sure it's how worthwhile it is.
Okay.
I'm basically being a tank.
Yeah, I found it a little slow and annoying, so I thought I'd speed things up a bit.
I said I was being a tank.
Oh, I just did an inventory all over the floor.
Mike, I have a solution.
Hi. I like it.
True, we will eventually need to export data from that planet, but I think we're not quite at the point of being ready to start sending telescopes around yet. That'll be a sort of a. And at the moment, I'm not sure if we can even produce the science packs I was talking about there yet. But let's try and. No, I'll use one of the personal trains to get me over to the mall area, because that's going to be where all of the submachine guns have ended up. Right, so take me to. Let's turn that off because it's so difficult to read. Right, go to here. Here. Okay.
You may need to do an equivalency the other way.
Me? Yeah.
I hope nobody gets seasick. Iron's going off down the. Oh,
That was exactly what I was hoping you were going to do at some point. It's just like, no, you need an overflow. Bury it.
Yeah.
right. Let's make that a lot more than 50 seconds. 5 seconds. Let's make that 500 seconds.
It's horrible. I love it.
Okay, if you were a machine gun, you know what? Let's just request it. I would like submachine guns. Right, 2 submachine guns, please. I'll give Tristan one even if he doesn't want it, or even if he's not sure whether he wants it. I'll have one available. For
You may
him.
as well bring 3 because you've got 3 gun slots.
That's true. Yeah. And I might as well bring some ammunition.
Oh, you can't bring ammo.
Oh no,
Well,
you're right. I can't. I can't. I can't even bring a gun's worth of ammunition. You're quite right. I just need to. 1, 2. Okay, that's the lot. That goes there. Right, now we take the locomotive, we get rid of that one, and it'll take me back to the passengers. Exactly, Kartoffel. Yes, I think leaving the guns behind on Ignumis is a good idea. And if I remember, I'll certainly leave to put 2 of them down. Well, we'll certainly put 1 of them down. If Tristan wants one, then I'll give him the second one. And we'll hopefully, and maybe we'll remember to leave them behind. Maybe we won't. We shall see. If my inventory's gone on belts, then I'm going to have to clean that up when I get back. I'll sort it out then. I thought when you dropped stuff, it didn't go onto belts, sort of very, very deliberately for this sort of reasons of sanity, or what remains of sanity. Oh!
I believe that to only be true if, and it's a big if, the words.
If the words.
No,
Of course, the rocket, the takeoff point is in a different place on this planet to the landing place because all of the rocket silos are over in the liftoff area, the rocket launch area. So I need to head back over there. I shouldn't have gone back again. Basically, it's not my planet. I'm not expected to know my way around it.
Yeah, no. If you spill stuff, it won't go onto a belt. So if there's an obvious option, but it will go to a belt if it's there.
What?
Hence why
If necessary, is what you mean.
it's
If it would have to land a long way away otherwise, presumably.
Hang on. Do we have a planet hopper on Norvis?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Is Norvis in a state where we're allowed to put a planet hopper on it?
Sure.
Does it have rocket silos?
I don't
1 or
think
2.
it's sufficiently
1 or
advanced.
2, yeah.
Nah, it's not sufficiently advanced.
What? No, that's not that thing. Yes, I know there's not enough ingredients. I'm trying to select it. There we go. Thank you, game. I'll put it up here with the rocket silos so that we can find it in the future and so it can benefit from these speed modules.
I'm waiting for you to now go and place it right next to the other one. And go, oh, there is one.
That is not impossible.
You know it needs ingredients.
Yes, I do. I'm pretty sure it needs steel, but we're going to check in a moment. Stop telling me I'm not used to building stuff from. I'm not used to being not in map mode. Yeah, it just needs only steel and fuel. Okay. So you are going to request steel and. I was going to say, could we
How's
get
it going,
rockets from
Sophia?
here? Probably.
It's going.
Just have coal.
There is. Can I encourage you, please, to start putting things in? I appreciate that
Yeah, some coal
you're
over here. Right.
obviously at the trees point, so you've got water
Oh yeah, an insert would
production
help.
to go.
Conveniently,
Yeah, I got water,
I've just
I got,
missed the area where there's no power.
Sulfuric acid. And this tree growing
guns,
is
yes.
just a quarter.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh,
That's really why I would prefer
come on,
to
build me a rocket.
wait, but I mean, you know, like,
Yeah.
All I can hear is
I mean,
rockets
if
being
I paste
launched.
it in, it will just have to move stuff.
Rocket is not.
Yes, I mean you can give yourself a fair whack of space
Oh, it's still
to the
emerging.
left to plumb stuff in.
I think.
What I'm thinking basically is, at the moment, once this is in, then some of the products can start to flow off the line. I appreciate you building from end to start, so therefore, yeah, it's an all at one.
Nothing's gonna come out until
Yeah.
everything is down.
Ignumis.
All right.
Go.
No, it's okay. Carry on a bit longer then.
Right.
Yeah, the aim is to try and get something off the line so the others can crack on with their bits.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's going on? Oh, I see. Belts. Someone's removing belts. Right. Okay. There was me worried that I'd done another inventory dump by mistake. Alright, so I need to go and do some cleanup apparently. Should put the planet hoppers in a big cycle of. Yeah, it's a bit weird that, or it feels a bit weird that it doesn't take stuff from the planet hopper and just stuff that gets dropped on the floor like that, and then put it into and then mark it for deconstruction like it does when Mike tries to drop 10 million items onto your planet. Come on, pick it up. There we go. And that.
I have no idea what you mean. I would never. More than once.
That may be everything. I'm not certain.
Oh, of course, the roboports have radar on them.
Yes.
Yep.
I keep forgetting about that.
No. Not trees and rocks only. Not entity
That's
ghosts.
why we tend not to actually bother placing radar.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
I look around.
In my sort of bot light standard way of playing, I don't tend to place that many radar down because I tend to walk places. Or fly or drive or whatever.
Do you not want to see what state random
Everywhere
parts of
else is in. Yeah. That does feel weird.
Believe it or not, so I've not actually done a space age run by myself yet, and I didn't do many overhaul. I did Angel Bobs, but other than that, I didn't really do overhaul mods. Prior to that, I tended to just play vanilla, pure vanilla. At which point, I didn't build big enough for it to be necessary.
I see. That sounds like a weird concept, but okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, you
If
sort
you're
of
building
get
a rocket, a satellite, 20 times, rather than building to larger scale, you don't need train systems for getting to satellite.
True.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, you don't need a train system for anything, but they get a little bit crazy eventually without.
Yeah, so I would use trains to get resources in from further away. And I got quite good at train systems before they added in, I think, was it 116, 115? Where they added in all of the visualization for chunks and so on, for training. Not chunks, for blocks for training. Train systems. Before that, you had to just understand it. Whereas now it's all visualized for you.
Oh, you mean for signals?
Where each wagon's going to be. And the station.
Oh, I thought you meant for where the signals were. Where what signal blocks?
Both. Yeah, so now when you hold your signal down, it uses the 4-color.
Yeah.
I think it's a theorem now, certainly conjecture, but the 4-color system to paint out where all the blocks are. Yeah, it didn't used to do that. It used to just be like, yeah, you can put a signal there. And if that was going to cause absolute chaos, it didn't tell you. I mean, the signal would flash funny colours, but if you go back to Bentham, that's Mangleport Gaming, right back in the day, it's a decade back now. His channel was specialised in showing people how to do rail networks because there were no tools or support aids or anything like that in the game. And then they added a load of stuff in. It's like, oh well, okay, that's my content. It's useless.
For a long time, my most popular video by an enormous margin was the LTN Basics one, because lots of people because the train systems were a little bit limited, and everybody wanted to use LTN, but it was quite complicated and hard to use. So that was a really popular video. Now LTN is a lot less required. The videos are still just as valid as they were because LTN itself hasn't really changed significantly, but it's not needed anything like as much because yes, 2.0 changes have meant that most of the things, as Mark demonstrated, most of the things that we used to do with LTN, we now can do in most of them we can do in vanilla. So,
yeah, exactly.
Although that said, I suspect LTN is probably, even with LTN being LTN, it's still probably easier than doing it in vanilla. And because you have to have quite a lot of circuit network knowledge and experience to set up an LTN equivalent in with vanilla, I think.
A lot of it depends how many of the LTN features you're wanting.
Yeah, if the only thing you really want is sort of many to many trains, then you don't need LTN at all. And now we've got train limits. It's just it's basically fine. I agree, Doopy. LTN is still fantastic if you want to do things that are a little bit more complex, a little bit more interesting, but it's certainly not vital. I almost feel cruel going around against these wrigglers because they're so ineffective against me that it's a bit unsporting. I'm just hovering over their spawners, and sitting there for a moment while my lasers gently cook them, and they sort of nibble a little bit on me, and by the time I then fly over to the next spawner, I've pretty much healed from all the damage they've done. It does feel jolly
There is
unsportsy.
another portable reactor, actually.
But my battery seems to be holding up. How many personal laser defenses have you got?
7.
Oh, okay. I think I'm only using 2 because I wanted to be able to move fairly quickly. So I've still got my
Yeah, but it was
Oh,
killing them far too slowly.
exoskeletons.
Mike?
The
Hi.
limitation was the switching between
Wanna
targets.
switch channels?
Oh, I'm mostly not worrying about the wrigglers. I'm just sort of moving from spawner to spawner, and the wrigglers will die from time when the red lasers aren't doing anything else. But yeah, more PLDs would probably be better. But
This means I don't even have to stop as long as my batteries have charge in them.
fair. I should probably have made more PLDs, but I was impatient to get going. Oops, didn't stay long enough to kill that one. Come on, kill it. There we go. Pop. Pop. I've heard of CyberSyn. I've never actually used it, and I've sort of meaning to take a look at it and produce a tutorial for it and so on. I don't know how many people are interested in using it. So, what does CyberSyn have any advantages over LTN? Is there anything it does that LTN doesn't? Does it do anything better, or is it just essentially the same thing with a slightly different interface and by a different person? No qualms killing the little ones because we know what they grow up into. Yeah, I suppose that's fair. And we've got the mediums, or was it tinies and what are you guys? Are you smalls or are you mediums? Oh yeah, you're medium lignumian ones. Okay. So they are genuinely mediums. Ooh, I'm down to 2/3 health. That's mildly alarming. He says, not remotely changing his approach. Oh, saving. Come on. Pop. There we go. Okay. Well, I guess, yeah. I'm sort of, yeah. CyberSyn it's as I say, it's something I've heard of and have never tried because I've always used LTN because I've always used LTN. But if there's a reason to use CyberSyn instead, if there's something it handles better, or if it's more user friendly, or just almost any reason really, if the curiosity is definitely a reason to investigate it. But it hasn't yet been enough of one for me to actually look into it. This ring of tentacles around me. Right, let's. I didn't bring any fish with me, so I guess I'll just have to wait for my health to naturally recover.
It heals pretty quickly.
It does heal reasonably quickly, so I'm not too worried. So how far down does it go? Okay, so I'm heading a bit off to the side actually. I don't need to go any further east, but I might go down and get these ones, and then up here and get these 3 probably, and then this wall we can extend out from the southeast corner of the entire factory. Maybe capture that gold patch. So come out over here, but I don't know. Then drop down probably about here or about here to get the stone patches and this peat. Actually, this peat patch is probably worth getting. I was 900 over here as well. No, we don't need that. We've got 983 across here, another 700,000 here, 400,000 here. I think that's probably going to be enough for a good long time. And it's not as if the expansion is particular. No, I said don't go any further east, Laurence. And it's not as if the expansion is particularly difficult. Yes, I think we've pretty much decided on Cubium as the next planet, because it's in a convenient place, and I think we get some nice toys from it, and so on and so on. So that'll probably be the next one. And also, it's one of the ones that was down for me to lead. And because I led Lignumis, which is the first one, it's been a long time since I've led a planet, and so it's going to be good to try and melt my brain with trying to decide who should do what and all that sort of stuff once again. Pew. Right. Now I can run back up this way. Mark is having a look around, I see.
Yeah, I wanted to see your health, but you're moving too fast.
That's fair. Tristan is being a bit more efficient than I am because he's got more lasers. And maybe I should go back and make more lasers. But at this stage, we are kind of nearly done, so it doesn't really matter, I think. The amount of time I'd spend going to make more lasers will probably be would more than make up for the amount of time I would save. So yeah, that was the impression I got. The Cybersyn and LTN basically did the same thing, which is a large part of the reason why I hadn't looked into it, because I thought, well, if LTN is already there and I'm used to LTN and I know how to use it and I've made the videos already, what's the point in going and learning another system? I might as well just carry on with the one I know. That said, of course, there's still the well, if I make another system, then I can make another video about it, and that might be popular. It's almost like I occasionally forget I'm a content creator or something.
Could someone in chat put a link to the other LTN alternative
In Cybersyn?
and ping me? Yeah.
Okay.
Because I've never heard of it and would like to look into it.
Chat has been talking about it a bit. We've not had a link to it yet, but I'm sure Google would allow us to find it without any difficulties, I'm sure. Or just the Factorio mod portal search as well.
Tomorrow.
I think I need to turn Mark up. I can't really hear him. Admittedly, part of that is because there is a lot of slaughter going on, but also he's very quiet. There we go. Right, how are we doing? Okay, I need to get rid of that one, I think. Oh, Tristan's going due south for some reason. I suppose you could go south and then go east. Yeah, there's not much.
You can expand the wall off to the east instead if you want.
No, I think that's fine. There's not. I think as long as you turn east somewhere, let's say north of this gold patch, and then drop it in, probably over here on the other side of this stone patch. So it could go like.
I was primarily going to build the roboports due south to get a run out, because putting spurs off that is going to be quicker than the slow build.
True, I guess. South. Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know how many. I was going to say I don't know how many roboports we've got. We've got the lime shaft in orbit to drop stuff. No, we haven't. It's run off again. But we can have it in orbit to drop stuff down here and give us more roboports. So that's not a problem.
It's on its way.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if we actually need them yet. We probably do. But yeah, I'll pull some. Ooh, we've got. We can't pull anything out of it because Mike.
It now also has artillery and artillery shells. If you want.
Okay. I think artillery for Lignumis is kind of
silly,
gratuitous and unnecessary. And that's coming from somebody who quite likes things that are gratuitous and unnecessary. Let's... Yeah, that looks like a reasonable place to go across. We can then get underneath that 471,000 peat and the 1 million gold from roughly where you've built out to, Tristan. So yeah, I think that makes sense.
That goes down to most of the way to the water.
Oh, okay.
I didn't plan it. I just went, okay, here's a long description.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I think probably down to just below this peat patch. I think I'm expanding what I'm thinking of as grabbing each time I think about it, but never mind. Land is cheap. We also want to have a wall going down over here. I need to go and get rid of those Wrigley guys. Let's go and deal with them. They're so similar, there's even a mod to migrate LTN to Cybersyn. Right, okay. Cybersyn is not more UPS friendly. LTN is more bare bones rustic. Cybersyn is basically LTN with the LTN combinator mod and manager integrated. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Cubium might be an interesting one to manage. We will see how it goes. I guess I'm going to have to be ready for a challenge, and we shall see. But the thing is about being the manager, it's sort of up to the player to decide what level of offloading the thinking they do to other people. So yeah, I'm going to need to have an idea of how the planet works in general, but I could task somebody with going off and making a quantity of whatever is required, and then it's up to them to have a look into it. A bit like when Mike asked Sophia to go off and make a blue belt
Major
of plastic.
blueprint.
Okay, yeah, I'm fine. I've got... Ooh, blimey, that is a major blueprint. And I was saying confidently it's fine, Lignumis is not dangerous to us at this stage of the game. And it isn't, so that was absolutely... It didn't actually matter, but that was a very, very long blueprint paste.
Is this nest new? No, I'm just lower down than expected.
Yeah, Mike, if you could move. Get bots building those things and
Yep.
expanding
So
it.
the bots
further
are
up.
already in the right place. But yes, thank you. I see that Mark has moved all of my construction area.
Mike, do you think you could perhaps stop dropping iron onto this planet?
What?
Or was that not
What am I
you?
What am I being accused of?
Another massive dump of iron has just appeared on Lignumis.
My ship's hanging out in Muluna.
Did you set up a crazily large request for it? No, there's no requests in there for iron. It's just got scattered all over the floor. What?
My ship's hanging out in Muluna.
Yeah, the ship that's... is it? Which one's your ship?
Yeah. The Righteous Anger.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so we've got the Lime here at the moment, and the Muluna transport. So I don't know where that's come from.
Lime doesn't have iron.
That's very strange. Stop it. There we go.
Yeah, I mean, my ship is capable of going to Igrys.
Not
And
exactly.
Why are you talking about Igrys? Oh, I have 4 FPS. What's going on?
Why did my ship just suddenly dump stuff? I'm confused. It's got an unload thing it can do.
It
What
might
is
not
it?
have been your ship. I have to admit, it is possible that it was the
It
Lime.
could have literally just flown from Lignumis to Muluna.
True.
Because it's
True. I
got
didn't
a-
see it land. I just saw the remains, the everything left on the ground.
it stays at Lignumis for 500 seconds. And then flies off.
Well, that's why it's got the Muluna passenger present and passenger not present circuit condition, so I don't have to unclick everything.
Yes, but if it was round, if it was over Lignumis at some point, then it would have
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
potentially dropped stuff.
Yeah,
and
so
then-
it can go through the cycle, but it will terminate at Muluna because the two conditions are mutually exclusive and therefore cannot both be
Yeah.
met.
Is it set to drop stuff on somehow on Lignumis?
I
it's
mean,
not
the
set
unload,
push.
Because I don't see how it
No,
could
it-
be. You can do
unload
it.
is always auto ticks, and it did just drop something on Muluna. I don't know what it was, and with hindsight, I should have looked more closely.
No, it's not quite because I'm trying to work out because I thought you could either stuff would either get dropped automatically if it's being specifically requested by the planet and the planet is not requesting anything, or it would get dropped or it can get dropped manually if you tell it to, which is why I accused.
Oh, accumulators. It's dropped accumulators on. Oh, no, it's not. No, what? No, it can't have done.
Which is why I accused Mike.
J'accuse. I'm going to drop these bread belts though, because there's actually a lack of them. Scarily.
So yeah, that's very very weird. And if you could, if people could stop dropping iron onto Lignumis, I would appreciate
You
it.
want iron? Okay, I can send my ship over there to drop iron. That's no problem.
Yeah, Tristan, can I take you up on your offer to boot him out of the out of the game?
Technically, I'd have said I'd remove him from the whitelist, which I don't know what it would do with someone already in the game.
Probably nothing, in fairness.
Yeah.
I would guess
Protection's already
nothing,
established.
but I don't actually
But
know.
for next week, it'd be really irritating.
Yeah, you keep saying, I can't connect. And I go, what? Why? I haven't changed anything since last time. Since the end of last time.
Oh, and somebody plugged in the additional deep miner over on Lignumis as well, which I wasn't doing because it was using too much power. Mark, have you been going around and fixing things that shouldn't be fixed?
No, I didn't.
Mark, you're very efficient, right?
Yes, you did.
Did I?
Yes, it's got your name on it. I deliberately
Nice.
only plugged in one of the deep miners because they didn't need 2 deep miners worth of ore. You know how this is my planet?
Yeah.
Do you think you
I
could
mean,
perhaps
this
not
has-
break it?
I mean, that has to be in like 5 or 6 streams ago.
I don't think
Probably
it's
when
been
I
that
did the gold stuff, you know?
long. Okay, maybe I can sort of forgive you then.
No, no forgiving. No forgiving.
Well, no. To be fair, I did send him over there and ask him to work on the gold stuff. So if you reckon that maybe it needed more input there, then, and to be fair, there does seem to be enough power, so it's possible he also expanded the solar. So given those things, I might have to actually be forgiving.
I'll remove it.
Okay, Mark, I'm just adding a little thing to each of these to request the relevant chunks out of the system.
Yeah. I can do that.
Yeah, all right, go for it.
Laurence, do you want to pick up the iron by hand?
Yeah, I think so.
It's using all
Mike,
construction bots,
I
so
added similar
nothing's happening.
stuff
they're not building anything.
near the mines.
I'll
Well,
certainly
whatever
gather
you
what I
can
can
easily.
sensibly.
Yeah.
But no, I agree. This place is probably more sensible
Oops.
because once the mines are depleted, we'll remove that. So it's better to have it at the crushers.
No worries. Yeah, I just suddenly noticed there was a bunch of
Yeah, I'll add it.
asteroid chunks in the storage system, which is starting to get a bit full. Oh no. And then I'm trying to work out: do we have pylons on this planet, or is it all medium power poles?
You can request them from the ship.
I can also build them. I mean, they're not that expensive.
Pulling out additional plates from the landing pad is also going to use the construction plots, of course.
Hmm.
And I know we need to create a bit more space in there, but easier to just go. Probably better just to go over and grab some out of it, like I just did.
Yeah.
Let the bots do the fiddly stuff, like picking up things that are in between belts. He says, picking up a load of calcite.
Have we just got a lot of cubium research. I haven't been paying a sufficiency of attention.
I did one to unlock the planet.
Planet discovering cubium.
Ooh, lovely.
Fancy.
So we can actually go there at some point. We shall go to the ball. Alright,
Is
where's
balls
the
what?
lime? There it is. Good, it is there. So let us drop down some more construction bots, I think. 'Cause I feel like we don't have enough of those buzzing around. And what was I? Oh yeah, we need more roboports. Roboport ports. There they are. Some more of them. I'm definitely need blue chests, I think. I think that'll do for now. And let's take all those robots and put them in a roboport like that. There we go. Now we can. There we go. That's a bit more like it.
Mike, I added everything to
Only a
the
little
wall
bit more
I
like it, to
feel
be fair.
responsible for.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Cool. Right.
Also, I moved the roboports up north.
I noticed that. Yes. Thank you very much. Along with the main power line, which
Might I have some
I've always
sides?
been in two minds about whether or not to deem the power line as a lane of the bus, or whether to just thread it through one of the intermediaries.
I normally run the
usually,
power line
have-
along the gap between them, and
I usually
large
have the
pylons
power
fitting
line
quite neatly doing that. So, but
Yeah.
yeah, I can see either.
to the north side where we build the machines and have one roboport between, and therefore four lanes or four tiles space between each build.
Yeah. Makes sense. Thank you. So, Sophia, I'm just going to have to modify this ever so slightly to get the power in. 'Cause
Yeah, I
the
haven't
mo-
added power yet, but I can,
Oh, yeah.
I can add them if you want it.
Anyways, I'm just.
And there's some gold ones in here. We might as
Just
well
doing
chuck
this.
them back into this system. They're really slow, and I'll probably regret it later. But you know, as long as they only do unimportant things like tidying up stuff that's lying on the floor, it doesn't matter too much. All right, how's this going down here? It's going. Tristan started putting in the turrets and things. Excellent, thank you.
Yeah, it's
Let's
a
go and have a
good
look at
news,
how
bad
Muluna
news
is getting
situation,
on,
is
since
this,
I've
I'm
been
afraid.
away for a while. Okay, that is why we got the sudden game slowdown, because Sophia put in rather a lot of tree groweries things.
I mean, I can just solve that. That's
Oh no,
fine.
not to complain. I'm just amused by the scale.
No,
all.
no, sorry. I meant Mike's complaint about the powering.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
Or are you? Is it cool?
I mean, if I've just started on this first column here, and I'm also putting roboports down for you, or let's say for the
Alright,
building
cool.
to be
Cool.
made.
Roboports would be
Is
useful.
if you would like to do the rest, please, in terms of power, that'd be convenient.
Possibly a little too far.
Laurence,
Yes.
do we have landfill on here?
No. However, I wouldn't be surprised if Lime has some. Yes, it does.
It has, yeah, 500 should be there.
I've dropped 300 down, so we've got some landfill. We shouldn't need too much of it, but it's nice to squeeze the defences up to the end of the walls. So.
I was going to just run the belt, keeping it at right angles,
Oh, I see.
and just have it
which-
run through the water. But
Big.
that would mean the roboports would need to as well. So
Yeah,
maybe not.
it's a bit of a faff. If as you do come down here, go round the gold and the peat patches, because we're going to want those eventually. Well, going to want the peat eventually, certainly, and we may or may not want the gold. We have a bit of space for growing gold, but not a huge amount.
The peat patch at the bottom might mean we want to move down another roboport range.
Yeah, might as well. Nope.
We keep expanding.
Yeah, sorry about that. We keep seeing more patches of peat, and peat is eventually going to be
the
the wrigglers keep expanding. I see.
They're here now, and they weren't. This entire area was cleared out.
Quagor is asking why we aren't just building city blocks on Muluna.
The short answer is because there's too many blasted.
Cliffs.
Yeah, and it's a lot of pain and faff and so on. And honestly, I don't think it's going to be big enough to need it.
Oop. Gang. Yeah, I've saved you, Tristan. Pew pew pew. Yeah, you're right.
There's an indication of the amount of danger because I wasn't even looking at anywhere near my character.
Yeah. To be fair, the wrigglers were only wandering towards you. They hadn't even reached you yet. And I think your screen will probably flicker red and it give you plenty of warning. So it was very tongue-in-cheek when I said I saved you. Yeah, so I think the answer to that, Quagor, is that Muluna isn't going to be doing that many different things. So there's not... The city block is fantastic when you have many, many different things going on and want to have them all separated off from each other. All feeding each other somewhat arbitrarily. And Muluna very much isn't going to have that. It's just going to be passing things along. Some frames would be nice here. So whenever I do combat, the game absolutely tanks. I think, unless someone did another blueprint.
Saving you.
Thank you. You're very kind. Yeah. So Muluna is only doing sort of one or two things. It's making these science packs and it's making rockets, and everything else is just sort of sort of towards that purpose. So there'll be a mall and they'll be making circuits, but it's all just going to be fed into making science packs. So it almost doesn't. You almost don't need to have anything else going on the planet. So why bother? Basically, a city block would be somewhat wasted. Did that make sense? I was sort of half concentrating on trying not to lose all of my frames. I mean, get eaten by wrigglers while I was explaining that. So I might not have been quite at my most coherent. Yeah, city blocks can be fun. We've got them working on Norvis. I think at this stage, if we take any other planets out to the stage where they could be required, I think it might have made sense to do city blocks on Vulcanus, because that one has turned out to be quite a big planet. But I think a lot of the other planets we've done aren't really doing anything on a big enough scale. Like if you can remember what Igrys looks like, it's sort of there's a handful of things that are being passed along to a relatively small number of consumers. At that point, it's not really worth having a full-on city block to ship everything around. You can just run it along a main bus, and a single main bus is enough for that planet. And why not a main taxi? What would a main taxi involve? So I suppose no. Actually, city block kind of is a main taxi because you've got taxis nipping out because they aren't they aren't scheduled trains. They are functionally taxis that are nipping out, grabbing a load of whatever resource is required, and bringing it to where it's required. So, yeah, your city block basically is a taxi-based system. I think, kind of.
And the reason my personal construction bots aren't working is because I don't have any.
Is that because you went somewhere by what's the name, delivery?
Yeah,
channel?
and I don't have a request for any in my. So sitting there going, you know what? It's going to be helpful to actually do something.
Right. So the next
So
thing is going to be to build up the blue circuit production. And so the question is, what sort of rate of blue circuit production do we actually want on this planet? And I think the sensible thing is to start off with one blue belt, because that is one blue belt, but do it in a way that's going to be relatively easy to copy and paste as and when required. I did replace my personal robot with a PLD. You're right.
So Laurence, there's now enough of a guideline on Muluna. Correct me if I'm wrong, Sophia, for you to be able to start creating circuits and so on to the southward production.
Okay. Yeah, we were planning for Muluna to be the priority, weren't we? So that might make sense. I think running roboports out there so we've got radar coverage would be a good idea.
Yeah, we can work on that.
Okay, so is that all of that purple? That is all of the production that's going to happen, is it?
I'm going to refer you to Sophia just to double check.
Did you want me to build the? So what am I building? What am I actually going to need? So those are metals. That's fine. What's the third thing that comes in along here? Oh, plastic. Right. So the low density structure is going to have to be after plastic production. Okay, fine. Fuel production can be anywhere because that's just taking in things that come from metal processing and water, which comes from. It's taking in things from metal processing and asteroid chunk processing, so that should be okay. Anywhere we want to put it. Water, similarly, if we do that on site or not. Then down here, the science packs take in. Yeah, if we count glass as a metal, because it kind of is, because we're taking a resource and we're cooking it and it turns into glass, so it's kind of functionally equivalent to the metals. Then the science can go in absolutely anywhere. And however, then we need to have the blue circuits as well, which need to be after plastic production in order to make the red circuits. So where are you thinking of putting circuit production, Mike?
To the right of Sophia's builds.
Right, so I can't put in science production yet because we don't have circuit production. Mm-hmm. Who is circuit production? Who's in charge of circuit production?
You've got all 3 circuits.
Oh, have I? Oh, okay.
You've got RGB circuits plus. So if you remember, you're from here. Oop, yep, that's laggy.
It is very laggy at the moment.
Downstream, so then all the way around through
okay,
circuits
no problem.
and rocketry.
I thought I was rocketry, basically everything from after the corner, but no, that's fine. I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, I added that little clip onto it as well,
okay.
just on the grounds that otherwise I felt you'd have 2. I mean, if one could argue it's all a copy and paste job anyway.
It is. No, I don't believe there's any recipe changes in there at all, so I am just going to copy, flip, paste.
Mm-hmm. No worries.
I said I'm going to copy. Come on, game.
Yeah.
And I'll bring the. Shall I bring the module construction over as well?
Yes, please.
Okay. So we need that, and we flip it horizontal mont, and carry it all the way over here. And I shall put this. I suppose a little bit of a gap would be polite. Actually, how are things going? What's going on down here? I take it those tree belts are internal, Sophia?
So,
sorry, what?
Those. Oh, we're miles above the bus anyway, so I assume that everything's going to be internal. Fine.
The bus has, back at the start of it, I did on every lane that was designated something put.
That's fine.
Items.
Yeah, that's not really my question. It was I noticed there were some horizontal belts going across the bottom of Sophia's tree growing area. I was just making sure that me dropping in level with those was not going to cause problems, and I don't think it is. I think those are just passing trees around internally inside your own systems?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. So I can put this here. Large blueprint warning. Okay, large blueprint has been placed.
Thank you.
And is not showing up remotely on the radar, but never mind. When somebody goes over there, it will.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's circuit's done. That was nice and easy. Okay, I need to plumb them all in, but that can wait until we've got that can wait until we've got Roboport coverage out here, so I can at least see what's going on, and it started to be built.
Yep.
Right.
So Roboports and radars are coming along, as is the main power line.
Oh, it's a good point for Fuginator. Yes, putting in a city block system on Vulcanus would be a little tricky at this stage due to all the lava. We could do a town-based system, which is like a city block, but without quite the same level of organisation. But yeah, it's not quite as nice. Thinking of cars running down belts as mobile chests for as a taxi system. Yeah, I suppose that could work. No, yeah, Inks, that's pretty similar to what I've been thinking. I think that would make a lot of sense for Gleba. Yes, I absolutely. Yeah, we're not going to get Foundation for a very long time. It's going to be quite some way off. Right there. Well, there's the aluminium on this level. In fact, you know what? If I copy a little bit of this, then at least I'll know where stuff goes. We may need to remove the pipes later, but that's not a problem. Have I gone
Here we go. Ooh.
about there? If not, I mean, it doesn't matter because it's just good. Oh no, that's just the tree production. So if we go a little bit further, right to about here. This is getting into the belt, the circuit production area. So it gives me an idea of where all the different inputs are required, and so I can count a lot. If I can go over to here and I can go, okay, so aluminium, pretty sure that's this. Yeah, that is this one. Is 1, 2, 3, third block down, fourth row down in that block. Third block down, fourth row in that block. Goes here, then we take a belt up from here like this, and then we do underneath these. What does the new science unlock? When you say when you say the new science, are you referring to the additional Mulunan science, or are you asking about the Igryan science? Or there are quite a lot of additional sciences at this stage.
It unlocks, if nothing else, the production of space science in space.
That does sound appropriate.
That's
somehow.
quite a lot later, I think.
What are you? You're
It's
iron,
not
aren't you? Yes.
that much later.
Oh, that's up behind Gleba and Fulgura, wasn't it?
No, not anymore.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Iron. Right at the very bottom.
So you need to craft 10 low-density space platform foundations to get the exploration science pack.
Yeah.
And then
You're looking at the advanced space research.
exploration. So this one here is triggered by.
Boom.
Oh no! Okay, sorry. Beg pardon. No,
Also aluminium.
you need agricultural science packs, which I believe are the Gleban ones.
Yes.
Yes.
But it doesn't have it as a prerequisite in the tech tree.
Huh. That's mean.
Hmm.
And it's also not clear what it means. Oh no, because that's just making stuff in space. Yeah,
That's
fair
right.
enough, I guess.
Right, so that's my green. So, oh, this is also
Platinum
aluminium.
thrusters.
This is quite weird building with this much sort of space available. Oh, can we just go through that that rock, please? There we go. And remove that. Then this one is going to be. This is going to be the plastic. So plastic is supposed to be happening on the one above iron. Okay, and it'll be coming in from up here somewhere. From in this block is responsible for making plastic somehow. I'm not quite sure where, I have to admit, but I am assured that plastic will be coming out of it. And plastic was the one above iron, so if we come all the way down here. Let's go there. I can go in there, and then I'm going to go down the extra little distance there because then I can just drag these straight through and know they'll be perfectly lined up without having... Oop, faffery. Oh. Redo. Easier to fix that.
Cost of fuel
So-
productivity is probably the biggest thing that it offers.
Thruster fuel productivity. Okay,
Yeah,
that's quite nice.
it is both of them, oxidizer and fuel.
Oops. Yeah, sounds nice. Alright, and then we've got blue circuits coming out here, but in order to get that, we need more iron and aluminium coming in here. Can we have some more frames, please? Thank you. Let's get rid of that. Oh, no, let's leave that in, because we will probably eventually be wanting to make blue circuits over here and steal them for other things.
So just as a heads up, we're now overtaxing the starter base in terms of things like its ability to produce red belts. Therefore, well, I've put in a filthy little hack to, which I realise I've made a mistake for.
Iron.
I have a slight issue with
Gesundheit.
my space having been blocked here.
I asked if I was supposed to put it in here, and I was told yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean,
How much more space do you need, Sophia?
Well, I mean, it's quite a bit.
could be.
Yeah.
Are we having communication difficulties?
Yeah.
Because I said, where shall I put this? And I was told to put it right next to what you built. And I said, how much shall I leave a little bit of space for sort of friendliness and so on?
Yeah, I say correct me if that was wrong. I didn't get corrected, so I assumed it was right.
I mean, there's
Okay,
not that much built of it. We can just cut and paste it across and put it somewhere else. That's not a problem.
But I think that would be wise if that's right, please.
So okay. I need about this much space.
What's that? I don't see where you...
He's pinged in the sandbox.
I see. Tell you what. I'll put this...
Although, I mean...
I'll put this
could
blueprint in my blueprint sandbox, and you tell me when you're ready, and I'll come over and paste it in. When you've taken up all the...
Mike doesn't like that, apparently. He doesn't want stuff in the... I'm not finished yet, by the way.
I'm just using the blueprint sandbox to store it in. I'm not going to build it in here. It's just somewhere to put it out of the way.
Yeah, I was trying to allow for some parallelism in the builds.
I have to admit, I did wonder a little bit where the plastic was coming from, but I assumed it was going to be sort of the stuff was being fed backwards inside that build or something like that. So I should have asked more questions.
Yeah, well, lessons learned.
Nope, not Igrys, Muluna. We've now shot well beyond the area that was sort of relatively cliffless, I notice.
Yeah, but it's...
I think you might have asked him to build on rather too large a scale, and we suffered from Mike disease once again.
It's fine.
I mean, well, the UPS may beg to differ at some point, but...
Tristan,
Yep.
may I ask you to, in the mod settings, map settings, auto deconstruct, enable mark unused belts?
Oh yes.
I just remembered.
Okay, you seem to have got a much better answer cut off from other people than I would have been able to give. Because actually, that said, I could look in here and go, where is the, what is it called, interstellar science? No, it's not interstellar. It's what's the new science pack called that we get from Muluna?
Exploration.
Okay, that's nothing like what I was expecting it to be called. There we go, Exploration Science Pack. So that seems to give us advanced space researches, another type of crusher, cubic science productivity, condenser turbines, vacuum heating towers, interesting, Aquilo, platinum thrusters, loads of productivity, rocket part productivities, space chest, okay, interesting, steam production on space platform, thruster fuel productivity, and Meraxis, and then further stuff beyond those as well. So there is
the vast majority of those also take a planetary science that we don't have yet.
That is true. Also, coffee filters.
What?
This recycling, water recycling productivity looks a lot like a coffee. If it is a coffee filter, if we're being honest with ourselves here.
Right, Laurence, I've pasted my plastic thing, so now you
Oh,
know where
okay.
it's coming from.
Oh, now I need to line this up again. Get all the everything's in the right place. So that must, yeah, there we go. That's in the right place. So I've put this in. Ooh, there's the edge of it. I'll put it in a little bit further away. So put that there. Right. Okay. I'll come back in about 3 streams when some of the stuff out here might have been built. Because, yeah, serious mic disease. Meanwhile, on Lignumis, Tristan has been busy. Excellent. So, looking at how big is a blue circuit production facility going to be? Not enormous, I think. Especially if we build it sort of, if we for one thing, if we don't, come on, stop being laggy. Right, if we don't use steam assembly machines, if we start using the tier 3 assemblers instead, then this is going to get a lot smaller for the same level of productivity. We are going to need a lot of the other inputs coming in. Let's look at the numbers, because that seems like a sensible way to do things. So if we go in here, if I want to make the blue circuits, I need to find them in the list. I can't find them in the list. Let's use the search. So the blue circuits are the Lignumian way. That's going to, if I want to make, it's a 10-second crafting time, but if we, oh, we can't make the blue circuits in a tier 3 assembly machine. That would explain why I'm not, because you can't. That's fair enough. So we either wait till we get the EM plants, or we just go in and carry on making them with massive banks of steam assemblers. And I think we do the steam assemblers first, and then we'll start using the EM plants when we finally unlock those. But yeah, does explain why I'm doing something rather odd over here, and it's because I didn't have a choice about it. So turns out. So we're going to need. So if I want to make 45 of these per second, I'm going to need 450, 900. Maybe that's how they get round the, it's really easy to make processing units on Lignumis. Because I'm going to need to make a blue belt's worth, that would take 900 machines. I think. That would explain why I don't have an enormous number coming out of this. So, as a comparison...
You can beacon things.
No, you can't. Oh, actually, maybe I can. Yes, I can, sorry. Yes, it will allow beaconing. I was assuming because they're very basic assembly machines, they wouldn't allow modules, and if you can't put modules in a machine, you can't beacon it. But they do. So yes, beaconing will help quite a lot. As it is, though, I've got these machines here. There's 37 of them. They could produce almost 2. So the answer is going to be beacon the absolute wazoo out of them. Probably with productivity modules, or maybe overclock modules if we can generate enough power. So that's going to then make power a challenge on this planet. So we're going to need enormous quantities of solar. Although actually, no, hang on, these don't use... Oh, but then we need enormous quantities of steam because these don't use electricity. Yes, they do. Apparently, 25 kilowatts of steam. So we're going to need enormous quantities of steam being pumped into them. And the speed modules will increase the amount of steam being used, presumably. Also, yes, that is a good point. Let's have a look at this. Yes, yeah, it would need 20 blue belts of brown circuits to make them. That is a very good, and 8 of gold cable and 3 of plastic. How long does it take to make a wooden circuit? Only half a second though, and it can be done in a lumber mill. So yeah, okay, there's going to be a lot of belts carrying them over, but it's not going to be an unreasonable number of the mills. So a lumber mill has a speed of 2, so it's going to take a quarter of a second, and it's got a productivity of plus 50%. So we're going to be getting 3 out every quarter. We're going to get 3 because it's a 2 times recipe as well. So if we use lumber mills to make these, we're going to get 3 circuits out every quarter of a second. So that's really quick. So in order to, but that means we still need to have 200 times 45, 900 basic circuit boards, and we're getting 3 per second, and we're getting 12 a second. So that's going to be, yeah, let's start off, let's make a system that can make a wooden belt's worth, and then we can make more of them. We can make 2 to make a yellow belt, we can make 4 to make a red belt, and we'll see how it goes. Best use to use a nuclear reactor to make that much steam. Yeesh, that's a horrifying thought. How do you make steam if you just want steam? Please press the right button.
I think we've been
Laurence.
intending to make it out of the desiccation furnaces.
That's how it's being done at the... Oh, just straight up from the desiccation furnaces.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're making any other than that.
Because... Oh yeah, no, we're not at the moment. I was wondering if there are other ways to make steam. So steam is generated by a boiler. Of course it is. So we can just use boilers or heat exchangers to produce the steam. So that requires a burnable fuel, and I don't really want to use the peat for that. Alternative recipes. I want a way of making steam from electricity and water, ideally. And that's calcite and sulfuric acid. That's not appropriate. So's that one. So's that one. That's solid fuel and water. We probably don't have it yet. I wish these would have a highlight behind them with red or green to show whether you'd researched the thing or not. Oh, does the boiler show... okay, a boiler can just take in wood. That's a possibility then. Now, we're going to need more wood for this sort of thing to get this up and running, because we don't have enough of it as it is. But that's another thing to expand. Water and oxygen makes steam and carbon dioxide. Does it really? But we don't have that. We don't have... 1 water and 50 atmosphere makes steam and carbon dioxide. I mean, that would be really good if it wasn't a Muluna thing. Oh, it's a vacuum boiler. Could be... Probably could be done here. I think that second to last symbol on the second line is lignomis. But we don't have vacuum boilers as far as I'm aware, so that's out.
When there's a list of that many
vacuum-
planets, I kind of assume that it means all planets.
Yeah, fair.
Vacuum boilers are being used on Muluna. So we have the technology unlocked, have had for a while. And I believe we're making them.
Oh, they've changed names.
Yes,
They were called advanced boilers before.
Oh, that'd be why I didn't remember them then. And then all the rest is sort of kind of silly. If you mix liquid fear and liquid courage, then you get 5,000 courage fear. Then you get 5,000 steam out. So does anyone have some convenient fear and courage we can boil off together?
I can wave a gun around and see what happens.
But then, so the advanced water boiling is... No, hang on. There was one that was from atmosphere, wasn't there? Yeah, here we go. Advanced water boiling from atmosphere. It's 10 steam every 0.16 of a second. So 80 steam a second. It's not too bad. Oh, but it'll be fueled by a burnable. So we don't. So again, we might as well just use a normal boiler. Import steel greenhouses to burn wood in. Well, no, we can grow wood on. We can grow wood on this planet quite relatively easily. See, we're doing quite a lot of it over here. This is producing wood at a sensible, at a rate. The rate is not quite as high as we would perhaps like, but it is producing wood at a rate. Oh yeah, I was aware it was a cubium recipe. I was just sort of curious about the novelty value of courage, mixing courage and fear together to make it. Yeah, maybe going nuclear to make the steam, and as you say, to make electricity as well, because we need quite a lot. We're probably going to need a decent amount of that. Might be the way to go. Sort of sadly, but it kind of makes sense. Yeah, let's pop over to here for a moment and go, right, what if I put in... so I said 900 to fill a blue belt, but a brown belt is only 7.5 items per second. So it's 900, 600, 300, 150. 150 machines. That's still a stupid number, but then we are going to speed module it all, so that's going to make a bit of a difference. So let's put in some steam assembly machines. Oh, actually, these can be the other way around. Let's put steam machine and assembly machines in like this. They can pass the steam through to them all. And then we'll bacon down both sides like this. And up the other side. And we'll feed in I'll use a blue belt for now, just because these are in the wrong place. Move them out one. Right, what do you need? I forgot. We want to do this recipe. God, there's 4 inputs. Okay. Oh, right. Oh no, that's okay. We can do the wood pulp down along here. And I'll put in an infinite wood pulp sourced at the bottom. Infinity pipe. There we go. I said, give me that. Right, infinity pipe down there. You're going to be wood pulp. That's easy. And another one of those here for steam. The problem is then we've still got another 3 inputs, so, and I can't move my beacons out any further. Okay, I guess I'm just going to mix the belts. That's not a serious problem. And down here we'll feed in a supply of, what is it? So we want plastic and gold cable. We'll fill in the numbers backwards from here at some point. I just want to see how many of these machines we'll need if I pump everything full of tier 2 speed modules like this. I don't know why I'm bothering with the inputs actually. I just need in fact, I don't need any of this. All I need at this point now is an infinite source of power. And then, for the purposes of this, just this will do. And over here. Alright, so how fast are you guys going to be producing? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 machines. And they're going to produce 1.25 per second. And I was saying 7.5 per second to fill a brown belt. I'll worry about feeding in all of the other inputs and things because we're going to need to bring in wooden circuits in many places along here. Oh yeah, overclock modules is a good shout. It would bring the speed down a little bit, but yeah. So to get this to 7.5, we'd need like 6 times as many. So we're looking at about 40 of these machines. 2, 3, 4. This is ludicrous. 5, 6. So, there we go. So there we go. Well, 6.8. So from 36 machines. All right. Let's put in one more block. That's going to be just over, I think. Yeah, we go. So there's about 8 from that. That is somewhat ridiculous, and bringing in all of the required supplies is going to be a bit ridiculous. Let's switch over to overclock modules because that will both what? Why are you being stupid? What? Why is this broken? Stop it. Okay, let's clear it out. Fine. Right, we'll put overclock modules into that one. And then remove all of these. Oh, God, that's further than I expected. And then I can copy this. So the same number of machines. This might actually be more because we're reproducing with the productivity. I don't think it will be though. Oh, that's almost exactly 7.5 at that point. We're getting a productivity bonus of 12%. Quality 0. That's fine. Speed is of the essence. Speed is 2 and a bit times. So yeah, that is basically going to produce a brown belt's worth of the what's names things. No, overclock modules don't make things slower. They just make them fast. They just make them more productive. That's the sort of the point of them. So you get a crazy amount of energy consumption, but you get a massive productivity bonus. You get the productivity bonus without getting the speed bonus. So you don't need to put in speed modules in the machines as well to cancel out the slowdown from productivity.
Sophia, you're aware that the robot network doesn't reach the middle of your builds?
We don't know.
I'll add some
200
robots.
kilowatts each. Oh no, they're not. 200 kilowatts of steam each, so we're
Okay.
getting through massive quantities of steam. Right. And then a load of electricity for this. We will have to have a bit of a consider about what is a sensible size to build the blue circuits at, I think. So, and I could drop that in. That would fit in across here. And the consumption rate might not be too ridiculous. Maybe. I don't know. I guess we drop it in and see how it goes. Pull in gold from here. There's quite a lot of gold available up here. Especially if we turn this back on again. We'll need to make the steam. That might have to be importing a nuclear reactor. I think that does sound like quite a good idea, to be honest. Yes, exactly, Kartoffel. Yeah, there's a couple of. I think it was Quagor suggested using a nuclear reactor to generate all of the steam. So that might be the way to go. But then we would need to start importing the nuclear fuel. But I don't think that's a serious problem. It's just another thing to ship over to here. Yeah, locally producing the steam is going to be a serious problem. I don't think it's realistic. Because either you have massive banks of boilers burning through enormous quantities of wood, and therefore you need enormous forests or enormous areas of agricultural towers to produce all of that wood. But we're already going to need quite a lot more agricultural towers in order to make the circuit boards like this, because that takes in a fair amount of lumber. And there's a load of and also the wood pulp as well. Where is all of the wood going? Is it all going into lumber? Yes, it's all going into making lumber already.
We have just gone and placed a fair amount of belts.
True, but I'm pretty sure previous times I've looked, we've had quite a lot. The wood has been in high demand, should we say? So I don't think it's because we've come in and upset things. I think it just is like this. It's also the game is also slowing down again. I think we're trying to build too big. Exactly, Quagor. Yes, why are we considering so many blue circuits? Because, well, it started off with me looking at with blue circuits being in demand all over the place and thinking that the Lignumis recipe is quite easy. It's only relatively simple resources that we've got on Lignumis in large quantities. So it might be fun to start trying to make large quantities of blue circuits on Lignumis. And then, and now I've come along and realised that actually it's not that easy a recipe because it requires the steam assemblers, and it therefore requires lots and lots of steam. I think this might be a thing that we're better off putting off until we have the EM plants. Or at least putting off on a bulk scale until we have the EM plants. We could put in a bit of it, maybe make a yellow belt or a red belt's worth. But I think trying to make massive quantities of it is going to be a struggle because the EM plants, I think, may not require steam. I think they don't. I'm not sure.
Because the steam is fuel.
Yeah, exactly. So I think once we've got the EM plant, we can maybe revisit this idea. But then maybe by then, we won't care. We'll have a better way of making blue circuits anyway. So I'm trying to remember how I made blue circuits when I was playing Space Age. And I think it was through...
Maybe. No,
it was. I tried to and it didn't work. I think it was Vulcanus, but importing plastic. In the end. So this actually might be a reasonable intermediate one. If we've got EM plants, we should be able to make these a bit more easily.
Saphir?
You press the keybind.
Press the keyboard.
Oh, can you guys press it back? I don't know. What is it?
I turned it off.
Shift. There we go.
That one.
There we go. That worked.
Jeez.
You can go into settings and turn it off, so it's not a
I
keyboard.
know.
But that's
Yeah,
just
so
sensible.
so true. You could if you have the EM plants, you could use the EM plants to make the blue circuits elsewhere. However, the EM plants will give you a bonus to productivity, and in fact, quite a significant one if you go all the way through green, red, and blue circuits. But you still have the problem, whatever problems there are, of making blue circuits just somewhere else. They're just somewhat alleviated because of the productivity bonuses. So yes and no. I mean, it would help. It will certainly make it easier to make them elsewhere, but it will still potentially be worth making them on Lignumis. I don't know. And at the moment, we are trying to make them to ship over to Vulcanus because Vulcanus struggles with making blue circuits. So having that much at least would be quite useful. True, but you do already get the 50% bonus from making the making the wooden circuits. So I think I'd like to expand it a bit. Let's take it to making one brown belt instead of one blue belt, and then that I think that'll be enough to produce a useful amount for Vulcanus, and we'll see how that is for other planets as well. We'll also upgrade. Actually, we don't need to upgrade the steam science. We'll see how that gets on.
I think these defences are now set up fully, other than the belt needs to run all the way around.
And it's a wooden belt all the way around, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's only slightly torturous.
Given it's 10 past 11, and with the clock change, my body's telling me it's 10 past 12, I attempt to call it here for me. Are there any questions around Vulcanus or anything like that people want to ask?
Do you mean Muluna?
Not Vulcanus, sorry, Muluna. That's how tired I am. Yeah,
No,
fun fact, clocks change.
I'm good with
and
carrying
kids
on.
are- Thank you. Thank you, Spare.
Yep, I think I know what's going on. It's just
Yeah.
we need to wait 3 days for all the wood growing to be placed.
There is quite a lot of sort of buffer in the existing system that can be used. Oh, to be placed, sorry. Yes.
Because once it gets placed, we can. I feel like I know it's not quite as simple as this, but I feel like once these have been placed, then the construction bots can move on to building the next set of things that are further down the factory.
Yeah, and as the bottom tier of machines gets placed for each thing, you'll start to see trickles appear. It'll be a trickle, and then you expand upwards and it becomes a flood. Yes, it'll get there.
Unless our computers all melt first.
Yeah, it's 50-50, isn't it? Either it will happen or it won't happen, therefore it's 50-50.
Mike has come through has been reading too many Discworld books.
Yeah.
You wouldn't think there was such a thing, but somehow he's managed it.
Right, in that case, good night, everyone.
Okay.
Good
Good
night,
night.
Good night, Mike.
Night, chat.
All right. So over here, let's go and have I think I can now have a bit of a look at Muluna because we've at least got the roboports out here that we have some radarish. A server doesn't help with Factorio. There is if you're not leaving the game running all the time to allow people to dip into it whenever they want, there is no point in having a server in Factorio. It doesn't make things noticeably faster. Because the server and the clients all have to do all of the same processing. So if you run the server on a machine that's also running the client, you only add a little bit of extra requirement onto it, and it's not the machine that is running the server that is the one that is the limiting factor at the moment. It is either mine or Saphir's. And at the moment, I think it's probably mine. At least for the times I've been being grumbly about it, it has definitely been mine because sort of almost by definition. We've got some blue circuit potential here. So where do blue circuits go? Yeah, we like our planets to be reasonably self-sufficient, but that doesn't always happen. So 1, 2, 3, 4 up on the of the bottom block is blue circuits.
And that might depend on who you're talking about with the we.
Yeah,
What?
if you have a look at my ship,
Mark
might
doesn't.
disagree.
Please
English
talk in complete sentences.
You were saying that so that we all like to have our planet self-sufficient, and
Oh, I
if you look
see.
at my
Right,
ship,
okay.
I might disagree.
Right. Okay, I understand. Yes, I talked about lots of different things, and then someone came in with a very, very vague comment, and I had no idea which bit of what I'd said they were replying to.
Is the last thing he said.
Yeah, but I'd said quite a lot of things, so it could well have been a reply to any of them. All right. Blue circuits are. I mean, there's a belt to carry. There's a belt to bring them out when they're made, and that is an important step forwards. Right. So this is aluminium. That comes from here. Really? Okay. Don't know where this goes. Right there. Bring that down to. Hell, it was about here, wasn't it? Yes, I think it was here. So that's my aluminium. For the other bank of green circuit production. Then there's even more green circuit production for even more red circuit production. What's that for? Is that for going onto the... What's that? Okay, that's going off elsewhere and... Oh, that's is literally just for module production. I think that could probably leach from this red circuit production and... Actually, probably... Or I could put more, or at least I could put more red circuit production on the top of that. That feels more sensible. So let's lose... Oh, but then that need more green circuit production on the top as well. So maybe it does make sense to have this here. No, HPTD, that's incorrect. When when doing the game syncs to the server's speed, and if there are any players who are running slower than the server, then they will eventually get dropped. Unless you slow down the server, which is what we've done. So we've got the server running at 48 UPS, and that means so it is held there, and if we so in theory. Remove all of that. So yeah, we're held at 48 UPS unless things start to struggle even more than that, but if we start to have further trouble, then the game can if the server struggles, then the game will drop down in speed. But if the server's being run on the fastest computer and is running at full speed, you will eventually drop people who are running on slower computers because their computers can't keep up. They get left behind, and everybody cries. Or at least the person on the slowest computer cries, which currently is me, or possibly Sophia. That hooks onto there, or is it there? Oh yeah, that's the output. So that goes there. Don't need that. That must be wrong. Yes, that is definitely wrong. What did I just copy? Oh, right, yes, I saw the green square that shows me where I'm going to drop where the other end of the red belt would be. So yes, that wants to go there. I don't need that, and I don't need that. And therefore we won't have that. This clearly needs at least one more pylon. Don't know why we're using mediums rather than larges along here, but never mind. That's not the reason why. And where are red circuits going? Yes, you have to. Well, you have to adjust the game speed to ensure that the player with the slowest computer can keep up, which is almost the same thing. Yes. So the top one of this bank is no, that was greens. It's the red ones are the second one of this bank, so they go in above the blues, which makes sense. Which is this is blues, and yeah, my computer is definitely struggling. I think I may need to go out and spend £1,000. Spend all the money I made from selling my car on on a better computer. All right, and it's the second one down. 1, 2. And we need that for the greens to get through. Then over here, need to bring... This is kind of ridiculous. That we're bringing... The red circuit's coming all the way down here to then be brought all the way back up again. Now, shall I be lazy? I don't know. Yeah, let's just split these off here. It's a ridiculously long way to be taking them down to bring them back up again. Come over to there, and then we just need the blue circuits in, which I am going to bring all the way back up again, even though it's frankly a little bit ridiculous. They're going to come from down here and up to here, right up to there. From here. Like that. And put in a belt like that. Underground there and there. And there we go. Pretty much there. Right. Okay. Yeah, I think if it was only if this was a single player game, I could totally understand removing the requirement for wood on your spaceships, because it is a little bit silly having to have all these greenhouses up here, and it adds in an extra step, and it adds extra steps in quite a lot of different places. So I can definitely understand going, I think this is silly, I want to remove it. But I think we've got enough people that we can deal with stuff like this, and it's not that bad. It just means you need to have this block on your spaceship, and if you leave it parked over somewhere where there's no water for too long, then you might run into issues. But it's mostly okay. So I think I'm happy that we've left this in.
Also, we like silliness.
And we do like silliness. Yes, that's very true. What planet? Yes, I'm sort of mostly working on. This is Muluna, which I'm mostly working on at the moment. We're technically sort of also working a little bit on Lignumis, because we're sort of thinking about. We're brainstorming a little bit for producing blue circuits in slightly larger quantities for shipping over to Vulcanus on this planet. And we've just finished. Igrys is the most advanced, most distant planet we've got to, and we've sort of finished this one. And we're planning on going off to Cubium next. That's the next planet. When we'll be ready for that is sort of slightly open to debate, but we shall see. No, Dave, you're wrong. Everybody runs the full simulation. The server doesn't have to do the rendering, except that Tristan's playing on it as well, so it does have to do the rendering. But no, the simulation is done on every single computer, because think about how much is going on in the factory. If you had to send all of the updates of every single belt that was sending anything anywhere in the network code, that'd be absolutely unplayable. So instead, it just sends everybody's movements from every computer to every other computer, and everything that's built. And then because Factorio is completely deterministic, then it can run quite happily on all of the different computers in sync with every computer running the full simulation itself, rather than trying to do any rather than trying to pass any part of the simulation between computers. Which is roughly what HPTD is also saying at about the same time. So yes, as Quagor says, Kawe, we are, well, however that accent is pronounced. Sorry, I'm not very good at accents. Yes, we're going around and doing sort of upgrades and repairs and improvements on various planets. So we updated the Muluna mod. And that broke quite a lot of things, like wood production and science production. And so we've started rebuilding things, and because Mike has a thing for massively overbuilding, we are now massively overbuilding on Muluna, and we're just going to tell him he's an idiot once we finish building it, I guess, because that's how it always goes. Yeah. Yeah, we're probably there were definitely large. This part coming out here was made today, so there must have been large pylons available at this point. In fact, they're being made here. They've been being made here for a very, very long time. It's just somebody decided they wanted to use medium pylons and did occasional big pylons to get the power up to the where production is happening, which is again also utter nonsense. But apparently that's what we're doing. So yeah, go figure. So let's put in. Let's add to the nonsense by putting in a large pylon here and here, and I suppose then we're going to need another medium one down here to get the power in, and I'll do the same at the other end of the construction of the system as well because. Well, just because. Otherwise we won't get power in up here. Come on, be long enough. Oh, maybe it is. That's probably fine. There we go. Yeah, that's. I was thinking about. I was thinking about making a blue belt of blue circuits on Lignumus. Then, when I saw what that would actually require, I changed my mind. So I'm not too proud to change my plan when met with evidence that says my plan is a bad idea. You can't craft steam science in the magic building. I mean that's possible. I was pretty sure you could, but you know you might well be right. Let's investigate.
It's not one of the available ones.
Oh, okay. Tristan has checked. Apparently, you can't. Okay. Well, so yeah, we definitely won't be producing steam science in the magic buildings then. The game has spoken. So I guess it's we can at least use the tier 3 assemblers. So it could be a lot worse. Is there anything else we can use? Where's the other steam? No, go in here. There we go. Of course, it doesn't show what you can make in the magic machines in here, which is a bit of a pain. But it does at least show that we can make them in assembling machine 3s, which is what we're doing at the moment. So we'll carry on with that. If we need more, we can put in more machines somewhere. It'll be fine. It's only gold and steam. We're going to have that where we're making the blue science anyway, blue circuits anyway. That's okay, Dave. I'm happy to explain. I hope my I wasn't sounding too. Aggressive isn't quite the right word, but too, I don't know. You need, you can't share the full simulation between computers because that would be unrealistic on network bandwidth. So each computer just does it all by itself, and it works surprisingly well, and you almost never get out of sync errors. And if you do, it's because somebody's made a mod that doesn't work properly. Oh, I remember back in the olden days playing. I think it was Duke Nukem 3D on multiplayer over modem connection. That's how long ago I'm talking here.
Damage on Lignumus?
Sorry?
Damage on Lignumus? Wall damage?
Oh,
That's probably.
yes. The ammo hasn't got around there yet. And yeah,
It's nearly there. It won't be long until that's sorted. Also, the lasers aren't working. Why aren't the lasers working?
because the spacing of them wasn't the same as the big pylons,
Oh, right.
and I copy pasted, and so they slowly get out of sync.
Right. Okay. Well, we have the ammunition is about there now, so we'll I say about there. It's got much of the way around the factory, but there's still quite a bit of it to go. Uptight isn't the right word either. Anyway, yes, playing Duke Nukem 3D over a modem connection. The game got out of sync, but didn't realise it didn't warn, or at least it didn't warn the players. So that worked in the same sort of way as Factorio, in that it sent the commands from one player to the other. So if it got out of sync, then your player would be a little bit too far to the left, so they then run into a doorway or something like that, and they get stuck on that. And then when they turned a bit and started to move to the right, maybe they would go through the doorway, but by that time you've gone through another doorway down the corridor or gone up some stairs or something like that. So you get fairly significantly out of sync, and it gets worse and worse and worse the longer you carried on playing for. So we got to the end of the game, and I ended up chatting with my friend, talking about how it had gone, and we both thought we'd won by enormous margins. Actually, no, I think we realised something had gone wrong when when one of us came around a corner and found the other one just sort of pressed up against a wall, trying to run into the wall, and shot them a few times and got a very, very easy kill. I thought, hang on a minute, that's not right. What's going on here? And then we
They're
worked
not really that bad.
Exactly. I mean, I'm not expecting amazing play, but there is a limit. Very true. Yes, the Factorio has to stay in sync. So it has to send over whatever information is needed for the next tick before that tick can happen. So it's possible that I am a few ticks behind a couple of ticks behind the server, waiting for those bits of information to be sent over, so I can perform those ticks. I imagine that when you have a sync problem, sometimes you get a bar coming up saying that someone is falling behind, someone is going to be dropped in a little while if they don't start behaving themselves. That's probably when there's been a bit of a network hiccup, and you have to say, okay, I need the last 10 ticks worth of updates again because I missed all of those. So the server goes, okay, here's that information again, and the game then tries to catch up, and you struggle a little.
If you press F4 and then tick show multiplayer statistics, you see some information about how many ticks you're behind, basically.
Okay, up here you go. There we go. I've got
0.
6 ticks of latency, and I've got a buffer of 2 or 1 0, and I'm not quite sure what that means.
Yeah,
maybe that's how many ticks ahead. No, I can't be ahead. It can't be ticks ahead. I don't know what the buffer could mean then.
Oh, Laurence dropped behind by 2 ticks.
I currently have a latency of 8 ticks. Apparently, it's gone up slightly. So, let's go and have a look. Try and find somewhere ridiculously busy, like Muluna, where stupid things are going on with lots of bots. See if I can drop my UPS a little bit, and see if the latency goes up a bit. No, that's not too bad. Maybe Norvis would be better. No, there's no bot frenzy happening on Norvis at the moment. That's not an invitation to make one.
I can place.
In before.
A second. No.
Oh.
Something should happen.
Yep, I've gone up to 79 tick latency now with a 39 buffer. So buffer
might both dropped to about 70 ticks behind, and Mark dropped to about 30.
Yeah, so I'm still 79 ticks behind. Well, 79 ticks behind, waiting for that to try and catch up. The buffer numbers, I'm not quite sure exactly what those mean.
I wonder if that's also because Mark's PC knew about the nonsense that he just placed. So
I don't
he knew
know,
ahead of time.
Because he does have a better computer than certainly
too,
me.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I've dropped 44 ticks latency now, so I am catching up. So yeah, that's what it's like when people do silly nonsense. Yeah.
I've done some GNU mistidying.
Time to build a supercomputer that everyone just remote desktops into. Yeah, that's a possibility, I guess. You could just have, if it was written cleverly enough, then you could just have one Factorio simulation on it and multiple renderings. That would be interesting and theoretically possible, although I don't believe Factorio is designed for that. So, yeah, that's an interesting idea. Yes, I believe we have researched Cubium. However, I don't think there's actually any point in me sending stuff over to it. We've got the line which is full of coconuts, full of stuff. So it's going to be very, very easy to just fly this ship over there and go, here you go, here's everything you could possibly want, and get things started on Cubium. Anything that isn't on this ship, I probably wouldn't realise I would need. So I think we're probably okay for that. Although I do need to design and then start building a ship to do the main run from Norvis over to Cubium. In fact, actually, Cubium hasn't appeared in the space. Oh no, it hasn't appeared in the planets because we haven't gone there yet. But it has appeared up here, highlighted, so we could. Yeah, I could go over there. I could drop in and have a look and see what's going on over there. But at this point, there's probably not a great deal of point in doing that. Yeah, exactly, Dave. Theoretically possible, unachievable, I believe, with the current state of how Factorio is. But the devs could potentially write something like to do that. But would you gain much? You'd only need one powerful computer to run a megabase, so you'd gain that much, and everyone else could just be running a dumb client. Something as long as it's fast enough to run an RDP connection would be okay. You'd probably find you'd end up using more bandwidth, I think. So if you had really, really good internet, but it was difficult to get a fast enough computer, then potentially it could be better. But it is a silly idea, but it's an entertaining one to think about. Check space lane for asteroid density Cubium. You sound like you might be trying to drop not very subtle hints that there's something I should be looking into. I wouldn't expect the space lanes to be too dangerous on the way out there. I could be wrong, of course, but I wouldn't expect them to be too dangerous because it is just another inner planet. What is the route we'll be taking? We'll be going from Vulcanus to Cubium. Okay, let's look that one up. Oh, you can alt-click the space now. I always forget about alt-click because it never works. Doesn't work. I can't alt-click the space lane. Alt-clicking things doesn't seem to work for me for some reason. I don't know why not. Maybe I've unbound the keystroke or something daft like that.
Yeah, works for me.
Okay.
So you've changed something.
Presumably, yes. So Vulcanus is the... There we go. Here are the Vulcanus ones. Vulcanus Cubium. There we go. Oh, and Cubium is the cube. Of course it is. It doesn't look like that. It looks like a cube over on this sort of icon. Fine. There are... We get up to 28 a minute of medium metallics, which compared to the Vulcanus Igrys run, that one, yeah, it's pretty similar. So yeah, a ship that can get to Igrys is going to be able to get to Cubium without any difficulty, I think. Also, let's see what's in sort of we have. So we have metallics, we have carbonics, metallic chunk. Oh. There are very few oxide asteroids. I mean, there are some, so I don't think the ship will have trouble in flight. But I think this is going to be another planet where we can't really leave a ship because there's a risk of it running out of water. No, I think you don't get big asteroids until. So, I think this area here you don't get anything other than chunks, so it's really really easy. Then I think everywhere inside the Aquilo orbit, so everywhere out to about here, I think you only get mediums. And then as you get out to Aquilo distance, you then start to get large. And then, is it huge outside the solar system edge or is it huge on the way to the solar system edge? I forget.
I'm gonna place a few more city blocks.
Okay.
You get huge out at Rosetta.
Okay. So Rosetta, Secretus, Tenebris as well, presume. Oh no, not Tenebris. Tenebris will be the same as Aquilo, so it'll just be large. No idea what we're going to find when we go over to the through the Stargate.
Tenebris doesn't even have large, only up to medium.
Oh, okay.
I'm not going to look into the routes for it because that's more faff.
Tenebris is kind of in the wrong place then. Tenebris should be over here, about here. For that reason.
The asteroid field is just part of the orbit. For some reason, it's not spread out all the way around. Because they all maintain these relative positions, definitely. That's not unrealistic at all.
Yes, well. But the approximation stands that generally the further out you go. So okay, there's a vertical line here that is where it gets more dangerous, rather than a round one going around here. It seems, which is not absolutely ridiculous, but never mind. So yeah, there is a point somewhere around here where you start to see large ones. But until you get outside, I believe, until you get outside the sort of Fulgora orbit, you're going to be safe with only the sort of the medium. You're only going to get smalls and mediums.
So actually, Aquilo is the only place it looks like with bigs as its maximum.
Okay.
Oh no, that's the route. Yeah, because the ones further out have huge as well, and the ones further in don't have big.
Okay. Well, there you go. So there is a little blip round the Norvian sphere of influence where you only get chunks. Then there's a vertical line drawn here for big, and then there's another vertical line drawn here, or possibly actually that one could be a circle. Who knows? For huge, and we don't know what goes on over here. I mean, I could probably go and I could probably look in the Factoriopedia, but I'm not going to because it feels a bit too much looking aheadish. As if we haven't been with all the other things. So yes, a ship that can get from the basic sort of designs that are capable of doing the Norvis to Igrys run are going to be absolutely fine with the Norvis Cubium run as well. It's no more dangerous out there, and also probably all the rest of the planets around here. Now we haven't gone out and checked all of these. It is possible that Meraxis has large ones for no apparent reason, or that Castra has large. These are possible, but I think they're quite unlikely.
There is things like the corundum up in the top left is significantly further because there's multiple hops, so that might have issues.
True. Yes, you might need. So you might need to stockpile more ammunition. You won't need better weaponry, but you might need to get a larger supply of ammo. Yeah, that's a fair point.
Oh, one thing to note as an option, if we need it, we could research a planet to get the route past it, if necessary.
Yes,
So if we hadn't gone to Vulcanus, for example, we could have researched Liber in order to go to Cubium.
that makes sense. Yeah. Quagor is warning us that if you unlock a planet and that unlocks new routes, you might find your ships start taking different routes between planets, and that could lead to
Oh.
problems if they encounter bigger asteroids or something like that. Now, I think that's relatively unlikely. Most things, I think you're unlikely to end up going via Aquilo for much, unless you're going out to Frazetta.
Once we unlock Moshine, Igrys might go via that instead of Vulcanus. I don't know if that would matter, but that, for example, would be more solar power. So if that was our original route, and then
Yeah,
we
you might run out of
got
power
moved out
then.
to Vulcanus,
Yeah.
less
Yeah,
power.
and eyeballing it, it looks like it's further going via Moshine, but who's to say?
It is
Well, I could say by looking at them actually. 2200
by
and
3 megameters.
okay. Yeah. So
Yeah.
you'd expect it to go via Vulcanus because it's shorter. But yeah, that's a fair point. You might struggle with power unexpectedly. And yeah, Cubium might end up going to Cubium might end up going via Gleba instead. 16 and 13,
Not quite,
29, 19 and 7. No, okay, so there is still the shorter route. But these are the sort of things that are possible. You might reckon that Castra is quicker via Gleba, even if it depends whether it does, because it's fewer hops as well. It depends how the game engine works. So
The other thing is they may, even if they're not, if it changes route, even if that's not a problem, it may then drop things on the planets on the way past.
yeah, that's true.
There's slightly weird things with that. So actually, you probably want to set the hops manually with a 0 second staying there.
Yeah, it depends how much you care. But if you reckon that you want to drop things not anywhere that's requesting them, you might be all right with it. But yes, it is true. It is worth keeping an eye on.
You might specifically not want to drop things because you're heading out to Cubium with a bunch of whatevers, and
Yeah.
then Vulcanus nicks them all.
Yeah.
And you go,
Oh yeah, I don't disagree. As I say, it depends how much you care and whether it's going to be whether you think it's going to be a problem or not.
I've just added in a Vulcanus stop between Igrys and Norvis. It stops on the way out, but it doesn't stop on the way back. Now it will stop for 0 time on the way back and not drop anything.
Dave says I should try Kitten Space Agency. I've played quite a lot of Kerbal Space Program. I did a little bit on stream, but it's not. I think I found it wasn't a particularly interesting game to play on stream because you spend a lot of time just sort of staring at a rocket and while you're trying to build it. And it's like when I spend too much time in the blueprint editor and everyone gets bored and stops watching. So I try to avoid spending too much time sort of designing detailed things because it's a bit slow and not as exciting. No, HAPD, they definitely can drop things off if they fly past them. I'm sure I remember that from in just Space Age. If I was flying from Norvis out to Aquilo via Gleba, or Fulgora, the ship would drop things on the way past. I'm pretty sure that's happening.
I remember seeing people complaining about it happening in a multiplayer run where some people were building stuff on a planet, they were just flying past to go somewhere else, got there and found, wait, where's all my stuff?
Ha! Yeah, that sounds familiar. Would it take more fuel to go via Moshine even if it was the same distance? I think you can't. The orbital mechanics in this game are sufficiently dodgy that we can't really draw any sensible conclusions from that. I mean, I suppose in this game because there's more gravity to get back out from this. So it depends whether the dropping in towards the sun to get to Moshine would cancel out the extra fuel required to get back out again, given the game's slightly dodgy physics in that area. I'm not sure.
Is the gravity like that included?
I'm not certain, but you definitely move faster if you're heading towards the sun. I remember because I had a problem with that with my Shattered Planet ship because it was flying out into it was flying more slowly going away from the solar system than it would going back, and therefore it would pick up more damage on the way back because the rocks are coming in thicker and faster. So
You weren't just short of ammo at that point.
no, it definitely moves faster when you're flying back towards the
Okay.
sun.
Didn't notice that.
Okay, Quagor is saying his Rubia ship has never dropped stuff at Vulcanus. Maybe they've patched it. It's possible they have. I'm not certain. We may have to do some testing. Although, yeah, I'd rather not get to Cubium and find I'm missing all my stuff. So Fuginator is asking if I'm going to go to Cubium at the end of the stream. I mean, that does seem like a possibility. If so, I'll probably have to do it about nowish. Because it's
Are we
getting
at the
late.
point of that we're wanting to do that?
Not really, though. I think maybe I'll go to Cubium at the end of next stream, because Muluna is not going to be built for several weeks because it's stupidly overbuilt. I think we need to send the lime over to Muluna to drop off basically everything that's needed for the buildings. There's a lot of blue belts in here that aren't being made. There's a lot of chemical plants that probably aren't being made fast enough. If we drop a load of stuff on here, then at least things might start to happen. Oh, so it's percentage of the way through the journey you are, not whether you're flying towards the sun. That is possible based on what I was seeing.
That is definitely a thing. Yeah, if you're before 50%, you'll drift back. If you lose thrust,
You'll certainly drift back, but will you move faster if you turn around if you're flying? That was the question.
not sure.
I'll start requesting stuff from on Muluna.
Okay, good, thank you. I was just sending the ship over to then. Well, we'll see. I was going to manually drop a load of stuff, but requests are probably more sensible, really.
Yeah, because if you drop something completely, then the ship will immediately leave, I think. And
No, it's on 30 seconds. Oh, go, yeah, because of the interrupts. Yeah, you might be
yeah,
right.
yeah.
But the interrupts only trigger when it decides it's time to leave.
That's true. Yes, they
I
do.
don't know.
At least with trains, they do. Otherwise, yeah.
Well, I believe spaceships are just trains, but in space.
Yeah.
Don't think I should have dropped those. Oh well. Just let the game run all week to build up to build Muluna up. Would green belts help for the wooden circuits in the blue circuit build? Yes, definitely, because you transport a percent more, so it would certainly help. It would help with the transporting, the logistics part of that anyway. Whether it would actually help necessarily with the actual difficult part, which is putting in enough machines to make everything, is slightly more open to... debate isn't quite the right word, but slightly more open to experimentation and finding out. We still need... I'd still need 900 of those steam-powered assembly machines in order to produce the amount of... in order to produce all of the green circuits. No, all of the blue circuits that would be needed. And still large numbers of all of the other machines as well. I'm not sure how many off the top of my head. Alright, we also need enormous quantities of red belts out here. Let's start putting some more of those in for all the things that I need over here. So that's that one. And that one. And that's the thing that's being made. That's the thing that's being brought in. What? What's this for? That's on the wrong belt. Or I'm grabbing... Oh no, that's just one that's being passed through underneath. Never mind. Forget that. That's just being passed through. I don't need that one. Don't need those ones. Do need this one. Oh, do need this one. Blimey, that's a lot of belt. Why are we building so big? There we go. Is that everything? So we've got aluminium coming in. We've got iron coming. Okay, so we've made green circuits. Hurrah! We also need the plastic, which is going to be coming in. Here. But, oh, we don't need all of this belt. That's the plastic belt that Sophia is going to be making. Let's remove all of that again. Sorry. Where's Sophia going to be generating plastic from? Is it you? No. It's you. Here we go. This is the plastic output. Oh, and I can't... I'll just do this with a red belt for now. And this comes down to... here. I'll do, I guess. You can bring this red belt along to there. And there's going to be some undergroundy in here, I think, probably. Like
The
that.
sealed greenhouses we definitely have to produce on Muluna because they are too heavy for rockets.
That makes sense. Ooh, that sounds like a raid. Hello, Commander 8890. Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for joining. Joining while we go, why on earth are we building quite so big out on Muluna? Yes, Craigor, that's right. We do know the belt upgrader mod author. He's usually in the streams, although he usually goes to bed relatively early. So, yeah, I think you'll have missed him by today this time. But yes, we do know him. Yeah, we dropped off blue belts. So I've been putting in red belts along here. Although we should probably be upgrading these, so I can yes, I can use the belt upgrader. Boop, like that. There we go. It's not too huge an upgrade. Just a load of underground. Actually, I don't think we brought in the underground. Oh well, that was a mistake. What's going on over here? Oh, there's one piece of iron belt missing in there. Let's add that in as well. Here comes the aluminium. Okay, that's all mostly working. Yeah, so I think things have been... I hesitate to say things have gone well this stream. I feel like we've put down some enormous blueprints and then just sort of stared at them for a while. No, some progress has been made. Some nonsense has been made. It's... yeah, things have moved along a little bit. We've nearly got blue belts, blue circuits. We just need to... what are we waiting for here? Oh, sulfuric acid. Ah, I missed one of the another input. So we need to have... ooh, look, no, it's aluminium, not plastic. That's slightly less exciting. Let's bring this through here then, like this. And I know all the fluids are right down at the bottom. So I'll run all the way through here. With some lag. That's okay. We coped. We survived. And down here somewhere, well, let's remove those bits of pipe because I don't know where these pipes are supposed to go. And I'll run the sulfuric acid all the way from over here. Which one's sulfuric acid? I've turned alt mode off, that's why. Right, this one is sulfuric acid, okay. We're going to get some max pipe length reached fairly soon. I'm just along here somewhere, I know it. But, oh well, we'll burn that bridge when we come to it. Right, so that comes up there, goes back down there, rotate there, and a piece of pipe in there. Right, that is sulfuric acid, except the pipe won't work because it's too long. I'll need to patch it and prick it and make it bigger, basically. Okay, right, so that's that part. Keyboard, cycle the belt you have in your cursor. Oh, I see. So you can do multiple upgrades with multiple clicks. So with this one, if you want to upgrade from red to green, you can just double click on it, and that's now trying to be a green, or can take it down to yellow or brown like that. So you've already got most of the functionality of that, I think. So if you want to upgrade multiple times, you just click more than once. So I don't feel that's necessary. It doesn't upgrade to a specific belt. It just upgrades it from whatever it is to the next one up or the next one down, depending on which way you go. And yes, pump station. Oh, and I'm going to have to run pylons all the way down to wherever the pump stations are required as well. Oh well, never mind. Oh, but look, we've got
didn't zoom out on Muluna yet. Oh my gosh.
It is a bit ridiculous, isn't it?
Oh, well, no, slightly. Yeah.
I was just following the instructions, okay?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm not blaming you, Sophia. You may have noticed I've described it as a mic problem every single time I've brought it up.
Yep.
I even double checked and I said, "This is very, very big. Are you
I will note
absolutely
that
sure
you've...
this is how big you want it?"
I feel like you've somewhat overdone the chemical plant that's turning, that's making the Yes, that one, the oxidizer. I feel like, I mean, I haven't done the maths, but it feels like it's overdone.
It's. I mean, in what regard?
I don't. Well, I suppose if you're trying to output large quantities of carbon dioxide, then maybe you do need it. Yeah. All
So,
right.
it is only used for, or in my build at least, for kickstarting the greenhouses, right?
Yeah.
But Mike also said he wanted the carbon dioxide on the bus, and since these are closed systems with the trees, this is the only way we could make it.
Yeah, I guess it comes down to how much carbon dioxide we need, and that may be excessive.
And
It may not. We shall find out.
yeah, and he had no clue how much he wanted, so I was like, all right, let's pull in a belt of iron, and as much as we need, we'll eat, basically.
Right. Okay. You are almost as bad as he is. Okay. Right. So, yeah, this will. I believe this looks fairly complete. We just need the plastic to arrive for the red circuits, and then I think we're going to have blue circuits, which is the goal of this area. And then, oh yeah, you do want blue circuits. That's fine. And then we can start making the parts for rockets the science and the stuff for rockets over here. So I'm going to need to bring in. This is where I'm going to need to actually think a little bit for this next part, because we've got the change over here. We've got the change in recipe for making the rocket fuel, where I need to bring in a different form of aluminium to go into the Alice recipe. But that said, apart from that, it is exactly the same. So, you know what, I might just copy and paste this as well. Stick it on the end, because why not? Horizontally flip it, because we're working in the opposite direction now. And then I can tack this on over here, like this. Blip. Hurrah! Give the bots even more work to do. And then we can come back and think next time, probably, think about all of the different inputs that are going to go into all of these things. So they're not going to be too difficult. We just need to get the... so this is still going to be steel, plastic and aluminium. This is now instead going to be crushed aluminium, so that's the one that's changed. But other than that, it's exactly the same. Got a water pipe going in here. Oh, actually, we're bringing in... Oh, we're just bringing in the ice in order to melt it to make the water. That's fair enough, I guess. Why not? We don't need to bring in water from outside, so I can cut that off like so. And then over here we can make the science packs, and that is still bringing in ice and also iron, plates, glass and carbon, all of which will hopefully be on the bus over here. I've got your ice, carbon, iron plates down here somewhere. There's the steel. That's the wrong type of aluminium. That's sand. I think this one here is eventually supposed to... Yes, this one is supposed to be getting the new type of aluminium that we haven't started making yet. I guess that's going to... Is that made from crushing aluminium plates then? Let's have a look. Crushed aluminium, that bunny, is made by crushing aluminium. Okay, fair enough. So we're just going to need... Yeah, we're going to need to put in another crushing system somewhere. Doesn't really matter where. It's going to be about the same size as these ones, I guess, probably. After the aluminium cooking, which is up here, and at some point this will probably be replaced with foundries to make everything be made a bit more efficiently. But then we can take some of this aluminium that's coming out here and going onto the bus, pull it off, crush it, put it back on again. I mean, that might actually... There's a convenient space here. Perhaps we'll do it there. Or maybe here, or I mean, there's plenty of room off the top of it, or in the middle of Saphir's build over here is another possibility as well. There's loads of room, or we could even do it on site. We could just bring the aluminium in here. I could have a crushing loop on the other side of this that just churns through it and then passes it back through as crushed aluminium. But I know that Mike has planned for it to go onto the bus because he's got a belt for it here. That said, looking in the Factoriopedia, it is only used for one thing. I think. Yeah, it is used for literally one thing. So there's probably no real point in having it on the bus. We might as well just nick the aluminium. I'll try and remember to suggest that to Mike before I just go in and do it, but yeah. Right. Oh, I see. So you want? Oh, you mean select a belt like that, and then shift scroll or control scroll or something, alt scroll, whatever, to change the quality of the one you're holding. That makes sense. Okay, I understand what you're getting at. I mean, it'd be a separate mod, but yeah, that does make sense. That would be quite useful. Good thinking. But the reason I was saying the wrong belt over here was because through here, all of these belts the bus is spaced for a red belt. So we've got 6 rows between each underground. So if I just took the blue ones and dragged them, they'd be put in the wrong place, like that. Whereas if I put them in as reds first and then upgrade them, then they'll be put in the right place, and I can upgrade them without having to faff around with putting them all down manually. So that was slightly different reasoning. However, yes, in general, there've been a lot of times when I wanted to build something with red belts on here, and I've got the blue belts on my hotbar because that's what I've been using on another planet, I think probably Vulcanus, and I haven't changed those over. So yes, I was having to faff around a little bit to get the right belt up. So yes, that's when this would be quite useful. Do robots have normal power draw, or do they get reduced power draw because they don't really need cooling? Actually, robots shouldn't work on Muluna because there's no atmosphere. So and the robots work through having a big fan in them. So bots should not work on Muluna. They should only work on planets that have an actual atmosphere. So, and also if it's given a lack of atmosphere, it's very difficult to keep things cool. So they'd probably, if anything, they'd probably be worse. They'd have to go back to roboports to cool down or something like that sooner in their flying. So yeah, there's all kinds of reasons why drones shouldn't work very well on this planet. Boom. Boom. Right, okay, it is now officially 1 minute to tomorrow. I think this is a good point to stop, assuming if anyone's right in the middle of something, please spend this. Now is the time to try and find a suitable
we
stopping
have
point.
an issue on Lignumis.
Oh dear, is it have the wrigglers got in?
No, but because noise travels over lakes easily.
Oh, I see. So we need. Did you remove?
There
was a wall across the top of it, wasn't there?
To the west of me at the moment, around the other side of the lake.
Sorry, did you say there was a wall around there, wasn't there?
No, they were nibbling on the wall on the northwest
Oh, I
corner
see.
of the lake.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, it was, because the ammo wasn't getting to it fast enough. So we need to basically extend this wall just to block the pollution, basically.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, basically extend them both until they meet in at a right angle about here.
Well, I was going to move it. It's going down on the left-hand end. Just 'cause it just needs to block the pollution. It doesn't need to actually defend.
True.
So there's no point having it on the shoreline.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. It's really weird that the walls actively absorb the sound, but yeah, no matter. We've mostly defended our pollution cloud, as it were, or noise cloud. Yeah, maybe we should look into have we researched active noise cancelling yet? I think we probably have. Maybe it's about time we implemented that. But still, this will work for the time being. Right, so what have we achieved today? We have declared Igrys to be finished for now. It is magically filling up all the rocket silos. We've got no lights. Why are there no lights down here? Am I the only person who puts lights in and around this factory? We've got diagonal inserters going into a rocket here. We've got heavy tesseracts going in here. We've got the science enhancement machines going in here. A couple of rockets for magic fluid and one for the science packs. So all of the stuff is being shipped away from Igrys now, or is ready to be shipped away from it. We're gradually filling up buffers, and it seems like we've done a pretty good job of that. The fact that we now have 100 of these in here and 50 of these in here, which is, I guess, a rocket's worth. Why is this not filling up? Rocket capacity.
That's a full rocket.
This is full rows. Yeah, okay. It just isn't divisible, but yeah, okay, fair enough. That's fine.
Yeah,
so this is filled up. We've got some more in here ready to go. So yeah, those Lignumis could be said to be not Lignomus,
Igrys.
Igrys could be said to be largely done at this point. I mean, it's still running. We are still making this. The science packs are still being taken away, but that's always going to be happening, at least in theory. There's still a few other things that are currently being built up, but it is more or less caught up and is ready to start being used for other things, which is quite nice. So we then moved on to Muluna, which due to the mod upgrade update meant we needed to do some rebuilding and some stuff. So it was decided that Mike decided that rather than going in and sort of tweaking the recipes that were broken, he wanted us to go in and do a full rebuild and move on to a much much bigger base. So he's designed and he's come up with some requirements that mean our tree growing area is now about the size of our previous base, our previous entire factory, which is a little bit overbuilt. We'll see how that goes once we get started. I mean, it's not going to be too big a deal. It just means it's going to take forever to build, and then when it kicks into motion and starts running, we'll have one of each machine in each row running probably. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes when we get there. While we're waiting for things to build, we went over to Lignomus. We've extended down here to get us a bit more space to build in, and the plan is to start trying to make the blue circuits a little bit faster. My original plan was say, well, let's go in and make them much faster. Why don't we just go in and make about a blue belt's worth of them, 45 a second? That'll be fine, won't it? Then I realised that you can only make them in the steam assembly machines, and that to make a blue belt of them would require 900 of these machines. Now, granted, if you reduce it down, if you start using if you start using speed modules and beacons, then you can bring it down quite a lot further to a mere sort of, I forget. Let me check the numbers here. So this is 42 machines, and that's producing 7.5 to 12. So 12 times that, you'd need about. So you'd only need about 450 if you do it with the speed modules in there. So that's better. Still ridiculous though. So I downgraded my plan to say, well, let's just try and produce a brown belt's worth of them. We can pump all those in along here. And then the rocket can take them away in slightly larger quantities. We'll carry on feeding Vulcanus, but maybe not send them off to anywhere else until we've got the electromagnetic plant. So that's a little bit silly. We haven't actually used any diagonal inserters yet because we haven't really built anything that's required them. Moluna's upgrades have been largely copying and pasting existing designs, but at least the ones I've been doing have been. So the designs were there, I didn't want to go in and mess with them. But it does strike me that maybe you'd be able to do some interesting stuff around here. Like, one of the most interesting things I can think of to do with this is it means you could put an assembly machine slightly closer to a belt like that, and then you could put in a diagonal inserter like that to feed it from the belt, even though it's pressed right up against it. So you could then have that belt come in there, and you can then have another one coming past here and another one coming past here. So you could much more easily fit 3 belts feeding into a single machine like that, without having to do undergrounds and weird stuff like, well, you'd have to go underground here, but without doing wigglies and things like that. So that is certainly a possibility for the diagonal inserters, and also just for general enhanced weird spaghetti. I think there's going to be a lot of potential for them in there. But we haven't actually used any of them yet, because we're not supposed to take things away from a planet until we finish the next planet, to give it a chance to build up a bit of stock of them, essentially. True, belt stacking will make the belt blue chips a lot more doable. However, I think that it's still the sheer number of machines rather than the sheer quantity of belt that's going to be the struggle there. It's because the steam assembly machines are so slow. They run at a speed of 0.5, which is very, very slow, and so it means that you just need crazy numbers of machines. The belt capacity isn't so bad, and yeah, okay, we've slightly faster belts. We'd be feeding a lot of belts in to get a lot of belts out, sure, but it's not. But it's more the number of machines that's the problem rather than the number of belts, I think. Oh yeah, space platform spaghetti is going to be incredible with diagonal inserters. You're quite right. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yes, we could. That's a really good point, because there are so many things where you have a loop back on them. He says, trying to think of one. Any of the crushing recipes, actually. No, that's sort of a bad example. Or something like Covarex is a perfect example. Yes, you could have. Where's our Covarex system? Actually, our Covarex system isn't doing it quite the way I would have done it. So not often when I build up a Covarex system, let's find somewhere where it's not going to just get built. I'd have a I've done these a lot of times where I've got a machine outputting into a box like that, and then in again. So it's been sort of like that, potentially with a piece of belt in the middle there to hold stuff. But yes, you're quite right. With diagonal inserters, you could do something like this and get rid of those three. So you have this feeding out into the box, and then this one feeding from the box back into the machine. So you don't need the faffery around there. So that would be great for that one. And also any of our machines where we've got feedback. So any of the crushing recipes would be quite handy to feed stuff back in like that as well. So yeah, that's an excellent thought. That'd be a very good way to do it. Oh, and thank you for the follow, Dark Side Book. Great to have you around. And yes, EM plants are, they're at least 4 times the speed, if not more. How fast is an EM plant? We don't know. We haven't researched them yet. How fast is an EM plant? Because we can see them in here. EM plant is a speed of 2, so it's 4 times faster than the assembler, and it's got a lot more slots, and it's got the productivity bonus. So yeah, it's going to be like 6 times faster, plus then any other bonuses we get from whatever we do with the module slots. So yeah, these EM plants are going to be fantastic. We just need to go to Fulgora first to get them, or to Corundum, or to Ceres. Although I suspect we're probably going to get the research from Fulgora. I wonder if Corundum and Ceres are gated behind Fulgora. Corundum is... No, we could go to Corundum. I wonder if we'd be able to unlock them there, or if it's just you can build them there once you've unlocked them. I don't know. I won't look into it too much because it'd be confusing. Ha! Yeah, well, yes, I think it's good to have things gradually unlocked, as you say, because otherwise you get spoiled spoiled for choice, and it's a bit confusing and your brain melts and you don't know where to go next. So yeah, the diagonals will be fun, but we'll start using them fairly soon. Oh yeah, the Bob's inserters were amazing. I do remember those. You pick up and put down anywhere from this 7x7 grid. that was fantastic. Especially as the fastest way to do it was to have them as long as possible and reaching all the way across the far side and picking up from there and putting up from here and putting down right next to it. So it's only having to move a tiny angle, because in Factorio the inserters are fixed by rotation speed. Although I think the Bob's ones were delayed. If they changed length, then they were slowed down quite a lot, because the length changing was almost a separate operation. But yes, if you had them at full length, moving something by 1 square across, then they were really, really quick. Oh yeah, Keris, you're quite right. You're quite right, Irregular. I will accept that. I will accept that correction on pronunciation. That yes, it is Keris, and I will try and get you try and remember that, and probably not do so. But you are quite right. Right, okay, let's call this an end of the stream, I think, because I've talked about lots of things and I'm now ready to do something else, like go to bed. That's all the stuff that's been going on. I will be back on Wednesday, so please come along then for the Foundry stream. I shall probably be making another type of big stompy robot, another assembly line, and there'll probably be something else that I'm short of, and I'll have to go out and put in some new, I don't know, do some new mining or something like that. But last time I got green circuits being produced on site by a copper mine in much larger quantities. Had to ship plastic in over there to do so, but yeah, that was working quite well. And then I got them shipped back to the main factory. So I now need to sort of use all of those and push those upgrades through the factory and make sure everything's running nicely. There'll be videos coming out Thursday and Friday as usual. I think it's just Factorio ones this week, whether you're a supporter or not. No, if you're a supporter, there'll be a Foundry video on Friday. If you're not a supporter, there'll be the 2 Factorio videos from last week, for last week's supporter videos. For the non-supporters. And then on Monday, we'll be back again for another session of Planetary Pioneers, where we will attempt to get a little bit more of this Muluna build done, and see if we can scrape through and get the science packs being produced over here. So we need to faff around with that a little bit and get it up and running. But it's nearly there at this point. I think we've made good progress today, despite all of my complaining. So yeah, come along next week where I shall try and complain a little bit less, and we'll see how it goes. Thank you very much for watching. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye. The Lanai transportation. That is a weird one. You're quite right. Good night, Kartoffel. Good night, Quago. Good night, HPT. Good night, Regular. And Renai. Yes, you're quite right. It is very, very cursed. I've never played with it, but I would like to because it looks ridiculous. So, yes. Good night, everyone, and we'll see you next time.
Good night, chat. Do we do a raid?
Good night.
Yes, that's a good point. Thank you for the reminder. Yes, anyone who's watching on Twitch, stick around for a few more minutes. I'll find someone to go off and raid and see if I can find anyone else playing Planetary Pioneers or at least Space Age. So, thank you very much for watching, and we'll catch you in the next one. See you on Wednesday.
Yeah, chat.
Right, let's go and find someone to raid. Raid channel.
Could we on pause for like 1 second so I can just put this thing down?
Okay, here we go. Here's someone I am following, and he is playing Space Age, and he's apparently doing a streamathon on day number 17 of it. That seems like a suitable one to go and investigate. So let's go, and we've got the 10-second countdown for the raid, so we'll be there fairly soon. So once again, thank you very much everyone who's watching, and I'll see you on Wednesday. Good night.
Bye bye.